Morning, boys.
What up?
Mic check, mic check. Jeremy, I saw you go on mute, but I'm not sure if my speaker's working.
I hear you.
I gotta go. Hold on. Wait.
What's up?
Okay, now I can hear you. Morning, morning.
What's up? How we doing?
Oh, good, good. Just checking out the channel. Obviously, I'm new here.
Servers usually busier than this.
Is it? Oh, that's fine.
New
Everybody
guy
can
made
see.
a server. Some new guy came in a Discord on the scene and made a server, and all the flat earthers go get fucking destroyed over there. But that's where they all like to hang out. Sometimes it depends. Yeah, he had a big event last night, so
Yeah, I heard, but I got too much stuff to know what's going on. But what? It was Witsit and who was it? Fight the Flat Earth or
no,
something?
Witsit was only in it for 2 seconds. They got wrecked the rest of the night. It's fucking embarrassing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure somebody's got a record or some live for that.
Oh yeah, it's recorded.
Is it recorded?
Yeah.
All right, all right. I'll check it out when I get a chance. Oh, by the way, Jim, can you do me a favor? Can you unlock my photos for text when you get a chance? I know.
Yeah, sure.
And I've never met Gio. Is Gio around, or is he really asleep? Or
He may be sleeping. I'm not sure.
oh, okay, all right. I just wanted to shout out to him too as well. I would hate just to come in unannounced. But yeah, it looks good. I mean, so far, I mean, the channels look like it's starting to pick up and everything. Got a
This
lot of.
channel?
Well, it looks normal. I mean, you're getting the whole gambit pretty much. I mean, everybody's coming in. Now, that's what really the channel should be. You got your concavers, you got your flat earthers, you got your realm, you got your mushrooms, you got your what else? Glovers. There's a whole different expressions of people I've noticed that's been, going around the channels. But for the topic, it's obviously separated to flat Earth and globe, and that's it shouldn't be that way. So as the years progress on, people are starting to you know be more comfortable with what they feel, what their reality is like. That's what I think. I'm gonna check off a little bit. I'm gonna make some coffee, and I see the toll package here. Shout out to the toll package. Hola.
Yeah, what's up?
Yo,
It's all an inside job. I'll be right back.
it's all an inside job.
That's right.
How we doing? What's new, guys?
Well, last time I checked, he was getting a coffee, traveler, but nothing new over here. Same as last week.
Where'd you come from? I ain't heard you around.
My original account got deleted a couple days ago. It got nuked.
Oh yeah, what was your name?
The truth I am.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen you around.
Yeah, I've been in here for a while.
Oh, no doubt. I literally never look at the list of names. Very
Yeah, only
rarely.
not a lot of people know me. Some people know me. Um, I'll tell you. I'll tell you who some of my friends are in here, but you probably don't know most of them. Witchcraft, um,
No, I heard of him.
Shines,
I know them.
um, ET.
Yeah, I know them guys.
Hey, I hate to interrupt, but there's a, this has been going around in other channels. This kind of thought exercise with the southern crust, southern celestial systems, um, that's being observed on the antipolar position. However, I don't know what's your take on this, but now is this southern? Are we to agree that this southern crux is supposed to be a fixed point of the southern celestial clouds, the stars with its constellations? That's rotating clockwise.
Sounds like a loaded question.
Yeah, but
I
let's
don't
just
even know what was the question?
well, the question
How,
is you have this, you have a southern star spinning in the opposite direction, and you have the northern star spinning in the other direction. Now, are those constellations spin and stay at that position? They don't travel from east to west direction at all.
They all go east to west.
So they all. So let me define it. So does the southern celestial stars go east to west, and it's all constellation
the Earth is immovable, so
Dude, they're all going in the same general direction.
going east to west or south east to southwest
it,
from
it's
the
like
sun.
imagine the Earth as a clock.
Sure. Yeah, but I'm seeing there. I'm hearing two clocks. So are we going to imagine one clock, or are we still going to imagine two clocks? Because this is what the argument is about right now.
Mm.
They're saying southern celestial stars, and they're adamant saying it is a fixed position and proving it's the shape of the Earth being a globe.
Yeah,
So
it's this is 2022. If you're still on the ledge about a globe and a flat surface, well,
No,
you're way behind.
no, not the platform. I'm now into the celestials and exactly their movements and stuff. So if it is going south, if it is one physical motion going southeast to west, regardless if it's southern celestial spinning, then obviously those stars are following one direction. All the stars are following one direction. There can be no 2 points, a southern star or a northern star. It should be just one point, center point. I don't know if you guys understand what I'm talking about, but yeah, I'm seeing this. Trying to imagine this in my head and see how this works. But
yeah, I don't know how the sky works. That's a tough ask right there.
it's
Yeah,
the description.
I would
Go ahead.
ask that question when the server is a little bigger than it is now.
I don't think anyone knows how the sky works. You think
Well,
there's going to be a guy in here that knows how the sky works?
I tried it in gems, and I've gotten, and you know how they are, and they love to express themselves. And I got crickets from that. Nobody wanted to respond to it at all. So,
I mean, you could say what we see in the sky. That's about it as far as what's actually going on. I mean, who nobody here knows that in this whole arena on Earth. Maybe the guys at NASA or something, but
yeah.
You
So
can claim you know it.
Nate knows it. Nate, tell us how the sky works.
Who does?
There's a
I'm
Glover
sorry.
in here.
I'm busy. Hobson voice chat.
Oh, he said he was busy.
Yeah. Well, maybe you'll be around later for him to tell
Hopefully. Yeah, I mean,
He
right
doesn't
now,
know.
yeah,
He's gonna guess.
Bro, he ain't got a clue, bro. He ain't got a clue. Come on.
He's gonna just guess and tell me the mainstream story of how the sky works, and that's it.
but we're going
well,
to define it by the constellations and what constellations. Are we going to divide the stars up now, north and south, like a civil war? But really, I mean, it's down to the case that okay, if it's going to be a southern celestials, what constellations are going to follow the southern celestials, and then keep it there. And let's see what happens. You know, I mean, nobody has talked about the constellations or those 2 points. So, you know, I guess it's something that should be brought up in other channels. I mean, this argument.
We talk about the stars all the time here.
Yes, but not the actual physical function of the two. I mean, objectively looking at these two, as if we're looking at a water stream, and one spins one way and the other spins another direction, and they both go.
We literally talked about that for like 4 days couple weeks ago. We definitely talk about that.
Okay.
I was enraged because the Globers are saying, you know, if you're standing at the equator, the celestial, there's a celestial equator where the stars appear to be going straight. Right?
Sure. Correct.
So you see them going straight. So you can stand under and you can look at this point in the sky where you can see them going straight. And then on one side, they're turning in one direction, clockwise, right? And then the other side, they're turning counterclockwise. So you got a straight line and then 2 circles next to it, each going in the opposite direction.
All right. So
right,
we need to find out.
You would see divergence from that because you have a straight line next to a curve line, right? That would have to diverge.
Correct.
Right. What's the problem with that, Jeremy?
Is that what would happen?
Jeremy, you're talking to me or who?
Is that what would happen? I don't know. Somebody said what's the problem with that?
Oh, what is it?
I don't know who it was though.
Where's RC?
What's going on, RC?
So what's the problem with it?
So we got a curved line next to a straight line, right?
Sure.
Sure. So there's divergence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was easy.
What's the problem with it?
All right. No, that's cool. Divergence. I love it. And now you explain that to Zanuck or Kosho or whoever next time they come in.
Are you talking about just like divergence in the path that you're looking at? Like, what are you talking
about? I don't know. What happens when you have a circle line, which is what the stars are doing in the north or south, compared to the straight line, compared to for what they're doing on the celestial equator?
What do you mean? What happens? I'm not trying to be obtuse. I'm not trying to. Divergence of what? I mean, I'm not trying to be obtuse. I just want to know what you mean. Yeah. Like, I don't think I understand what you mean.
Okay, when the stars are moving, right? You can trace a line with them. So on the celestial equator, it'll be a straight line. But then on either side in the north or south, you don't have a curved line because they're rotating around a pole, right? Well, somebody's got some crazy microphone feedback thing going. So we got a straight line and then we got 2 curved lines next to it, right?
Right? No.
Right.
No.
What? Crypto.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to explain what you mean. Okay, so
I don't. Do you agree so far? Or?
Oh yeah, I'm listening to you, dude. Yeah.
Cool. So we got divergence and convergence in this and the stars.
Divergence and convergence of what?
Of the stars and the stars, paths of the stars.
Convergence and divergence from the halves of the stars. Yeah, no, I still don't think I'm right. Like, or if you mean that, like there are time lapse pictures that I'm picturing in my mind right now. What do you mean by divergence and convergence?
I'll post a picture.
If you don't know what basic words mean, I can't help you. And I'm not playing this stupid fucking game that you guys like to play. I know. Maybe interrupt me. Maybe interrupt me when you interrupt me when you need to know what basic words mean.
Me trying to understand what
basic words. You trying to understand basic words? I know.
No, I'm trying to understand the implications that you're trying to get at.
So you do know what convergence and divergence means? You're just playing some stupid fucking game? Is that what's happening?
No, I'm just simply saying, okay, so these paths.
So you don't know what convergence and divergence means?
Gosh. In terms of the pathways, yes. What we would call them is converging, diverging. They typically are what we would call concentric.
So you do know what the words converge and diverge mean?
Well, that's typically if we're talking about straight line.
We have a straight line at the celestial equator, right? Those stars are moving in a straight line.
Okay, so one appears to be straight to you.
Before we move on, do you know what convergence and divergence means or no? Are you dumb or are you playing dumb? Which one is it?
What I'm trying to do is understand, like, are you conflating the idea of convergence and divergence with concentric? That's what I think you're doing.
No, not conflating anything. I'm talking about we have a straight line. You admitted that. And then next to that straight line, we have a curved line, right?
Sure.
You admitted that a second ago. Well, I'm not playing your stupid game where you play dumb. You don't know what words mean. You think I'm mixing stuff up when you're the one playing the games. I'm good, RC.
If the stars are light years away and their positions are their actual positions, then a star should never its path should never diverge from another the way we see at the equator.
Maybe ask him what diverge means, RC.
Yeah, you're literally watching the sky get ripped in half at the equator. If the heliocentric model were in fact real.
Yeah. No. I think you're using a panoramic lens. Or taking a panoramic photo like you are in the animation that is up top there. Is not evidence that the stars are being ripped apart.
No. Anybody can make the same observation. Don't try to pick apart one image.
Do we not see with our eyeballs the stars in a straight line on the celestial equator?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And do we see with our eyeballs on the left or right side of it, north or south, that they're circling around a point?
Yeah, they're all concentric. Yeah.
They're all concentric circles, yeah, until we get to the celestial equator where they're moving in a straight line, not deviating left to right.
No, because if you're in the center of axial rotation on a concentric circle, and it's above you, and it's three-dimensional, then that would appear as a straight line to you.
Yes, it appears as a straight line, yes. The celestial equator appears as a straight line, meaning not curving left to right. However, the ones on the north or south are appearing to curve left or right.
Yeah, because they're concentric.
And so you have a straight line, curved lines. Nothing to do with the camera lens or anything. Doesn't matter what fucking camera you use. I can't play this stupid fucking game with you guys.
It's not a game. It's just simply like if you ask me the question, hey, you have three-dimensional rotating object, and you stand under or 90 degrees to the vector of axial rotation, what will the concentric circle that is directly above you look like? The answer is a straight line.
I'll try to say this again. If the stars are light years away, you shouldn't see their paths diverge. Doesn't matter where you are on the globe.
You would see their paths as concentric circles. Yes,
that's not exactly what you see, though. I just showed you on the equator the paths diverge.
What you're showing is a panoramic of concentric circles.
Like I said, now you just want to play silly and focus on one picture.
You don't need to see a panoramic. You can look right at the celestial equator, and you can see the stars on the celestial equator and on either side of it. So you don't need a panoramic thing. You don't need a wide-angle lens. You could just use your eyeballs.
That's true. And what I see every single time is exactly what I would expect to see on a globe, which is if I am 90 degrees to the vector of axial rotation, I'm going to see concentric circles. And if I look straight up, I will see one of those concentric circles as a straight line. Completely intelligible. That's exactly what we see. This is not hard.
Actually, no. If the path of the light appears to that, it would have to be local.
Why is that?
If the stars are light years away, then their positions aren't going to appear to diverge from each other.
You mean
that it would have to be due to perspective, or you're actually seeing the object's positions the closer they get to you when they're diverging, or it's like you can't have both, man.
I think you're conflating again the idea of diverging with the
right. Someone who didn't know what divergence meant 10 minutes ago thinks I'm conflating the idea.
I definitely know what diverging means, but as I listened to Jeremy explain more and more of what he meant by it, it became clear to me that he is conflating the ideas of concentric circles with an actual straight line in reality, and then trying to superimpose that onto reifications of things like panoramic.
Nah, I'm literally picturing like a snail race, and you just are just like not trying to make it to the finish line.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, Jeremy, stop conflating concentric circles with divergent and convergent concepts in geometry.
I'm not conflating anything. We have in one instance, we have a line that's not turning left to right. Right next to that line, we have a line that is curving left to right. Okay, are we clear so far?
Yeah, and those would be going
in a circle,
cool. They're going in a circle, correct?
Cool. So the one line's appears to be going straight. The other line appears to be curving. What happens when that?
Yeah, they create circles.
Do they stay the same distance apart, or do they appear to converge and diverge?
No, they just go in their concentric circles. That means that they're always the same distance apart, which you see, but because they are curving in circles, we would call them concentric.
Okay, show me where we have a straight line next to a curved line and it doesn't appear to converge and diverge.
On a globe, in the lines of latitude, if you just look at a globe, they are curving and they never converge.
Yeah, I'm talking about a straight line, not curving left to right, next to a line that is curving left to right. Show me that next to each other without them converging and diverging.
Without them converging and diverging.
Maybe ask me what converging and diverging means again.
Yeah,
or tell me I'm conflating it, or you could tell me I'm conflating it with something.
Converging and diverging typically means that they are getting farther away from each other or closer to each other. In concentric circles, they're actually not getting farther and away. farther away or closer to each other. But they do indeed curve because they are circles.
We have a straight line next to concentric circles. Stop acting like it's just concentric circles and we don't have this spot where they're going they go in a straight line, then they start going in the opposite direction, which would be counterclockwise or
yes, because if you stand 90 degrees to the center of axial rotation on a 3-dimensional rotating object, if you look straight up, any line that is drawn on that, what is called an equator, is going to appear straight to you. All the other lines will be concentric to the poles of that rotating object.
Why they rotate in opposite directions, RC?
Because it's based on your reference point 90 degrees to the center of that axial rotation.
Not
if
if
the
you're
stars
looking
are
at
light
from
years
one
away,
reference point.
why
Not
would
if you're
there
looking at
appear
from
to be
one
more
reference
space
point.
between them?
Oh gosh. Two people were talking at once, and I can't hear you.
Yeah, too much, right? Can't handle it.
let crack though.
I said two people were talking at once.
Yeah, let crack though. You're next, electric.
RC, all I'm saying to you, right, is that you're talking about a different perspective, right? 90 degrees from what? No, we're talking about the images where from one perspective, from one point of view, in one field of view, we see two different movements. Okay?
Yes.
You're claiming that antipodal to one another, that they rotate due to your location.
Yes.
But no, from one location, we see those two different opposite directions. What are you talking about?
Yes, because if you were 90 degrees to that vector of axial rotation, then if you look at each one of those poles, left to right, the relative rotation to that 90 degrees that you're standing at and you looking at those poles will be opposite. This isn't hard.
Yeah, you're not getting it at all.
I'm getting it perfectly, and you don't understand the explanation.
If the stars are light years away, what would cause the distance between them to increase or decrease?
The distance between them doesn't increase or decrease.
You clearly see the paths of the stars diverging at the equator. What would cause that if they're so far away?
They're concentric, so they don't get farther away.
Clearly, the paths of the stars are not concentric circles on the equator.
You're conflating a panoramic distorted photo with reality.
No, not everything is panoramic that I showed you. Do you want more? I could show you more.
Yes, the first image
right,
that
I'll
you
show you
showed me
more.
is panoramic.
Why are you talking about photos? You can see it with your eyeball. We just went through this 5 fucking seconds ago. I don't know why do we? It's like I want to be punished. Do I want to be punished? I don't know why I do this. Like, I don't know why you guys fucking do this. We just went through this 2 seconds ago, RC. You can see it with your eyeballs. No photos needed. No fisheye, no panoramic lens, nothing.
He left a while ago.
Stupid, man.
Yo, we were literally like waving flags, like, yo, land over here, land your plane over here. And he's like, nah, I don't see you guys, I'm gonna make a left. Like, no, nobody told you to make a left. Some people just aren't ready to swallow that pill. He must have saw something because he wasn't entertaining like it's some basic ass knowledge that he should have already.
I don't really know what you expect out of RC Meisty though. Like, that dude's like a complete idiot, unfortunately.
I think 2 days ago he was talking about flying planes, so he can't be that dumb.
You don't need to be intelligent to fly a plane, I don't believe.
How are you gonna fly a plane but still believe in a globe?
I don't know, man.
How does that work? Do you ask any pilot? Do you dip in your airplane for curvature? They'll tell you 100 times out of 100 times no.
They think they have equipment that will adjust for them, so they don't have to like actually touch it.
Sure, it's all technology, right? Whatever excuse they have. But the real pilots will tell you that they don't.
Yeah, I interviewed 2 pilots during a layover, and both of them had no answer. They had never thought about it before.
Yeah.
Oh, that was probably an interesting conversation.
Yeah, it's up on my channel, but it's like when I posed it to them, I'm like, "Have you ever thought about this, like this and this and this?" And they're like, "Huh? Hi." The one guy goes, "So like I would fly out into space." I'm like, "Yeah." So like these guys didn't even have like the response to say, "Oh no."
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. They didn't even have the response to say, "Oh no, we have equipment that compensates." Like they didn't even know.
Wait, you got a YouTube channel, Travis?
You're funny. That's fun. We got a running gag here.
Shameless plug-in.
Yeah, in case you guys didn't know, I have a channel.
Yeah, check out his channel.
I'm looking for views, please.
So you've talked to pilots about flying straight. You've talked to surveyors about measuring the ground. Who else can we call and get on the phone to steel man this? What about air traffic control operators? Like, don't they have to also witness planes on their radars moving straight and level?
Depends on the image that they give them, right? Usually they're given a top-down image, a bird's-eye view of them, right? So you wouldn't even expect to see an altitude change. They may have a number that indicates altitude.
Imagine being air traffic control and being like, all right, here comes some curvature, dip the plane down.
Who's this guy at the total package? Is that Chris Benoit? Chris Benoit. Wait, is that Chris Benoit? Wait.
You're definitely blind. That's okay though.
Oh yeah, I'm way off.
Yeah. Try again.
I would prefer you to just tell me.
I'm not gonna tell you. I'm sorry. If you can't figure that shit out, I can't help you.
Who is that? I don't know. I could take a bunch of
Small
wild guesses.
fucking picture, bro. It's a small picture, man. All right, be a prick and don't tell me. Go ahead.
Look at the T-shirt. Look at the T-shirt. What
That's
does it
not
say on
Triple
his
H.
T-shirt?
What the fuck are you talking about? That ain't readable. That ain't nothing.
When did Triple H cut his hair?
Yo, listen to me. Who was in fucking Shane's server last night with Fight the Flat Earth? I'm about to scold. You're about to get scolded by me.
I wasn't.
I tuned in the last 20 minutes.
Fucking embarrassing. Who was in there? I know names right now.
I'm right here.
That's
saying,
cool. You're
me, bro.
that was cool. You're going against FTFE.
No, not cool. They got fucking trashed when Witsit went in there for 5 minutes. Took it down, did good. Witsit did excellent,
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest of the time they were just getting Fight the Flat Earth was mopping the floor with them clowns. Who was in the fucking chat? Embarrassing, guys.
I was, but I wasn't speaking up. I don't want to talk to that guy.
You got an excuse. We had vets over there. Everyone was fucking over there. All our vets and shit.
I would ask later if I were you during the day today.
I heard Flat Earth Data trying to give him the business, but he can be really all over the place and hard to understand sometimes.
Data was claiming that he wouldn't be around after a certain point. We wouldn't hear from him again, you know. I knew that guy would just be. Yeah, I knew he wouldn't fuck off. Why? What happened, Jeremy? Come on, what happened?
It's fucking embarrassing, dude. It's literally embarrassing, bro.
Yep.
They got their ass handed to them. When Witsit wasn't on, Witsit came in for 5 minutes, did some GR Einstein shit, and then left. And then the whole rest of the time before and after that, they were getting the floor mop. Fight the flat earth, mop the floor with them.
I wonder who is in there. Name names.
I don't know, dude. Some Cuddles was in there. He was killing them. Fight the flat earth was killing them on the scientific method. Then there was 2 guys before Witsit that just got Demok was the first one. That was the opener. So that was lovely. Great representation for flat earth. Yeah, I know, it's funny, right, Crack?
It ain't funny, bro. No.
Don't pretend, Jeremy. It was you, man. It was you.
If you go from being an FTFE audience member and you're kind of interested in if the Earth could be flat, and that was the first conversation you heard, yeah, that's not good.
And some other guy went after Demok, who was fucking just as bad. Maybe not just as bad, but he was pretty bad. Then Witsit came in, bodied him for like 5 minutes. Then fucking, it was just a complete fucking ass wiping after that. They got their ass wiped. I couldn't even watch the rest of it. I'm like, yo, this is disgusting.
It's nobody from here because we don't go over to that channel, man. We stay here. We're faithful.
You're funny, bro.
Well, I'll tell you what. Rejoin that server just so I can take a list of who's fucking in the server when we're getting our fucking ass handed to us.
I got
you're all getting detention.
They post events and they make you auto join the server. I was actually not in it, and then I clicked one of their events to see like the description of it, and it automatically made me join the server.
Yeah, like a join VC button for the event, right?
I was interested in when Sean G was gonna tell the story of when he was a flat earther.
I forgot about that show. How was it?
I didn't pull it up. I forgot.
G and Travis before.
I'm more angry with like flat earthers and globers most of the time anyway. Like instead of like taking our arguments further, like people continue to like strawman their model, I feel like a little bit. Like if you actually like take it to its full conclusion, right? If you take it to its full conclusion, basically like what we end up with is actually their model becomes less and less tenable as we get into the minutia of it.
I don't know. Fight the Flat Earth and McToon love that server. They don't have to go searching on Twitter for these dumbass flat earthers.
Yeah, innit?
Yep. They got them all right here. Not everybody, but
no, not here. Not here.
Not here.
Oh. There's none in here? Are you sure?
There are, yeah.
Sure.
You're one of them. But
if you don't know you're one of them, you're one of them.
You don't even know me.
Motherfucker, I know you ain't willing to, you know.
You don't know me.
You don't know me! Well, again, like, it was a joke, but if you want to take it seriously, that's up to you,
bro. He wasn't.
I don't need I don't need an acapella. Use acapella.
I was trying to remember the song "You Don't Know Me at All."
Last time I talked about an event in that server, somebody recorded my voice and sent it to the owners of the server, and they're all mad at me.
Oh, jeez. Which server was that?
What, in Shane's?
Yo, that day, Electric, somebody tagged me over there, and I went over there, and it was Queen of the Trolls. And she goes, yo, they're talking mad shit about this server over in Geo's. And they must have made I didn't hear the clip, but they must have made a clip of it. It was me, USC, Rakia.
Yeah, those are genuine shit starters. Like, that must have taken some time for them to act. Like, you have to be sitting, bro. What time was it that morning? People were listening to us, me and you, just like chopping up nothing.
I know. They stay listening because they don't want to miss nothing. They love flat Earth. These people love flat Earth more than we do.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like a television show to them.
It's absolutely insane how
the world turns.
I hate to say it, but
they're committed.
Watch what I say, but I feel like I'm a little censored now. Like, we started to chop up something that I honestly know that if I started to talk about it right now, they would do the same thing again.
Oh, legit?
Yeah, there's like a topic that I like talking about because I think it's kind of detrimental to how our society is going to progress right now. And we don't talk about it because it's offensive to a portion of people that. What do you think I'm talking about, right? Transgender.
Yeah.
Build-A-Bears?
Yeah, they'll use that against us without a doubt if we talk about it.
Yeah, we were talking about that, and they tried to like skew it so I was being ignorant.
Transphobic. I heard that's what happened with Fed Flat Earth debate. That it may have been their comments about Brenda that got their server taken down.
That's crazy because if you go on Twitter, so many people just say the wildest shit about everyone. Like, everybody gets it equally, but when you talk about that,
when did they get their server taken down?
Yeah, but the thing is like, you know, you have to basically, from our position, right? The problem is they want to shut us up entirely, right? Some people don't, but there are people out there that definitely would like to. This is why people like that troll lady, that fucking idiot from New Zealand or wherever she's from. People like that are just operating completely and entirely in bad faith. They even admit that they like pretend to be flat earthers elsewhere. Like, they openly admit this to misrepresent us. Like, that's pretty fucking sad. Like, the whole flat earth society bollocks is basically a load of globers that we probably know.
My God, last night Witsit came in talking about, you know, the globers are running around debunking the mainstream narrative of flat Earth because it's a flat Earth society narrative about how the ground moves up at 9.8 meters per second squared. I'm like, yo, ain't nobody debunking that, bro. Xanax telling me that happens. I'm like, they're not debunking that. They're telling me that is what happens. I'm like, nobody's debunking that.
They need that to be what is happening for them to continue with their, you know, their current concept. They need it to be that way. Measure 1G stood still, measure 0 while you fall, 2 while you go up and down with a rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. Well, you have a problem. You have a problem of discrepancy in that, right? And for them, it's a warping dimension of space time with no actual change of, you know, altitude, no change of elevation of the floor rising into your feet with no change in elevation at 9.8 meters per second squared. Yeah, man. Crazy. It's funny because, like, Flat Earth Society, whoever did that at the beginning, they understood that that part of the globe model was kind of like that ridiculous that they're like, yeah, we should bake it into the Flat Earth model. Like, they were trolling both sides with that shit, without a doubt.
yeah, I really don't like it when somebody tells me like a flat Earth argument, like, this doesn't work on a flat Earth model, this and that, and this. I'm like, dude, I never argued that. like somebody tries to tell you that celestial navigation doesn't work on a flat Earth while still assuming that the positions of the stars are like bazillions of light years away or whatever. Like you did not make the flat Earth model correct. But yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. The straw mans are going.
I got really frustrated with one person. I'm not going to say names anymore, but they definitely said they are not going to assume something in order to like design it a certain way. They were just saying like, "Oh, I'm just not going to do this." I'm like, "But you know that would work," and they're like, "Yeah, but I'm not going to do it." That's what they said. Actually,
Yeah,
there's
it's called
few people
avoided
that
truth.
told me that.
Has Zanuck still been coming in though, Jeremy? Talking about the ground coming up at 9.8 meters per second squared, but not moving.
He told me that for about a week. Yeah, he said first he said it's accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared. Then he says the ground isn't moving. Then he says it is changing direction, which I don't know how you change direction without moving or how you accelerate without moving. So he's just contradicting the shit out of himself. It's nonsense. Also, it doesn't even matter if that is what's happening in your reference frame. We know that's not happening in reality because on a ball, if you have two people antipodal to each other and the ground's accelerating up towards the person, the ball would have to be getting bigger. That's how balls work and up works and accelerating works.
Yeah, I don't know why he thinks it's like such a big problem. Like, yeah, Zanuck, I get it. You're trying to ask us why does a G meter read 1 stood still, 0 moving? It's like, yeah, you're assuming that you can weigh yourself while you're falling with a pair of scales underneath your feet, right? You're weightless. You don't feel anything when you fall off a building. You can keep claiming people don't feel anything while they fall off buildings, that they feel no acceleration. But every person seemingly says they do feel some shit, right? But I don't know why it feels like this is such a gotcha against Flat Earth. Like, I don't know why he believes it's such a gotcha. Because the backflips you've got to do for that to be what's happening on the globe make it not a globe anymore, right?
Anyway, Zanuck won't be joining us for a couple days. He's on warning. He got a warning.
He got a warning, what?
Yeah, he got a warning, and he already had like 10 of them. Well, when you get a warning here, you get a half-hour timeout until you get like 10. And then once you get like 10 warnings, you get like a whole day timed out. And then your 12th warning, you get like 2 days timed. So he's on like 14 or 15. So we're not going to see him for a few days. When you hit 20, I think you're gone. I don't know how Geo got it set up, but I mean, that doesn't just happen forever. Like there hits a point where you get so many warnings and you're just done.
Yeah, but they'll probably let him back in though, you know?
I don't know, man. Zanuck is a huge problem for anybody trying to mod this shit, dude. He just you know what he does.
I know.
I could care less, and he's off the rails these days. He fell off the deep end. Like, I could give a fuck. I don't think it's a good idea for the flat earthers to even engage with him anymore because he's just. If you go tell that shit to if you try to go argue Zanuck's points against another glober, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
It's true.
Like he used to be good to spar against, but I wouldn't even suggest it anymore. He's just off the rails.
Yeah, he used to be one of the top dogs, man.
He was the first person I did like a one-on-one recorded debate with. He was one of the people I actually wanted to speak to.
Yeah, I've been talking to Zanuck for years now. I mean, we got Coriolis DMs going back like 2-3 years now.
Yep.
Mostly I wanted to speak to him I just wanted to have him walk into his own, like an own contradicting statement. Because he constantly double speaks and he'll just quickly like say something, talk right through
Move over it, yep.
We all listen to him double speak, and we wait for him to stop so we could address it, but he's already moved on so much. And if in the one-on-one, I basically just let him do it, and then after he finally stopped, I just addressed the double speak, and that's like all I really wanted to do. I kept asking him, okay, show me a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. And for like 10 minutes, every demonstration he gave me involved a fish tank. And then after, I was like, okay, you kept bringing up a fish tank. That's a container. But at the time, I was super interested in the gas pressure stuff. It was all kind of new to me. And I thought he would be like the whiz kid gas pressure guy to explain to me how it would work on a globe bottom.
They missed like a clear explanation that they could use for why gas stays here. I'm never going to give it to them. I know it's cunnish, but I don't really care. I'm not doing that work for them.
With the temperature gradient?
I'm not saying
temperature.
No, I ain't saying what it is.
I have a couple of reasons for why the gas would stay here, yeah.
Yeah, me too,
Not
bro.
on a globe, but even on flat Earth. Like, I mean,
without a container even, yep. I don't want to argue the point, but...
No, I don't want to argue it now either.
But I ain't giving them ideas either. But they don't claim that. They claim gravity, so... Like,
I claim that it gets so cold that the helium freezes and becomes a super solid, and that there is, in fact, a solid layer above us somewhere that you can't see, and it happens to be transparent.
Mm-hmm. Very good theory. I don't feel like I need to give them an explanation for it that they could use because they already have a full claim in play. So they can't backtrack on it.
I mean, I've used the thing where, the gas is more dense than nothing. And the temperature gradient, hot air rises, it gets cold, falls back down. That's what cold air does. Once it gets cold, it falls.
Charles' law, right? Gas becomes less excited. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've used the temperature gradient before in my arguments.
Yeah, that's all well and good.
And the relative density part. Relative density really doesn't work for gas though, because if it did, if that's how it worked, we would have it layers.
Yeah,
there'd be a layer in the ground.
Yeah, we wouldn't
be
have
able
a dynamic weather system either.
You wouldn't be able to breathe. Yeah, you'd fucking suffocate on the ground because it'd be all, CO2 or something. Whatever the heaviest is.
We'd have a layer at a certain altitude in which we would have to keep our heads at.
Yeah, like all the oxygen would be here, all the nitrogen would be here. Yeah.
Hey, Electric. What's going to be your tactic with your debate coming up with Ruhif and Jesse?
Bro, you're debating Ruhif.
No, that's not me. Electric.
Me?
Yeah, Electric.
I'm debating Ruhif.
Somebody just posted that you and Kiwi are going up against Ruhif and Jesse.
Oh, that happened already.
Oh, that's an old one? Oh, okay. Never mind.
That was a good debate. I mean, it wasn't even really a debate. We just had a conversation.
Oh, okay. It was just a live discussion.
You know what it's like when the new guys debate like Ruhif or McToon or Fight the Flatter? It's like when you ever see the Globe. You ever see the Globetrotters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Harlem Globetrotters?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the Globetrotters? Not the Flat Earth.
Not the brand new Flat Earthers.
Definitely not the Globetrotters.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's probably what happened the other day at Shane's. But then you're saying
last night.
I've performed live. Like I actually went on a tour. I've done live sound. I've been rapping forever. I've done 30 battles. I've had people try to boo me in the middle of a rap round.
You've had rap battles?
I consider it a debate. To me, I was just looking at it whatever.
You've done 30 rap battles? What's your rapper name?
I'm not exposing my rap identity.
Sorry. You did anything at King of the Dot?
Talking about my raps.
Did you do anything at King of the Dot?
What'd you say? No, I've never performed.
Grind Time.
No, it's just been on Discord. So they have Discord battle community.
Oh.
But if I were to battle live, I might be good. But I haven't done it.
Were you on Smack?
Dude, that'd be crazy.
Yo, I'll invite you to a rap server if you want, Electric.
But yeah, I've been so the Discord battles, like through the video game, man, it's like you can't deal with how crazy people want to act as an audience with no identity, no consequence for what they say. It's just like, okay, like you just gotta deal with how crappy people want to act.
Bro, you can say anything you want in a rap battle anyways. Did you ever hear Arsenal?
Yeah, he's terrible. Dude, he just did something he was battling someone and he brought up someone else's just recently passed away's mother and he wasn't even battling them.
That's what I mean. That's what he does. You can say anything in a rap battle. There's really nothing's off limits.
Yeah, Electric, I DM'd you.
Oh yeah, guys, please.
Oh, cool. You're in here, Crack? I didn't know that. I was in this at one point years ago. I think this is this one must be 3 years old, right?
Yeah, I don't know actually. Maybe.
I was in here before.
Oh, okay. It's not a bad one, you know. It's not bad. I won a competition in there before.
Won like
$300. Yeah, I won like $300 in a competition in there before.
Because I've been watching Smack and all that crap forever. Now my brother, you know what my brother tells me? He goes like, dude, we listened to such negative stuff growing up, like people screaming into our ears and all the negative, like, you know, context of music. And he strictly like won't. He acts like all this stuff is like the devil. Like he's like hardcore religious about it.
That's fair, but is the FE as well?
Yeah, my brother, he's the one that put me onto Flat Earth.
Makes sense though. I get that. I've met many guys that are like that. You know, it ain't just one.
Last night, so here's how it went. Democ was first against Fight the Flat Earth. You can imagine how that went. And some guy named Cracker went, right? Some guy named Cracker went. That was just fucking terrible. He did horrible. Then Shane went at him for like a couple minutes, and he was doing okay. He kind of got beat up on the 3-body thing and let Fight the Flat Earth act like they had a solution for it. Then Witsit came in. Then after that, it was just fucking floor wiping. They got the floor mopped. It was fucking brutal.
Yeah, that's when I was there.
Guys, please, if you're not a seasoned vet, don't go up against guys like McToon and Flat Earth, please.
Yeah, literally.
I was feeling so confident before that debate. I was like, it doesn't matter. I'm going to do it outside. I'm going to purposely walk around a park and randomly lose service amongst the trees. And that's exactly what I did. I was like, and plus I was outside and it was like 10 o'clock, so the park was empty. So I was yelling at Fight the Flat Earth. Like I had no control over the volume of my voice. Like if I was in my house, that would have went different. So I purposely made it a shit show, I feel like, with that guy. Like I let him trigger me. I was outside, so I was just like yelling back at him. It was stupid. It was terrible.
Yeah, like if you're not having a good day and you personally know your mind ain't working at like I wouldn't debate him if I wasn't feeling good on the day. I ain't that dumb.
Dude, I never was going to. You know, I probably never would have debated him if it wasn't he was looking for it was like whatever was going on at the time. I was like, whatever. Nobody wants to do it. I will. Like apparently all these Globers were going around saying, everybody's afraid to debate McToon. And I was just sitting right there like, I'll debate him right now. What the fuck are you talking about? And then they're like, no, let's schedule it. They kept muting me and telling me we have to schedule a debate. But McToon was right there. I was trying to talk to him. He was like talking shit about Witsit. And I went to respond to him. And then some guy kept fucking talking right through me like, shut up. No, we have to schedule a debate. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking through me for? Like, I'm trying to answer what McToon said.
Yep.
And then 10 minutes later, the guy literally says, yeah, nobody wants to debate McToon. Everybody's scared to debate him. I'm like, dude, I was right here trying to talk to dude about his position on the globe. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then they set it up. They scheduled it. And then that's how I ended up in a little flow of debating people. But I never cared to fucking do a modern day debate like setting for this stuff.
Nah, yeah. Fuck that. Bun that, bro. Bun that.
I got respect for anybody that does do it. I mean, it takes some level of confidence.
I've helped a lot of people prepare for these debates, like without a doubt. Like, yeah, we've done that over the years. Like, even we've done that over the years with Witsit. Like, you know what I mean? But like for me to actually go and do it, like, I don't know. Like for me, I don't even feel like there's enough to even talk or debate about at this point. Like, I'm pretty bored with like the whole thing.
It is fucking boring at this point.
Thank you. Yeah, I knew you'd agree.
I spent like 2 years for 15 hours a day in gems. It's just not even, and then countless hours here on Brandon's. Like, it's just not even. You just know what everyone's gonna say at this point. It's like Groundhog's Day.
Yeah.
Yo, you know, something still really stands out to me about that day that they set up the debate with MC Toon. I couldn't help but feel like the guy rolling my boulder was something like MC Toon's assistant or something. It was the weirdest thing. Like, he literally has people around him that like manage his interactions with people. Like, he doesn't let flat earthers talk to him when he's in Discord. Like, there's a guy there that will fundy mute you and say, no, you're not going to talk to McToon. So right off the bat, like, talking to this guy rolling my boulder, I was like, yo, who the fuck is this guy?
He's very weird, by the way.
With McToon. Like, I don't want to do that. I don't give a fuck about that.
That rolling my boulder guy is kind of weird, you know? Like, I've had him literally flirt with me before trying to get unbanned from, like, a server.
And then somebody told me that they were researching who I was before the debate. So they set it up. They put it, like, fucking a couple days away or a week away or whatever. And then they were asking about me to random people, apparently. Like, nobody really knows who I am around here yet. Like, I'm new. So they just exposed themselves as being fucking weird to me. Like, I don't know. I didn't go and research or watch any of their videos.
When did you pop up, Electric? Like, I feel like I've known you for a little while. But then
I feel like I knew you from a different server, Crack Villain. I think I've seen you in a religious server like years ago.
Yeah, I already felt like I knew you immediately when I first heard you speak. It was weird.
I joined Earth Awakenings around December or January or November. I can't remember. It was 2021.
I'll let you know later.
Like January. No, it was. Oh man, why am I saying this wrong?
I'll wait there. I'll click your name. You joined on April the 5th, 2022. Yeah, April. The 5th of April you joined here. But then I don't know if that's when you originally came here, though.
No, that's not when I originally came here. Wait, is it April 2022?
Have you ever left the server and then came back?
No.
Then yeah, that's when you joined the server. If you click on a profile of someone like in the VC column, like don't click on their actual profile, but as it is in this server, you click on them. It comes up like members since, and then it will have the Earth Awakening bit says April the 5th, 2022. Members since 2019 of Discord. Yo, what up, Skylane, bruh? Oh wait, I'll be back in a minute.
I was a flat earther. I keep calling myself a flat earther. I gotta stop doing that. I believe that the Earth was a stationary plane before I fucking came into Discord. I was so surprised to hear that there was a Discord for this. I was like, what the fuck? You gotta be kidding me. Like, what am I doing in this politics server? Like, in the politics server, you're listening to, like, kids argue about communism. They don't ever fucking, like, care to listen to what you're saying. There's some older men, there's, like, people that will talk to you, but it's few and far between.
Yeah.
And I would never try to fucking talk about the shape of the Earth. Like, those kids are fucking crazy. They just want to talk about how Hitler's cool and all this other stupid shit.
You know the politics server, right? Some of the top members in there, right? They will literally ring me up and get me to. They don't know I'm a flat earther at all, right? Like whatever the fuck that means. They will get me to come in because they will use me as like their expert for like physics. It's fucking hilarious, bro.
Oh, like when they want somebody. Oh, that's funny. Oh,
yeah. Yep. Yeah. It's kind of bad. I feel like feeding them misinformation sometimes, but I don't, obviously. Like, I can tell them what the globe narrative currently is. Like, we could talk about, what they're saying quantum mechanics actually is, versus, what they think quantum entanglement really is, or what it means versus what it actually is. What's actually going on. What that means for different fields of study. But yeah, like these people, like these people, bro, they were like, yo, crack, can you come in? Like, someone's trying to talk some bullshit about this, like, and I'm like, bro, like, if they knew I was a flat earther in their eyes,
My friend actually, his job is to attend all of the expositions and the conventions where they hold like quantum technology, like events.
Oh, really?
His job is like, I hate talking about him because he's not in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I wish you guys could talk to my friend, man. He works for like these people that manufacture technology for satellites.
Ah, what? Cool.
But he's totally a dickhead. Like, he will not. He does not believe Earth is flat, not even a little bit. It's crazy.
Well, he wouldn't, would he? It's like his whole fucking job is based around, proportionality of what he, things that he knows and understands would fundamentally change. He makes his living from that shit, Like, imagine like your whole worldview changes, to where like all every day at work or every time you go to work, the people that you're listening to, the relative experts in the subject, right? Like, you're just like, I personally know that what they're talking about is a load of bollocks, right? But yeah, I still have to like listen to it in depth and in detail and understand it from their point of view, assuming that there's an antecedent relationship of truth with what's being spoken. Like, that must be fucking weird. What happened?
Yeah, what's funny is the person that I was just talking about, he's actually under like what's it called?
I cut out. Sorry.
Oh, were you saying something?
No, I cut out and I've only just got back.
My friend that works with this company or whatever, he didn't even let me speak about certain shit because they are apparently at like the forefront of quantum technology. So one of their things that they, I guess, have patents for the design, and they have like disclosure agreements and stuff that they can't talk about what they're doing. So they just presented one of their things at some convention that I'm allowed to talk about now. And it's like the drop of the cesium atom, and like they freeze it in like a cold chamber. And it's like a gravity sensor or whatever. And this is like something that they use to like compute the rate as something drops at like a micro speed, using like their sensors are like so tuned to like something moving so fucking slow apparently. And this is how they can translate it to light. I guess they know how to like control light on this scale now. Like what my friend tries to explain to me is crazy. I wish he would just come in here and talk.
Yeah, like you could. Well, I suppose if he doesn't want to talk about the flat Earth stuff, like he might not want to. Yeah, you're right. Be cool if you would do like a Q&A though, right?
Yeah, actually, that you know what? I just thought of such a good idea. Like we could have an event. We could schedule an event, and I convince him to have a formally scheduled event where people get to ask him questions, and he would do it, and it would be very interesting. I know that would be fucking sick. It could be like him being introduced to the server in a way.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? I invited him into the other server, and one of the owners literally cursed him out and didn't let him speak, and I was like so ashamed. I was like, dude, I've been like wanting my friend to come into the server and talk about his job, and the owner like cursed him out. I'm like, what is wrong with you? And then he talked shit about my friend. I'm like, dude, I've known him longer than I know you. Like, I'm not about to take your side.
Yeah, fuck that. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's kind of annoying, for real. Yeah, that's kind of...
The first thing they asked, like, the first thing he asked is, are you a glober or a flat earther? And he said, I don't have to fucking... He said, I don't want rolls or something. He's like... And then he asked him to change his picture because he has the default white picture. And he was like, oh, I'm not changing my picture for you. And then he kept telling him to change his picture. I was like, this is...
Oh, my days. What the fuck? That's embarrassing right there. That's kind of... Yeah, that's annoying. Because I've got friends that are like, put it this way, they're professionals that, you know, have jobs that like people would love to be able to talk to them, but I've had a couple of bad experiences as well like that myself. Like I got a friend.
But if you like treat this dude like appropriate, like he is like a fucking British gentleman. Like he wears a suit every day to work. So you can't just like bring him somewhere and expect him to just like get violated. Like he'll just leave.
Yeah, without a doubt. I would too, though. I would too. Like if I went somewhere new and they were just trying to violate me, yeah, fuck that. I'd be gone. He wears a suit to work every day. That's brilliant.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. I didn't like how he got treated so far, but I think in here, if he came here, I don't think that would be the case.
Nah, he wouldn't get treated like that in here at all. I don't imagine that would be the case.
I think he would make friends with all the Globers. I think all the Globers would love him and want to talk to him about his job. Yeah, his job is interesting. What he does is fucking crazy because I know he does it. He goes to the Saddaloon launches and he observes his equipment like get launched, and he has to be at each one. He's a manager of projects, and he goes where his technology goes for the company that his technology pans out and around. See, I'm talking about his job too much. This is what I was not allowed to do. I'm trying to be vague, but it's impossible.
Yeah, that's one of them. How did you meet him? Do you know him in real life, or do you know him from Discord? Like,
I met him through a video game when I was younger, and we stayed in communication all these years.
No way, that's fucking cool, man. Dude, you want to know what happened to me? Yeah, right. So one day I had a rugby match, right, and I was playing against a Welsh team. So we were playing against the south of Wales, right, and I was playing for the south of England. Anyway, right, I was like 18 at the time, and I had this dude that since I was like, I don't know, maybe like 12 years old or some shit, I think. Very young anyway. I played Gears of War with him like every day for years. We've been in the same clan, right? On there, like we were some of the best players in the world on that game. Won loads of tournaments. We even won money doing this, right? Anyway, it ends up that I go to this match, right? And like he played rugby too, yeah. And he says like we actually played on that morning for like an hour before we went to a match. He was like staying at at one of his relatives' houses, yeah, and he wasn't in Wales. So I don't know, I didn't even think about it. But anyway, I get to the rugby match we're playing against this Welsh team, and like legit, like this dude, right? We're in the scrum, and I hear him speak, and I'm like, bro, I'm like, no fucking way. I'm like, why didn't you tell me you were playing a rugby match today? And he was like, I don't know, I just didn't really think about it. And I'm like, yeah, you're staying away from home. I said, like, and then he's like, wait, it was like, you know what I mean? It was one of the moments where, like, the moment he heard my voice and I heard his voice, we realized, like, the person that you've been playing online with for that many years, you're stood in front of them in real life about to play a game against them, you know? It's proper weird, bro. End up meeting someone that you met on, you know, on a game in real life, on a chance encounter as well. Not like you arranged to meet up, just a chance encounter, dude, you know? Crazy shit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he came, like, I had him come and stay at my house and shit for like an extra like few days after, like, because he had family in my town. That's why he was staying away from home, and he knew he had the tournament coming up in the area, so that's why he like traveled down a few days early, stayed at his family member's house. And then the family member that he was staying with was like his cousin, who was like one of my best friends from school. And I get to school and I'm like, Shelly, why didn't you tell me, like, you know, college at the time, not school, but you know what I mean. Ah, fuck.
I forgot I have push to talk on.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, similar to me, man. Fucking my older brother was super good at Halo. Like, we used to fucking mod our Xboxes and like paint our controllers and go to the LAN center down the street and bet that we sucked at the game, but we still bet money that we could beat people. But we were actually really fucking good because we had like a modded Xbox and we'd use Xbox Connect and play Halo online, even though there wasn't Xbox Live yet.
Yeah.
My older brother ended up getting super fucking good and playing in tournaments and winning. And then because we were in New Jersey, like all the good Halo players were like local. So we ended up getting mad good at Halo. And my brother ended up actually like being in the hotel rooms at MLG events with like the original winners of the MLG tournaments, like Strange Purple and Ogre 1 and Ogre 2 and fucking Walshy. Like those were all like, those dudes have been in my house.
No
like,
way, that's
he's
cool.
come and stayed at my house. Insidious, that dude, we were good friends with him when he made that video that Halo promoted. It was like he made some kind of cinematographic video.
That's cool, man. Yeah, do you remember MLG gaming, bro? That was like, yeah. Fuck.
All those dudes used to fucking hang out with my older brother. All the fucking professional Halo players. He still knows all those dudes and fucking, he made a career out of it. Literally. He used to win hella money. My brother ended up running tournaments because he was winning them all. And then he became like a coordinator of tournaments. And then he got a job as like, literally, he was like a producer of like the camera shots they were taking during the finals. Like he was the one that gave them the idea, like point the camera at his face. Okay, now point it at this moment. And what was like being displayed on like the big Jumbotron in the convention center. And yeah, he like turned all that into a career. It's kind of crazy.
That's quite dope, man. That's dope. Yeah, that's dope. Ah, what?
That's why it's crazy to me, because with all these people and everybody's super smart and we have all these good ideas about finding out the nature of the earth. If there's a good enough idea, I could present it to people in my family, like, and we could actually make something like huge happen. Like my brother he produces movies. My uncle's machinist. If we have invention ideas, like we could come up with something good enough, like we could work together, make something work. We could actually make it come to life. Like we got the right people here for anything.
Oh, legit. Cool, man.
Yeah, that's why I kept trying to press. Bacon just showed up. I'm pressing him about this freaking celestial navigation on a flat map model. Like all the time when I run into him, I'm like, "Yo, man, celestial navigation works on a flat map. How do we make
Look
this?"
at that. You see the thing that I just posted?
Hold on.
Oh, I'm second. I'm getting a phone call.
Fuck you, Bacon. Don't tell him I said that.
That's a
Rakia.
nice picture.
I'm back.
That's a nice picture.
Have you seen the thing I sent? You seen the referring to the thing I sent?
Yeah. Who's that?
Yeah.
Who's there? Who's that?
Oh, it's your picture. You sent a GIF before, with the star trios somewhere, in some of the hemispheres. You can see both rotations, both opposite rotations, in a 360 GIF, right?
Oh yeah, somebody posted that randomly one day, and I just like it.
Right. So the thing about 360 photographs is that each point of the photograph comes from a different direction around the camera, right? So what I did was to wrap around that image around a sphere of vision, let's say. So if you wrap that picture around you in such a way that it matches what you're seeing, you get that sphere around your head. And if you that's what I did with the picture. So those frames that I sent are all from that sphere. So on that sphere, you can see that the path of the stars are all kind of parallel. They're all like side by side. There's no converging or divergence. Does that make sense?
Electric, you're on push to talk, remember, dude.
Oh shit, sorry. Yeah, you're saying that that the paths of the stars aren't even being represented in the
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Craig Villain's hot mic too loud.
You're saying that the paths of the stars in that GIF is not the true paths. It's clearly a distorted image because it's a 360 camera. I get you.
Yeah, well, it's not that it's distorted. It's just to reveal that even though you have two opposite points of rotation, they can still be traveling side by side without converging or diverging. Because that's like that sphere represents your field of view, and within that sphere they don't converge or diverge, which means they also don't converge or diverge in your field of view. They just go side by side.
If it was a 360 camera, you're saying.
Yeah, it is. Right. That GIF specifically.
But we still see star trails. They would appear to diverge with the naked eye. We still see that though.
No, not with the naked eye, because the naked eye preserves angular size, right? So it like the back of your eye is curved just like the sphere is, and the path of the star trails in your retina, because they get projected in your retina, they follow something similar to what you see on that sphere. So within the curves, the curve of your eye, the curvature of your retina, those light paths, they end up being side by side. So we wouldn't experience the diverging or converging with the naked eye. We can still see them going side by side. They're not getting further or closer to each other. Their separation is constant.
Wait a second. What are you trying to say? You're trying to say... I'm not even going to try to reiterate what you said.
I'm saying with the naked eye, there is no convergence or divergence between the stars.
So what causes the apparent divergence we see?
Yeah, that exists in photographs because they're flat, unlike your eye, and unlike that sphere.
So you're saying that only happens because of a lens?
Not necessarily a lens, but a flat image. Like a flat image will always have divergence or convergence of lines that are like side by side in your field of view, even if they are not curved.
So then you're saying that if I use a lens, like a, what is it called, a rectilinear lens, then I wouldn't get that apparent divergence?
You still would. Whatever photograph will have convergence, or the photographs are always going to have.
But isn't a rectilinear lens supposed to make it just like your eye, like with your naked eye?
No. If you look at a rectilinear lens, then you see with your eye with no distortion. But the rectilinear picture does not match the picture that your retina is taking, let's say. So your retina is taking a curved picture. And rectilinear lens produces a flat one. All cameras produce a flat picture, just like the one you sent, the GIF you sent. That's a flat
So the
GIF.
apparent divergence when you're looking with your naked eye is because of your eyeball, and when you look at apparent divergence in a photo, it's because it's a flat pic. I don't understand what you're saying.
Oh, the naked eye doesn't see convergence or divergence of
I've
the
never
stars.
seen this divergence just go away. Like you claim that it's just not there sometimes.
No, every time you're looking in your computer, that's a flat screen. There is no way to put that on a flat screen in such a way that they don't converge or diverge. The only way you can put the star trails somewhere that they're not going to converge or diverge is on a curved surface, on a spherical surface. And that happens in your eye. That's what I'm saying. It's never going to happen on your screen, but it does happen in the back of your eye. And it does happen if you project that into a spherical surface. It has nothing to do with the Earth being a sphere, though. This is completely. It's just a sphere because our field of view, works like a sphere of vision.
What's causing the apparent divergence when we got a time lapse of the star trails? What's causing that?
What caused that is the fact that you're taking flat pictures. Like all pictures are flat, right? No lens. It's not about the lens. It's about the picture. Yeah, so lines don't work the same on flat surfaces as they work in curved surfaces, right? If you try to, if you can't draw like two lines on the surface of a sphere, and you can't start them as parallel and keep them parallel. If you start them as parallel, they're going to meet at some point. If you draw them on the surface of a sphere, right? That doesn't happen with flat surfaces. There's a fundamental difference.
What sphere? The sphere you're standing on, or the celestial sphere the stars rotating in?
No, this is something about spheres in general. The reason I'm mentioning that is because that applies to your eye. That's why I'm saying that. So it'd be your eye,
you
the
don't
sphere of
see
your
divergence because your eye is a sphere. You don't see divergence.
Exactly. The not that your eye is a sphere, but the shape of your retina is
the
spherical.
only reason we see divergence in stars is because of pictures we take.
Yes, because they're flat. Exactly.
That's absurd.
No, that's how it works.
What works? Like I don't even know what you're trying to get. Why though? Like why are you even arguing this?
Well, I think it's an interesting point. If you don't think that there's a point there, it's fine. I think it's interesting. Maybe if I show you the three-dimensional thing, it might make sense.
No, I know why people have to make this point, because if it were actually true that the positions of the stars, like their distance between them was increasing, like the divergence we see, if that were actually the case, your stars can't be bazillions of light years away. That's why you have to figure out a crazy explanation for it.
Oh, it's not a crazy explanation. I can replicate that. So, just go with me in a thought experiment. Let's say there is a pair of hula hoops, right? And you put them side by side, so no divergence or convergence between them. They're completely parallel. If you put a camera right in the middle of those two hula hoops, centered in the very middle of both of them, they will appear to diverge away from the center of the camera. And that's going to happen on a flat picture of the hula hoops taken from the camera inside of the hula hoops. So in the top and bottom of the photograph, the hula hoops are going to be more spread than in the middle of the picture. But we know they're not actually getting more spread. They have the same distance all the way through. So why are they looking more separated in the edges compared to the center? Well, because that's how the cameras work, how photographs work. But if you put your head inside of the hula hoops, you won't feel like they're spreading. You feel like they're the same separation.
No, the distance to the edge of the hula hoop, where it appears to be diverging further away from the part that's closer to you, that's due to perspective.
Yeah, it's due to what's the position that they end up with inside of the
you're
camera.
invoking that the stars are local now. Now you're saying that the divergence is because of some kind of local perspective.
No. This has nothing to do with being local because you can.
I'll post a GIF right now.
Sorry. What do you say? I just letting you know I gotta leave in 3 minutes, but I'll be back later. I have a meeting for around 3 minutes.
This GIF is on my iCloud. Hold on, I gotta save it again. All right, sorry for the wait.
That's fine. But by the way, I gotta go in just a couple minutes. But I'll be back.
Your example with the hula hoops is only possible if the hula hoops line are local. And you're seeing that apparent divergence because of perspective. Like if you're putting the camera in the center of the two hoops, you're seeing those lines diverge because of perspective.
Well, but
you can't use that example to act like that's what the stars are doing because now your stars are local.
Well, no, but I mean, you can make those hula hoops as big as you want. That's not gonna change it. I can show that in Blender. If you just scale the hula hoops by 1,000 times, it doesn't change anything about what the camera is seeing. If it's centered in the center of the hula hoop.
So now you're saying that it doesn't even matter the size or the distance. This is the problem. It's like you definitely don't got a model down if you could just change the size and distance of everything.
No, but this is not about the whole model. This is about a unique point that I'm making. What I'm trying to explain to you is not related to Earth being a globe and stars being either far or local. What I'm trying to explain you is just how a flat picture is different than a curved picture. You can try to apply what I'm saying to the celestial sphere, and I think I can account for all that, but that's not the point that I'm making. Just to make that clear.
Okay, I don't want to hold you up. We'll talk again later.
All right. I'll be right back then.
It's hard work defending the globe when you got diverging star trails. I just have to speak this because me thinking it is pissing me off. But if you got two parallel hula hoops, and you're holding them out in front of you, and you want them to appear to diverge, yeah, you could just change your position, and to say that they'll only appear to diverge with a camera is not true. Right? You could definitely see divergence with your naked eye. I don't know why he's saying you can't. I don't know why. We see apparent divergence in all apparent parallel lines. So why do the stars have to be the one thing that don't do that?
Does that JS stand for JavaScript?
JS?
Yes.
No, it's Johann Sebastian.
Not JavaScript then.
What's up?
What's up?
Off the presses, the president of India, his name is Joko Dodo or Jokui Dodo. Just thought that was interesting. I heard that on NPR and found it remarkable. There you go.
Yo, I see. Are you there? Yeah, I'm here.
Man, I wish I could memorize the 11 vectors off the top of my head.
I'm driving now, but when I get home, I could read them out again if you like.
Yeah, I feel like everybody should know them, right? You might want to know about where we're going on this crazy crash course.
Yeah, really, man, for real. Ricky, are you there?
Sorta. Been up all night, sleeping in my truck.
I hear you. Where is everybody today?
I haven't a clue.
Hmm.
Where are we? Are we on Geos?
We're in Geos, yeah. Is everybody over at the other one?
I have no idea. I think I've just been sitting here. I hadn't. I spoke up a little bit this morning. This morning when I was driving, but that was it. Yeah, we worked all day yesterday. I kind of out of town, like out of the furthest that I basically go. And then I went over there and spent the night before. Drove home, worked all night last night on a huge pour, and then I'm at another pour right now. Everybody's
Shit.
pushing before Christmas. You know, they're trying to get everything done.
I hear that. Wow.
So we're as busy as we've ever been. Like crazy, big years, the biggest years. All my I got another truck coming in, but even all my other businesses, Crest Concrete, my dump trucks and things like that were just balls to the wall. Hey, I'll be back in a little bit.
All right.
What's up? What's up, guys?
Hey, Jeremy, what's up, man?
Chilling. How we doing?
Good.
Fucking, did you listen to that Fight the Flat Earth shit last night?
No. What was it?
Oh, God. Not good for us. If you're a flat earther, not good.
That clown, what could he possibly do?
Bro, he mopped the floor with them. He mopped the floor with them dudes. I mean, Witsit did good. Shane did okay, kinda. Not really, but everyone else got fucking mollywopped, whatever that means.
Really?
Yeah, dude. Okay, Democ was first. How you think that went?
Let's skip that one.
Skip that one. Okay, then there was some guy named Cracker that went next. He did fucking terrible.
I can't remember. I think I was there, though. I can't remember. You're talking about Fight the Flat Earth, right?
Yeah, last night.
Oh, last night.
Yeah.
No, I missed that.
Then after this cracker guy who did fucking terrible, I don't know what rock he crawled out from. But then Shane went up against him. He did kind of okay, not really. He could have done better with the 3-body problem. But whatever, he's new. So, I mean, you shouldn't be going up against Fight the Flat Earth if you're new or you don't know your shit. Like, it's like, you ever see the Globetrotters? It's like the Globetrotters are the Globers, and you have these new flat earthers that don't know what they're doing, and they're just getting their shit rocked. It's fucking embarrassing.
It was that bad? For fuck's sake.
Yeah, man. What, dude? There's professional globe. It's like the Globetrotters.
Yeah.
You have somebody in the NBA going against like a fucking high school. It's like LeBron going up against rolling up to the park and just start playing with random dudes. Like he's gonna crush them.
Damn. I gotta listen to it. Was it that freaking bad?
Like I said, Witcher
I mean,
did
the
all right.
guy, okay, I mean, I had a couple of goes with him. I was making him say all kinds of crazy shit. He was telling me merry-go-rounds are 2D and all kinds of shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where the hell's do you have access to that other server? Have a look. Is everybody in there?
Oh, I don't know. I left that shit. One of the top mods asked me to leave. I was like, "Are you going to ban me?" He's like, "No."
What?
He's like, "I just asked you to leave." I was like, "All right, whatever. I'm out."
They asked you to leave. What the fuck, man? Well, me, I left on my own.
Yeah. I'm good, bro. Like we just spent a year trying to get people up out of the shit show.
Yeah, we're good here, man.
We try to keep it, as moderated as possible. Granted, with the people we're dealing with, it's not that easy, but whatever.
You got to keep an eye on these stones and that other idiot because they're here to ruin this place. You know that, right?
Yeah, them guys come in just to fuck around.
Yeah. And he had the nerve yesterday to say it live that this place ain't good enough for him to do debates. I almost flipped out. Well, I did flip out a bit. I took it personal.
Who said that?
Imagine.
Who?
Gambino.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Fucking goofball.
Yeah. Imagine somebody asked. I asked him, "You're gonna tell me that Gio's place here that you are right now that ain't good enough for you?" He goes, "No, that's not good enough for me."
I almost felt like kicking him right away. Like, dude, if we're not good enough to have a debate here, what are you even doing here? Beat it,
bro.
I almost kicked him right away, but I'm like,
telling you, this guy's a big
fucking allowed in here.
Yeah. This guy's here only to cause trouble, to ruin the server.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't be in here if he wasn't allowed on the other one. Yeah, he got booted out of the other one.
I'd be over there.
Sorry?
Hang up. He'd probably be over there fucking that place up. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he already did. He shut it down.
No, I heard.
That's why they booted him. The piece of garbage.
I guess Negator gave him mods and then something fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, Witsit got muted yesterday.
What?
McToon muted fucking Witsit over at Shane's.
Oh. Well, isn't Witsit a mod there?
They be having like mod wars or something. I don't know. Flight to Flat Earth was just talking all over Witsit. It was just a total shit show, dude. Just a total shit show. Not a good look for Flat Earth.
Yeah, bro, you know how many DMs he sent me to go on the show? I refused I wouldn't give this guy the time of day, bro.
Fight the flat Earth. Who offered? I still got that fucking delay thing, dude. It's still doing it. That shit I did.
No, you don't.
Did not work. Not right this minute, but it happens on and off. But who offered you to go on a show? Fight the flat Earth?
Yeah. Fight the flat Earth, Maktoon, many times. I wouldn't give these guys the time of day, man. Never mind go on their show. Like, I'll talk to them 10, 15 minutes somewhere, you know, a quick thing. But for me to waste my time, like a whole, no chance in hell, man. We're going to make money on me. Ain't going to happen. But I can't believe he mopped the floor with these guys. Really?
Back and you can be the judge yourself. Go back and listen to it. Despite the part with Witsit and maybe Shane, it wasn't good. Not the parts that I heard. It was in and out of my sleep, so I might have missed some parts. But like the shit I heard was just fucking awful. Like that guy Cuddles, he was getting mopped up. That Cracker guy, you know what Democ does. That's not a good look for it. Like, it's just fucking embarrassing, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, I hear you, Lightwater. Absolutely. How do you say it? I excommunicated him and Stone. I don't give them the time of day anymore. From now on, that's what I'm going to do. With trolls, I ain't going to give them the time of day. That's the best thing you can do. Just ignore them. That's it.
Yeah.
Lightwater is going, listen to the schmuck's voice. Yeah, I hear you, bro. I feel the exact same way.
Oh. Getting fucking cold out, SE. Is it freezing up there yet or what?
No, bro, it's the opposite here, man. It's freaking it snowed just once. My grass is freaking green. Today it's like what for you guys, let's say, well, you'll find it cold, but for us it's like 40, 45.
Oh, that ain't bad. I'm just saying
for us,
winter's coming. It's obvious winter's coming.
yeah, it's on its way.
I love Montreal. Montreal's awesome, bro. We used to go there all the time when we were kids and get wasted. Because you couldn't drink in New York till you were 21.
Yeah.
But you could drink in Canada when you're 18. But we used to go there when we were 16 because it's like, fuck it, you're in a major city. You got an out of country ID. They don't even know what they just look at it like, yeah, go.
Yeah.
And they would just let us drink everywhere.
I remember when we were young, we used to every Saturday night, the weekend, they're always New Yorkers. I met so many New Yorkers down here. It's not funny. Yeah.
Bro,
18, we're
you don't
drinking.
even want to know. You don't even want to know what we used to do to get money for those trips, bro. It's crazy.
How would you come down, by car or you take bus? How would you guys do it?
Oh, we drive right down. One time we drove and this chick forgot her ID, so we kept going from checkpoint along the border. Finally, at the third one, the guy's like, "Yo, we know you have a person in your car that doesn't have an ID. You're not getting through." We were like, "Fuck."
How do you know? How do they know?
Because they communicate with each other. We had already gone through two already. That we tried to hide her under a blanket on the first one, which didn't work. This was back in the 90s, mind you, so it really wasn't like it is now. You could get through without a passport or any kind of special ID. All you needed was just your New York State license.
Yep. I remember back then we have like Canadian citizenship card, just a little card with a picture. We used to go right through, no sweat.
Yeah.
Hello, how y'all doing? Where are you heading? New York. Have a nice day, sir. That was
it was really that easy to slide. Well, they used to pull me over to the side all the time. You know, we'd be
Not me, bro.
I know, but I'd have a car full of kids. They'd ask me, where are we going? What are we doing? I didn't have no good answers any of the time. Like, they're like, what do you do for work? I was like, oh, I don't work. And I'd have like a brand new sports car. They always pulled me over. One time my boy had a blunt rolled, a nice fat blunt rolled up, right? The guy pulls us over to the checkpoint to the side where they fucking tear your car apart. They check you. So what's my boy do? He throws the blunt in a potato chip bag. There's a garbage can right there when you get out the car. He throws that shit in the garbage can. They check us, check the car. They're like, all right, you guys are clean. We get out. My boy grabs the potato chip bag out the garbage and we bounce.
No way.
Yeah, bro. Fucking hilarious. Terrible security at the border back in the 90s.
Yeah, not anymore. Try to do that now.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, now they know. They know, you know, the juice thing. The people had it in their the pass thing in their phones. They knew before you would hit like the checkpoint. They knew what you had in your car already.
Really?
Like scanning. Yeah.
No shit.
Like they can scan your car from I don't know how many meters away.
Dude, one time I was so mad. We're in Canada. We had a few bucks left over miraculously. Usually we spent every penny we had and we barely got home. But this one time we had money left over. So I was like, yo, let's get some Molson Triple X. That shit's dope as fuck. We'll bring it back. We'll have some good beer when we get home. They fucking took it. I had a whole case, 24 fucking Molsons.
Yeah, fuck. You guys have water beer, man. Yeah, I know. I hear you. Well, I liked one beer when I was in the States. Coors Light.
Yo, people sleep on that beer because let me tell you something about that beer. You can just drink it like water and that shit gets you hammered because you don't even know.
I know, yeah.
That it like creeps up on you like that. I get wasted off some Coors Light. My wife got me drinking Bud Light limes.
I'm sure when you guys had a Canadian beer, you're like the first one got you rocked, no?
I mean, I was a pretty big drinker back then, but no, they were good. Yeah, you get wasted. Dude, one time I had sex with this chick in a car right on open on the street, just a regular car, no tints on the windows or nothing. People were like stopping and watching. Crazy Canada times, bro.
You like them French girls, huh?
No, this was my chick that I brought with.
Oh, that was your girlfriend.
Yeah. We didn't have no hotel room money and shit. One time I woke up to a cop kicking me. We were sleeping in a parking lot because we didn't have nowhere to go. So we found some like supermarket or something and we were just sleeping and the car was mad uncomfortable. So I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna just lay on the ground. It was like summertime or something. And I just woke up to a cop like kicking me. I didn't know what the fuck he was saying. He's speaking French or some shit. I'm like, oh.
You get arrested?
No, he let us go. We weren't doing that. We were just sleeping. Yeah, real quick ride. I think it was like 2 hours and some change, right up the Northway. Boom, you're in Montreal.
You're that close?
Yeah, I'm in upstate New York.
Because it takes me like what, 5 hours to get to New York? 6 hours?
The city, right?
City, yeah. So it must take you. You're a couple hours away then.
I'm 3 hours north of the city, so yeah.
Wow. Okay. Cool.
I'm in the capital of New York, basically, right near there.
Is there anybody else? Yo, Jeremy, why did you guys kick Shane out of the server?
He was posting shit for his server, like events or something.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen other people doing that.
What do they do?
They posted events and like invites to like different servers and shit. People have promoted.
Yeah, we don't mind it once in a while. All right, somebody makes a new server. Okay, post your thing, but like to do it all the time and then having it suck people out of our server and shit.
Oh damn! So what? There's like server wars or something?
There ain't no server war. I mean, there is a war going on against the. There's a war going on against the shit show that make us look bad. I'm definitely in a war against that.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? A war against the shit show?
You don't want a shit show over here?
No, we don't want a shit show, Nate. Are you serious right now?
I mean, you used to be a big part of a shit show over in Gems, bro. Like you was a mod.
I know, and we've spent a long time fixing that and making it much better so that we don't look stupid out here.
Word. You're so business-like. God damn.
Well, I'm just saying, it's not about business. It's about not looking dumb.
Professional. Word. I hear you. But I hear like you also beefing with. Yeah.
Beefing with what?
I heard you beefing with dudes in Shane's server.
Bro, and I mean this with all due respect. So I'm about to say something fucking horrible, but dude, them guys is fucking suck. It's a huge shit show. They got Fight the Flat Earth and McToon over there. They're getting their ass handed to them every fucking time. Fucking embarrassing. It's not a good look for us as a community.
Damn.
I mean, the Globers don't care. It's whatever for the Globers, but for us, it's different.
Word. I hear you.
We spent a long time trying to come up out that shit show, bro. I was screaming at people, calling names every day, right? That shit don't happen no more too much. Every once in a while, I get a little excited, but.
Oh, I hear you. But then how are you going to get the server popping? Like, it's mad full in Exchange server right now. It's like 20 people deep, bro.
Yeah, they're fucking no loyalty having ass motherfuckers. That shit ain't gonna last, bro. They got mods. Yo, Witsit got muted yesterday. They got muted over there yesterday.
By who?
By McToon.
Where?
Over at Shane's.
Is he a mod over there?
I don't. They have some weird thing going on. I don't know. Easy to do this modding thing. Like people think it's just so easy to do this modding thing. It's dumb hard.
Word. I mean, bro, you talk about loyalty. Like, you up at Abandoned Gems, didn't you?
What's up?
No, I'm saying it. You know, it's weird hearing you talk about loyalty when you like up an Abandoned Gem Panda server, right?
Yeah, bro, those aren't even my people. I should have never even been in there.
What do you mean, bro? They love you over there.
Cool, I like some of them guys, but those aren't my people. The flat earthers are my people.
I thought I was your people there, Jeremy. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Like for real, I still got love for them guys, some of them, but they just ain't my people like that.
Jeremy, I thought I was your people.
Lael, you are a fucking liability for your own people, so you're not my people.
I want to be your people, though.
You can't be my people, Lael.
Please?
Absolutely not.
Jeez.
Absolutely not, Lael.
Yeah,
that's rough, man. That's rough.
That's fucked
liability,
up.
Nate. That's fucking Nate. Don't try. Don't even try.
I plead the fifth, yo. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. What's up, Lael? How we doing today? What do you got?
I don't got nothing.
Yo, Lael, how come like you don't hang out in Gem Pandas anymore? What
Yeah,
happened?
where's your loyalty at?
My loyalty lies with Nate.
With who?
Nate.
With me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so cute.
I
Did you guys
hardly
touch
know
tips?
you,
Nate, Lael said you touched tips before.
I never said one thing of that.
That must have been Kocho.
Oh.
I thought you said you touched tips.
Yeah, that was Leland Kosher, man.
Trust me, it wasn't me and Kosho either. It was me and nobody.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, but Gem Pandas is pretty much up and died, huh? It's fucking dead over there.
Who the hell want to go there?
All the Pinkertons up and left. I thought no, they all went to.
Yeah, the Queen took them away, right, Lel?
I think the Queen killed it.
Yeah.
I hate her. I just dislike
Finally,
her
somebody
attitude.
said it out loud. I hate her. Everybody hates her.
They dislike. They dislike.
I hate her attitude. I don't hate her.
Well, I hate her and her attitude.
Yeah, she kind of took everyone out.
I hate you, SE Montreal.
I know you do. It's okay. No worries.
I actually don't. I'm just kidding.
I know you a long time, Lel, no?
Yeah, I don't hate anybody. Except maybe Nate.
Nah. You're not a bad guy, Lel. You're just model afflicted. I consider you one of the good guys.
What's that new word you've been saying? That new phrase you were saying before?
ECV?
Yeah, say that shit. Talk that shit.
Existential, cognitive, veiling.
Yo, SE always got these wild terms, bro.
What's that mean?
Existential means reality, like cognitive, like your consciousness, and veiling, veiling, like you put the veil down. In other words, when we tell them something like you're traveling at 1,000,000 miles an hour, the veil, the ECV, the veil comes down.
Yeah.
There was that other shit SE always says. What? Diletheism or whatever. Like, goddamn.
Dialetheism, that's one of my favorites. You know what that means, bro?
Yeah, I mean, I found that out from you, bro. I didn't even know there was such a word,
Yeah, I wish I can take credit for it, but these are the things we come up at next level. Somebody says a word, and then
it was nice to see Bevan here the other day. Yesterday.
Yeah, I heard about it. I missed that.
Yeah, they was in here attacking that Jesse guy, right? Bevan 3DP.
Who was it? Bev, Emma?
Bev Emma was here as well. Yeah, it was all in here. They were attacking. What's his face? Jesse, the guy with the squeaky voice.
They were attacking him.
I mean, not attacking, but they kind of ganged up on him. Bevan, the other British guy. Is it 3DP or something?
Oh, DP? Yeah.
DP, yeah. Him and Bev, they like tag teamed the shit out of Jesse.
Bro, you're
Jesse
such a noob,
literally
Nate.
ran away. I'm such a what?
You're such a noob.
What
you don't
do you
know anyone. You don't know anyone in this arena. You don't know none of this shit that gets your. It's like it's your first day every day.
Because I don't pay too much attention, bro. Like, I just like talking to you guys. I don't really.
Nah, I hear you.
Yeah. Pay attention on the peoples and the personalities. I ain't trying to get lost up in this shit, man. Because I see some people spend so much time and money on this stuff. It's crazy.
Who's spending money? I do spend mad time in here, but
yeah, I mean the people that be super chatting and whatnot, sending super chats. It's crazy.
Or super chatters are wilding. I don't know what the fuck. They got more money than sense. Maybe I don't know. I mean, it's not bad to support someone if you like their content. Throw them a couple bucks to support them.
What's the most you ever threw at someone? Be honest.
Bro, be giving racks to panhandlers, bro.
No,
I never super chatted anyone or gave anyone any money. I ain't got it like that.
I don't even believe that, bro. You must have given what's his face Oakley some money.
No, never super chatted anyone. I don't even know how to super chat. I don't even think my YouTube ain't even set up for that.
Mr. Cryptocurrency himself doesn't know how to super chat. Come on.
No, that ain't that. I ain't got money like that, bro.
Word.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I see people throw mad money at these YouTubers. It's fucking crazy.
Well, like I said, if you like someone's content, there's nothing wrong with supporting them. If you want them to keep making content.
I don't know.
Who's getting all the super chats?
Mostly the Globers.
Yeah, that's what I
For
was
real?
thinking.
Yeah, dude.
The
Flat Earthers don't get shit. McToon fight the Flat Earth.
That's it.
So what? Which of them don't get super chats?
Nathan. Who else gets money?
Yeah, I don't think a lot of. I mean, Oakley gets a few bucks, but it ain't nothing compared to like McToons and shit. QE gets a few bucks.
And Nathan makes a living. He ain't doing that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he ain't raking it in. Dude, every time Fight the Flat Earth or McToon do a live stream, they get like $500 or a G or something. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, they make a
wild.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know why people would give these guys even a penny, but yeah.
I'd be surprised if Oakley was making like I don't know because I haven't been watching him lately, but I don't think he's getting it like that. He might be just like scraping by or something. I don't know. Maybe he's doing all right. I don't know.
I don't know for sure, but he's been around for years, so. But
You
definitely
watching that,
doesn't make like McToon and fight the tight shirt.
Fight the tight shirt. You watch Oakley anymore?
Once in a while, I'll tune in and see what's going on. Yeah.
You know what I do is every few months I'll load up his playlist and see if he cut out any like good clips or anything. Because he does be having some good clips. Like there was one with the Kuma virus. Bro, I was crying when I heard that shit. It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, he could get funny when he starts with getting upset and shit.
No, they were all having a go at what. It wasn't even Oakley screaming. It was this was cut into two parts. It was the Kuma virus versus like his whole panel, and they were just roasting him, dude. He's like, yeah, Coriolis effect. It's conservation of momentum. Huey's like, all right, what kind? Like, and Akuma's like, I don't know which kind. So then he comes up with, oh, it's fucking angular conservation of angular momentum. And Kiwi's like, all right, cool. What kind of angular momentum? There's two different kinds. And Akuma virus started crying. He's like, I don't know, man. What the fuck? He's like, oh, all right. So you want us to tell you your claim? Like Akuma's like, no, I don't. Yeah. Akuma's like, no, I don't want you to tell me my claim. I just want you to tell me which kinds of angular velocity there is. And Chocolate's like, which is your claim? So this shit was hilarious, bro. I was crying. But yeah, man. All
Is that
the
true what you were
chats.
saying? Go
What's
ahead,
up?
sorry.
No, what'd you say?
I was gonna make a joke.
Let's
I
hear
was
it.
gonna say, is that true what you were saying about no tanks before?
I don't know. Was he there when Fight the Flat Earth was on? Bro, whoever was in that, shame on you. Shame on you.
Oh, he ain't here no longer. He was sent on a spy mission.
I gotta admit, when I first came, like about a year ago, the globe was getting stepped on around here. Like it was hard to like. It was almost like a landslide. Like I was like, oh my god, like I feel bad for Globers. Like, what do they think they're defending? But yesterday,
Really?
you're right, man. It felt like Fight the Flat Earth had the edge.
Oh, that makes
Did you
me
listen to
sick
that
to
last
hear
night? Were
that.
you there last night?
That's the second
Yeah,
person.
how was it? How was the Fight the Flat Earth and Witsit thing?
Well, I purposely don't speak up whenever that guy's around. I truly don't think he's like worth my time.
That's not what I'm asking.
Everybody that was jumping in, pretty much like I don't even know what people were trying to say to him. It didn't make sense.
Oh, there was people jumping in, like it wasn't a one-on-one.
What I heard, Flat Earth Data and Cuddles and everybody like jumping in. I was getting really confused. That's all. Like I just didn't get it. But that happens sometimes to me. Maybe it did make sense to some people, not to me.
No, man. I did. I thought it was a one-on-one. Okay.
No,
He did. Witsit did 5 minutes. Witsit did like 5-10 minutes with Fight the Flat Earth last night.
I wasn't there for that. When I came in, Fight the Flat Earth was muting Witsit. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, he was tight. Yeah, Witsit was hot at that.
Yeah, I came in and literally Fight the Flat Earth was like pressing the mute button like over and over and over again, and Witsit was like and nobody was saying anything for like 30 seconds, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Yo, don't get me wrong. Mods do need to be modded. Just because you're a mod somewhere shouldn't mean anything, right? Because I need to be modded here sometimes. Honestly,
was a mod. He was the one
people
doing
should.
that.
I'm just saying, I don't think it was appropriate for just Witsit to get modded there, and then whatever, man, whatever. It's the shit with mods is fucking not easy. It's not
I
easy
literally
to mod these people.
talking about moderation. It's like my least favorite thing.
Yeah.
Like everybody should know when to speak and know when to listen. Someone's speaking, just like stop, listen, see if what they're saying is, just be respectful.
Well, this shit gets hot and heavy sometimes, so like, there is going to be over talking, but
yeah, and some dudes can't keep it short and concise.
I know when I get excited.
You're fucking.
I know when
one
I
of them,
overspeak.
Nate.
What do you mean, bro?
Be going on and on. You'd be like, for 1, for 2, for 3.
Yeah, I make like maybe 5 clear, concise points, but I keep it short, bro. And then I keep quiet and I let you respond.
Yeah, Nate is good, man. Come on, Jeremy. That's not fair.
Not as bad as me. I'll give it to you. You're not as bad as most of them, but you do be going on sometimes. Not as bad as like Xanax or
who's just crazy.
I don't ramble though. Like if I make 5 concise points, I think that's better than someone just rambling. Just going on having shower.
Yeah, he's not as bad as Zanuck or that French Cajun dude.
Yeah, or Data or someone. Yeah, I heard.
Oh, Data was busting my chops yesterday. Jesus Christ, man. What the hell, bro? Did you hear that?
No.
Oh, man, I couldn't get a word in edgewise.
Yeah, Data's bad.
He's like, let me tell you what SC is thinking. And he's like, on and on.
I heard that when you were trying to have a go with Kosho. That's right. I did hear that.
Yeah.
You ever want 5 minutes?
Data doesn't have social skills.
He was on a roll yesterday, Data. Damn.
If you ever want like 5 minutes with someone, bro, just let me know. We got you.
Yeah, that 5-minute rule works. It's pretty dope.
5-10 minutes with someone one-on-one. If they're both concise, you can do it in like 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Like you have somebody going on and on for somebody talking for a minute straight, like the 5-minute thing is not going to work. But because how are you supposed to get anywhere when another person talks for 45 seconds or a minute or something? Like that's tough. Especially if you ask them a yes or no question. Yo, nobody in this arena will answer yes or no questions. It's like they're fucking kryptonite or some shit.
Yeah, but it's because, like a yes or no question is like leading you up to something. Like I'll ask you a question and, some things it's impossible to just answer yes or no. It's like yes with the caveat or something, Yes, but only in this situation, or yes, but you got to consider this,
I'll do it. Go ahead and ask me. Ask me if Jeremy should be put in the hot mic room.
Do you like chocolate chip cookies?
Yes. What are people scared of? Like, if you have that belief, if you ask me something about my faith, I'm just going to answer honestly. So if you put your faith in scientists or whoever, right? Priest, scientists, your mom, your teachers, your neighbor that you think is smart, yourself, be proud of that shit. Own it, right? Like, hell yeah, I believe in space. You better believe it. Look how not, it's amazing, right? If space is real, like they sell it, like the CGI, then yeah, it's amazing, right? If water does curve 8 inches per mile square, that is freaking cool. I would love to show people, right? It's all the BS that comes along with it that for some reason you can't measure it. Like
just
what?
just show them pictures from space, Rakia.
Right. Take me to the moon. When I ask them, you know, how do we measure? How would you and I go out and measure the curvature of water? Like, I think water is horizontal. You think it's curved. Cool. No problem. How would you and I go measure it in a way that we would both be satisfied? And when that person tells me we'll take a one shot, you know, 10-mile blah, blah, blah through an optic, they're either trolling or they're ignorant. There's no other option.
And in both cases, they're wrong.
Maybe. I'm not even going to go that far. Like, could I be fooled, right, with whatever? I don't put no doubt, right? The human mind is easily fooled, including mine. I've been fooled before. I'll be fooled again. But until someone would show me the method and tools used other than the one shot, I mean, come on, man. You can't really be serious after all we've studied with how light bends. I mean, y'all taught me that, right? I learned that here. So over distance, low level, light bends, or at any level, light's bending. It's refracting. You're going to take a measurement? Nah. You're going to tell me I live on a ball that's curving away from my feet, but when I look out into the distance, the horizon's going to appear to rise up? What? Just that statement alone doesn't add up. Why would they lie anyway, Jeremy? Why would they lie?
You're going to tell me water drops and then humps? Uh-huh.
Yeah, it drops away from my feet, but halfway to the other beach, it's humped up in the middle or higher than my feet. However you want to say it, right? Feet to feet, toes in the water on the sand, toes in the water on the sand from 24 miles away on Lake Pontchartrain. The water in the middle is 90 feet higher than my toes. I call bullshit.
Come on, Rocky.
Yeah.
Curvature is not elevation, Rocky. Stop saying higher, man.
Well, it's high. It is higher than both feet. They can use their words all they want. It's still higher. It's still 90 feet. So if you put the tangent at the 12-mile mark, and that's a horizontal line from beach to beach, north shore to south shore, that means the tangent line is 90 feet above my toes there also. Right? It works both ways. If you use a line going through the water, then at 12 miles, the water is 90 feet high. But if you use a tangent line that's touching the water at one point, which is impossible, by the way, but theoretically, then the line at each beach 12 miles away in either direction, in all directions, would be 90 feet above the water there also. That's a tough sell, man. I got to be honest with you. I'm a good salesman. And that's not something I would want to sell.
I'd rather go with the water filters myself.
Yeah, the vacuum cleaners, you know?
Yeah.
Put the pillows in a plastic bag and suck them like a, like a vacuum, pressure differential vacuum. Not vacuum of space, because that wouldn't be pressure differential, because there is no pressure. Not that kind of vacuum. Don't get me started.
Yeah, brother.
Well, that's the whole thing that I've asked, at least in one instance, right? So show me in trigonometry or spherical geometry where the circumference is described as level, right? Because that's what we're told level means. It's the equipotential distance from the center of the earth. So then when you're looking at, like, if you were to take shapes and start walking through shapes with a student, triangles, rectangles, everything, right? At what point do you ever describe the surface of the circle that you're diagramming level, right? It doesn't exist as far as I understand, right? It only exists in the concept of applying spherical geometry to the globe model. You have to make that equivocation of level. Oh, in this instance, level is this. You know what I mean? So the other thing that I was going to say was, shit. Now what was it Rocky was talking about, and then made me think I lost it. Oh, that's what it was, right? So then when you're drawing on a circle, at what point is the circle high? At which point is higher on the circle and lower on a circle, right? Like when do you talk that way? Okay, you have a sphere. So if I have a physical sphere in front of me, there's really only one point that has a 90-degree angle. It's the one that's vertical in front of my eyes. But if I make any other vertical reference on that sphere, that's vertical too, even though I have it at an angle, right? So then which part of that sphere is higher or lower than the other? And then they have to say, well, we don't talk that way about the sphere. That's those are no words when we're talking about, like, we don't say those things. Those things don't exist on a sphere. There is no higher or lower. But yet that's the way that we describe things when we look at them. Like when we have this, we do use those words of this point is higher than this point, or this point is across from this point, blah, blah,
blah. Well, they're starting to use reference frames a lot, so depending on what reference frame you are, the speed is different, the apparent position is different, up and down is different.
Yeah, I thought
angles
that was
different.
I thought that was a good argument that you had the other day, talking about the fact that even if you change your reference away from the ship, and there's someone pitching a ball on that ship, that ball is still leaving his hand at 80 miles an hour, whatever. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if you.
The speed of the ball doesn't change just because the reference frame changes. The speed of the ball is constant in that case, in that context.
Right.
It just appears, right? Everything is apparent, like visual. Like our mind is being tricked by what information our eyes are taking in. We all know those optical illusions exist. They just don't want to call them an illusion. That's what they are.
That's the same
thing. How can they not see that, man? I figured this out years ago.
They do see it, man. I truly do. I think they do see it. They just can't give it up, right? And I understand that. I sympathize with that, right? I've been in that position before.
The closest thing, I think we've all said it before, but it bears repeating. The closest analogy is, I love my wife so much. I'm so crazy about her. There's no way that photo of her with another man is real. There's just no way. You're like, no, I took the picture. I was there. I have the recording. You don't want to hear it. Like, that's your wife. Like, that's not her. I don't give a shit. Get away from me.
Yeah, it works both ways too, right? If someone loves you so much and they caught you doing it, you just say it wasn't me, right? Who was the comedian that did that? Hey, what? Oh, I think it was Eddie Murphy or somebody like that. Wasn't me. I saw you getting out of the bed with her panties on your head. No, wasn't me. Right? Oh, well, maybe it wasn't you. Like it starts wearing on their brain almost. Well, the human brain, I know this. You can be fooled easily. There's many just hand-eye tricks you can do face to face, right? Your eyes fool your brain all the time with illusions. Like that's easy to show. And still they deny that it could happen over 30 miles or 200 miles in the atmosphere when you can show them, video after video of the atmosphere creating these illusions. They have them very defined as mirages already, as illusions, right? But they still deny that the illusion that they're seeing or that we're telling them that could be possible is even possible. No way, right? No way that illusion, is possible. Although all these other illusions I agree with.
So then, I'm sure you can, but I can show you footage of a speedboat, like a watercraft, going across my field of view like 5 miles away
and it looks like a broken piece of a toothpick. It's so flat, and it's just zipping across the horizon. So you can't even see what it is. It just looks like this segment of line going across the horizon. Like, what is that? Well, of course it's a boat, right? Of course, but it doesn't. The compression is so tight, it doesn't resemble a boat at all. But the refraction is compressing that actual scalable boat to almost nothing. It's pressing it so close together you can't see the call sign on the bow, right? So then if I then back my camera off and I show you the water closest to me, that water looks crisp, clear, beautiful. No distortion there. But way out in the distance, there's a boat that's getting compressed. So now let's put that at 200 miles with Mount Canigou, right? The land that's in front of me looks great. No, quote unquote, no refraction going on there. But now you're looking 200 miles away, and you don't think compression can compress the shit out of that mountain base?
I didn't catch a word of that. Can you start over?
No. Did you really not hear anything?
I was joking with you.
Okay.
What's up, Sean?
What up, sir?
Right. Watched the debate yesterday?
Second.
Did you catch the fight the tight shirt debacle?
No, I avoid that shit at all costs.
I wanted to hear your opinion because so far, sorry, go ahead.
So I heard part of it, and it was enough. It was around the time where Fight the Flat Earth, and he knew nothing about relativity, and Vincent just ran over for it.
You're breaking up, Sean.
All right, I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Okay.
He's in a fucking airport hangar, an abandoned airport hangar. Yeah, Witsit did good.
I have no doubt, but you said
It was
like
only
the rest
5
of them.
minutes.
Yeah.
Like 5 minutes.
And I know Sean doesn't like fight the tight shirt, so he's gonna say it as he heard it.
Absolute total shit show.
I have no doubt. With him, it's always like that. Always. I just can't believe he's a mod. That when I saw that, I go, "What? Him and McToon are mods? Okay."
McToon muted Witsit at one point. Shit was, dude, Witsit was not happy about that one.
I bet.
He started using that priority Witsit started using that priority speaker thing, and like, I don't know if it worked too great on Discord, but on YouTube, all you can hear is the fucking dude that has the priority speaking on, and you can just barely hear the other person underneath him.
Oh, that's not right. Seriously, there's such a thing?
Yeah, mods can do it if you go to push to talk.
But how does that work? It drowns out everybody else, or
if anybody else goes to open their mic that doesn't have that, they're getting totally drowned out. Like, it's not even close. You can barely hear them. You really got to like squint your ears to even try to hear the other person. But Witsit was getting talked over every fucking time. Every time Witsit went to talk, fight the Flat Earth got that Xanax shit going on, or that rumpus shit. That thing where you just can't stop talking. Data got it. Just you can't stop talking. It's like it's weird, but so Witsit was getting interrupted every time. Witsit was getting interrupted every time. So Witsit's like, "Yo, fuck that! I'm gonna use priority speaker." And then as he was doing that, he was just trying to get his point out. As he was doing that, fucking McToon muted him. Just ridiculous. I mean, that's the growing pains of modding, though. But
yeah, modding ain't easy, man. That's for sure.
Modding, the modding itself isn't bad, but like getting the mods on the same page and shit. Like you got to have all your mods on the same page. Like I've rarely muted them. If I did, it was like left lane for hot miking. Maybe I did mute Issa one time, just because there was a total shit show. There was like 8 people talking at once. Rocky has started a huge fucking shitstorm one day, so I had to mute like 8 people. But other than that,
I can believe that the French American. Yeah.
Did I do that?
Other than that, though, I've never really muted a mod because, like, dude,
How do you like schedule a debate, and then you have to find out like before the debate even happens? You're like, all right, who's good about this guy? Why do you got to be like that?
No, there just has to be a mod. I mean, okay, first of all, you can only have one mod going at the same time, right? You can't have like 3 people trying to mod the shit. That ain't gonna work for sure. Even if you have 2 people trying to mod something, like that doesn't work. You just need one guy modding the shit.
Well, if left lane would do his job once in a while.
He don't do nothing. I know. Fucking guy. Seriously, though, if you guys are driving, don't do anything other than drive. I want all your attention. Don't be looking up citations or reading quotes or modding
real,
people.
man.
Just drive, dude. Just drive. Pay attention on the road. It's so crazy as it is.
Y'all made a truck driver a mod.
Yeah, bad move. Yeah. And then we yell at him that he doesn't mod. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't wait. I got him on the ropes right now. I'm rope-a-doping him with the bias stuff he uses. It's like a trigger word. I just have to type it in chat now and even have to say it in voice and get in trouble. I hate it because left lane's pretty cool dude, but sometimes he is biased, but he'll be all right. He'll make it. But he's a truck driver. Y'all gave him a mod ship. He's driving down the road trying to mod people.
I know. Don't mod anyone if you're driving, please. So dangerous out there.
Which is all the time.
There's 16,000 car accidents a day in America last time I checked.
Ooh, man.
Yeah. Let's not make it 16,001 over flat Earth.
Jeremy, do you get the straight line segment argument? Like if you create a straight line segment, which is a horizontal line, and then you create another line that's horizontal and you overlap it like midway and it's even, you know what I'm saying? It matches up through that midway, from halfway to a point, and then it extends out.
Yeah, you got a straight line, then you make another straight line.
Right.
That's overlapping part of that straight line. You now have a longer straight line. Yeah.
Straight line segment extension, right?
Yeah, you can go do that forever. I mean, there might be some little errors in it, but yeah, you got to.
Any error that you do like that is going to be plus or minus, but there's ways to make sure you don't have a bunch of that, or you can average those plus or minus errors and get you within where you need to be. So that means you can create a horizontal plane if you do that over static water and measure down to the water, which your benchmark, you could start your benchmark at whatever you want. 1 inch, 6 feet, 3 feet. I just chose 1.5 feet because of the length of stakes that I had. Right?
You do that long enough over water, you're gonna measure down, and you're gonna find out the water's curving.
Yeah. No, you're not. You're gonna find out that it is freaking horizontal. As horizontal as anything else. Because what you can do the reverse, right? You can create a horizontal plane and then put the water in that plane, which is what we do, right? We put concrete in it, but you could put water like in a swimming pool. So you create this horizontal plane. It's perfectly horizontal. There's no deviations as far as you know. And install and put water in it. And that water is going to find the low point and the high points of that horizontal plane. Quickly. It will equalize, it will settle, and it will either the form will be higher than the water in spots, or the water will be leaking out over the top of the form in one position or another. It's always going to leak out in a position, right? First, because that's the lowest point of the plane. That's where the most error down was made. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, you understand?
Yeah.
You hear me? You hear it? It's as simple as that. Don't let anybody tell you anything different.
Okay, so wouldn't this be the case then, right? So you've got a form, Rakia. You've got a square form, and at one point your elevation was off, so it's gonna spill out at that point, right? Now, on a globe, if we made a large enough area, because it curves equally in every direction, and you fill that with water, guess where it's going to leak out first?
It's not gonna. It's gonna pile up on the inside.
The middle. It's gonna pile up in the middle.
Yeah, the middle.
But if it were to spill out over the edges, guess at which point it would. It would equally. Yeah, but every point's the lowest point. Yeah.
Every point. It would leak out equally at every point if you did it right.
Yep.
I get it. Water is a killer, man. It will find its lowest spot every time without fail.
The weakest part of the globe argument is water.
Yeah, and French Canadians.
Yeah, they come second.
We try and keep those separate. Maybe even create a room. Let's create a room of mods that drive all day.
Or mods that used to be. All of us used to be mods in here. I was just thinking of that before.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Except maybe electric.
Travis
Yeah.
was a mod.
Well, the thing about my moderatorship, whatever you want to call it, I'm not that valuable necessarily as a moderator, but
You're horrible. Let's be blunt. You're just horrible.
And I don't feel like that.
You just cried too much.
Goddamn motherfucker. But anyway,
he's doing it on purpose.
I know. I appreciate that Gio and Jeremy have the confidence in me to allow me to be one, and that's the value in it for me.
No. Don't think of it that way. They're desperate. They can't get anybody else left lane. You're terrible.
That's it. We're desperate.
Hey, Rakia, they picked a Glober over you.
I know. I was a mod.
I know.
Yeah. Well, we had a mutual agreement that it would be best.
You started out doing really good. I was really bragging on you, Rakia, but then your bias showed through and you kind of dwindled.
Yeah.
You're right. That's why I had to quit, because I'm not dumb, right? So once I realize and people point out that I'm biased, I'm smart enough to just give it up. Just, drive on. Plus I drive all day, so it's dangerous.
But a good mod is able to turn that on and off.
That's hard to do, bro. You don't think I'm biased towards these guys a little bit?
Oh, Jeremy's as biased as shit.
I don't know. I think Jeremy may be kind of Glover.
I think Jeremy is a Glober.
I think he may be.
When I first
2023.
came in here, I couldn't tell if Jeremy was a Glober or
You think
not.
I'm biased for the Globers?
I can show you a DM that I sent telling someone that you were a Glober, Jeremy. How about that?
Hey, Jeremy, it seeps out all the time. All the time.
It just oozes out of you, bro. Like a pus.
It's very obvious.
The first time I met Bev.
Pus.
First time I got that delay thing going on. The first time I met Bev, I had the reciprocal zenith angles from the main surveyor, And I never talked to Bev before. I just posted that video. I was like, bro, explain this. Because I wanted an explanation so I could bring it back to the Globers with. But he thought I was coming at him like, Earth's a globe. You can't explain this or
He
something. You
thought
know what
you
I
were a
mean?
Glober. Yeah.
Yeah. He thought I was like, aha, you can't explain this. It's something to bring back to the Globers, though. Because honestly, Bev's helped me out on a bunch of arguments like spherical excess. I thought they had spherical excess measurements until I brought it to Bev. Once I brought it to Bev, I was like, oh, okay. Pointed it out real
180,
quick.
Bubba,
It took Bev like, I'm not even joking, like within 10 seconds, I had that whole thing defeated.
They pencil whipping that shit, man. Like they do a lot of things. They have to, right? It's estimation, calculations, because there's certain things that are unknown. You have to, like just refraction alone. They say it's standard for whatever, but you're just applying a number, right? You think? I mean, come on.
I like that. Like Jeremy went to Bev, and Bev was his voice of reason.
Well, Bev just showed me the flaws and things. Sometimes I can't always spot the flaws and things. I'm very good at that, but sometimes I don't know enough, and I can't spot the flaws. So I bring it to the experts who can spot the flaws, and Bev did that instantly.
Bev is smarter
there are
than he
definitely
looks.
some people. There are some people that can't spot the flaws. That is for sure.
Bev spotted that shit real quick, and then I have had the Globers on the ropes with this spherical excess shit ever since I went to Bev's.
Show me the data.
Would you understand the data?
It don't matter. No, don't play that shit. Listen, Bob tried to play that shit with me with the gyroscope
Why does that
thing.
play that shit? Why is that
Bob
play that
tried
shit
to play me
reality?
Bob
Isn't it
tried
what
to
you
play
ask
that
for every
shit.
time you talk?
Listen, Bob tried to play that shit on me that you won't understand the data with that gyroscope shit, and we had the data figured out in a day.
Wouldn't. I didn't say you wouldn't. I asked
you said would I? Yeah, I would.
Yeah,
I would.
Okay. It was a question.
That was poisoning the well question.
Yeah.
That was one of the fucked up.
You should have said, "You big dummy."
I don't know like that. I'm a lot more clever than that.
You live in an abandoned airport hangar, so I mean.
No, actually, I don't, bitch.
This sounds like it.
Where's your?
No.
What are you routing all your calls through there? Is your Wi-Fi get routed through there still? Because
he's just using their Wi-Fi, Jeremy.
Hey,
where'd you move?
Meanwhile, Jeremy's over here picking cotton out of earpods because he thinks that's what's giving him a lag.
Yeah, that didn't work, bro. That didn't work. I still got the delay.
No
the
shit.
internet told me to do it.
Half the time that you say you're lagging and we say you're lagging, like you're hot micing or lagging, that we don't actually think you're lagging, right?
I have probably.
Kind of like the bias thing. The bias thing with with left planes.
You lagged like 3 times 2 months ago.
Yeah, like a year ago.
That's fucked up. No, it happens because it happens on phone calls with people too.
Yeah,
that delay thing's definitely real.
Hey, they're all in on it. It's a big conspiracy.
They're all in on it.
Yeah. Yep. How many people would have to be in on this, though, Jeremy? I mean, a lot.
I know, tons, millions.
I know you must live on an island. That's the best one I've ever.
That fucking guy.
You don't live on an island, do you?
Oh, bro, that guy's so crazy.
He is. There are some mental people here, right? Like sometimes me, sometimes you, but definitely that guy.
That comes in here intoxicated beyond belief has lost their mind. They're far worse than anyone you can think of.
There's some people I've never heard sober.
For real, Branch. A couple times. But he's super stupid when he's bored. When he's sober, he doesn't even understand what he's saying.
The only time he's sober is when he just starts drinking.
Yeah,
like he'll get on and start drinking, and then in an hour he'll be fucking smashed.
And the worst part is, and he's told me he does this. There are times where like Branch will be in here talking like an adult. There's good conversation. He's drunk. He's just pretending to be sober. He tells me he does it all the time.
That's how he gets into a server and gets everyone all comfortable. And then like 10 minutes later, he's like shit faced. It's like impossible.
Yeah, dude, because he'll get on and he'll start drinking. So your first few beers or shots or whatever, you're not that wasted. You could like still hold it together. But then after like an hour or something, he's fucking smashed and being a lunatic.
I wish I could. I'm not going to, only because I'm like I don't know. Branch is a pretty big dick. Years and years ago, like when I was flat Earth, Branch used to be doing all that drunk shit over at Gen. I would fucking record hours and hours of drunk Branch, and I threatened him, and I said, "Keep fucking around. I'm gonna start a series called Adventures with Branch," and I was gonna fucking add animations to it and everything.
Yo, the first time I met Branch, he was in Gems talking about it's legal to brandish a firearm in Texas. I'm like, dude, it is fucking not legal to do that anywhere.
It's legal. It's legal to have open and carry.
Yeah, but you can't just have your gun in your hand.
No.
Yeah.
They're gonna have like 30 other guns in their hands, trying to figure out why the fuck you're doing that. Besides, Texas is stupid. They literally pass laws to give guns to anybody. You don't need a license. You don't need a training course. You don't fucking even need a wait period. You can literally go to a shop, grab a gun, and you'll be done.
You know what? You know what other state is like that? Vermont. All you got to do in Vermont is pass the federal check. I moved to Vermont from New York. I always had guns and shit, but I moved to Vermont. I show them my license. I'm in a gun store. Show them my license. I pass the federal check, and I just walk out with a handgun within like 10 minutes.
The idea is that if you can't keep the guns out of the criminals and insane people, then give guns to everybody and let society protect themselves.
And we know that works because you can see the crime rates. Hold on. We know that works because you can see the crime rates in places that have very strict gun laws as opposed to places that don't.
Well, no. So there's a difference in that, because if you look at the numbers in the big picture, you're right. But the problem is what is happening. So like in Texas, crimes against people breaking into homes and businesses is extremely low. I'm talking lower than probably almost any other state that has strict gun laws. But when you start talking about like gang crime or shootings and deaths, that's where it skyrockets. But in the legal aspect of it, it definitely is a protector. It definitely.
But would you stop the gang shit anyways, though? Because they're going to get guns regardless.
Yeah, that's why I think people should have guns. Because if the criminals have guns, we need to have them too. But I prefer people have them the legal way.
If you're in somewhere like New York or Chicago or somewhere where there's very strict gun laws, and you're a criminal, right? So you have a gun, and you know it's very hard for other people to have guns, and you don't see a cop, you're basically in charge, and you can do whatever the fuck you want for the next 3 minutes, and you can do a lot of shit in 3 minutes.
Yeah, if you go into Texas with a gun, your first thought is how many other people have guns, and where are they going to be shooting me from?
Yeah, like nobody's going to walk into a fucking Batman movie where everyone has guns and just start shooting the place up because you're going to get fucking laid out.
There's been a couple of instances in Texas where, people with concealed permits or whatever have stopped, gun violence from being worse than it was going to be.
Mm-hmm. That actually happens a lot.
You don't hear about that on the main.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The media just don't give a fuck to show you.
Oh, yeah, you're not going to hear anything about that because they're trying to take our guns away because they want to control us. Are you going to control a population that's armed or unarmed easier? What do you guys think?
Unarmed, absolutely.
Obviously. You know what another good tactic would be if you want to control a population? Turn all the manly men into people that now wear skirts and high heels and put lipstick on and do their fingernails. That's another good way to control.
It sounds like you're projecting.
Lie to them. There you go. Lie to them.
Well, I'm just saying, you don't want a bunch of manly men running around lifting weights, getting in bar fights and shit, right?
It happens. You don't think there's trans fucking military people?
I'm just saying, you definitely want you don't want, if you're trying to control a large group of people, you don't want a lot of manly men running around.
Yeah, you want pussified insults.
Pussified, exactly. That's the exact word I would have used. Pussified.
Jeremy,
those guys that like.
Go ahead.
But no, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say one of the only gay guys that I hung around in high school was a badass, bro. This dude would clear a room.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm not saying they're all weak and soft, all the gay and trans people and shit. I'm just saying like you don't want men. You'd much rather have them not being like that. You know what I mean? Like watching fucking soap operas and doing their fingernails and shit, getting pedicures.
Or we can start young and nip that in the bud and just raise our kids right. Put more liability on the parents. Like for instance, for Tia, if unfortunately one of your kids decided to shoot up a school, would you feel responsible?
One of my kids did what?
If one of your kids shot up a school, would you feel responsible? Like you did something?
Yeah, in a way. I would wonder if I did something wrong, or you know what I'm saying. But not totally.
Those parents that I would. I feel like if something I did in his raising made him do that, or our relationship wasn't good enough that he could talk to me when someone's bad, and I feel like that could be the most important thing. I think parents that do that with their kids don't do those things. You don't hear about these shooters and their parents, like their life was so great. It was shitty, super shitty. And usually they don't have parents that talk to and be like, support them. That's when people do stupid shit like that, or kids. Like that's what needs to be controlled. Guarantee if the parent was more responsible, like if a kid does a shooting, I think the parent should get arrested. And I guarantee if that started happening, I guarantee more guns would be locked up. I guarantee more talking to their kids and all that kind of shit would happen. And you see less shootings.
I mean, you should have seen what they did in New York a few years ago. It might have been longer, but they made this. I think it was called like the Safe Act or something, where the fucking governor, what a dickhead, he made it so you couldn't have more than 7 rounds in a clip. They took that away, I think, after that because it was so fucking ridiculous.
Lots of states have done that.
All these kinds of gun laws.
What's called California? You can't have any of the magazines you're allowed to have in Arizona.
Bro, Vermont was the best state. That was actually one of the reasons why I moved to Vermont, right? Because I've always lived in New York pretty much my whole life. No, my whole life I lived in New York State, and I was like, yo, Vermont's dope. I'm like, you could just buy a gun, and the taxes were low and shit. I was like, this place is awesome.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you got all those fucking idiots. Now they can easily get a gun and just have one.
Yeah, I'm with everyone being armed. No, I'm with everyone being. Everyone should be armed. Every capable person should be armed. The teachers, I would start arming teachers. This whole shooting places up is a big problem. Start arming the teachers. Hire a vet.
I agree.
Hire the vets. What you do is you hire the vets instead of giving $50 billion to some country for aid. You hire vets, give them guns, and have them guard us. We guard the banks. Go to a bank. There's a fucking guard with a gun guarding the money. There's no one guarding the kids.
Nobody cares about kids. They care about the money.
That's what I mean. When your society only cares about money, and it's obvious that that's all we care about, you know, this is the situation we get left in.
Pretty much.
You go to a school, you might have a couple hall monitors. They ain't doing nothing, dude. They're just normal people with a walkie-talkie.
What's it? Just a simple fucking camera on a school campus with someone watching it is something more than they're doing.
No, we got cameras and shit at the school,
but how they're not seeing people fucking coming in?
They do. What do you mean?
That's what I mean. They see them, they should be able to stop them. That's like having a
So
fucking
how do
security
you
guard at a
stop a guy
mall.
with a gun? If you're not a ninja, how do you
Shoot
stop
him.
a guy with a
Shoot
gun?
him. No. I'm saying
They don't have guns.
no, I'm saying it should be this way, where they see someone with a gun and they're met with force. Period.
The way to do it is you just have the way to do it is you just arm the teachers. Training, give them a training course, pay them.
Yeah, that'll work.
Give them a training course. Give them an extra $500 a year if they want to, help out or something. Some of them would probably do it just to feel safer for themselves.
Yeah, I bet there are probably a lot of teachers that have guns in their desk, and their school just doesn't know it.
Jeremy, I gotta play devil's advocate with you. But I truly believe that all these false flags scaring people to think that they need guns is how they militarize things like education, and they put the government into who's protecting you. So,
bro, they're using the false flags.
I'm reaching.
And how do you know?
Using the
How do you
false
know
flags
what
to
the
get
false
rid of?
flag and not?
Dude, they're using the false flags to help get rid of guns. They're like, see, we need to get rid of these guns, guys.
The only people left with guns will be the military. And then saying that teachers need to be, well, now you can have like a military officer is now your teacher. And I guess this is like the martial law that I kind of was afraid of years ago, where the military is now the government. Or I don't know what I'm trying to say.
I see what you're saying though.
Honestly, guns to me always feel like a lose-lose situation.
Absolutely. Put it this way, I'm petrified the day I have to pull my gun to kill somebody. Petrified. I don't want to do it.
I do agree that all these false flags are a reason to take away guns, and people should be able to protect themselves. That is very true. But then we ask who's going to protect us, and it ends up being the people that, I don't know, who's going to end up being the teacher with the gun. Is it going to be a trained professional? And now teachers need to be trained to carry a weapon, and I don't know. It's all kind of stuff.
The double-edged sword, no matter where you go with it.
If you can afford to have 2.5 million soldiers, well, you can put one retired soldier, pay him well in each school, put him in a room, give him a TV, and that's it.
I say take all that money and pour it into fucking mental health and start watching all these problems start getting solved.
Yeah, like how they do it on planes. How there's a secret air marshal on airplanes. You could have like that in school, like a secret air marshal posing as a teacher. It's a good idea.
Do you think they're really trying to cure mental health, though? Is that what
No, they're not. That's the problem. They need to be.
Put a retired veteran in a school like that, and you're going to let the word get out. You're going to see that no one's never going to enter a school again. None of these schmucks are even going to have the idea to go in there.
Check.
You're good?
I had to delay things.
And you pick them like from the Delta Forces, Rangers. You know what I mean? Badass mothers, that look at a guy like that, like smoked meat, like, like a snack.
Some Rambo
Yeah.
type. Yeah.
Yeah. And once the word gets out, they won't even attempt to go in the schools. Let it be known. In each school, there's an undercover ranger or Delta Force dude that can snipe you from 1,000 feet away, like underhanded or something.
I think working on mental health would solve more.
Definitely,
you're
if we were
probably
doing
right.
it right, yeah. Not the way they're doing it now, but if we were doing it right, yeah.
Yep. Actually, we're trying to
You
fix
love
the
Big
problem rather
Pharma. I
than.
forgot you're a huge Big Pharma fan, so my bad.
Oh, you're doing this again. You're doing this again, Jerry. I'll be toting the fuck out of it. Huh?
It's cool if you love Big Pharma, you know.
I took some Tylenol once in 5th grade. I'm Big Pharma now.
Why were they keeping marijuana legal for so many years?
You mean illegal?
They were
I
the
think
top
'cause-
5 when it came to spending to keep marijuana illegal. Yes.
Okay, I think it's more about hemp being illegal, and they use the leaf, the flower, as the evil part of it to keep hemp out of the system. I think marijuana is just a shell game. It's just something that looks good to argue against to keep the big picture out of it.
So textiles is why, right?
Yeah,
And that's probably a good reason why some textile place didn't want hemp coming into fruition. What does that have to do with Big Pharma? You totally dodged my question like a Glober.
Did I? Did I really? Because when I look at it like this. I see it as the auto industry, furniture, house building, pretty much any material for construction you can think of. If hemp was around, would have overtaken all of them, which is why the paper mills were the biggest proponent for keeping marijuana illegal. Not Big Pharma. Big Pharma don't give a fuck.
When it
Big
came to
Pharma.
money, hold on, though. But when it came to money, spending money for lobbying to keep it illegal, Big Pharma was in the top 5 spenders. And these textile things don't have nothing to do. Have you ever heard of hempcrete?
Yeah.
That shit's dope, bro. You can't set it on fire. It's an insulator. It's all kinds of. Anyways, that has nothing to do with what does Big Pharma care about textiles for?
It's the whole industry in itself. I know you're strawmanning. It's the whole industry in itself. I'm answering.
I'm not strawmanning you. I asked you why did Big Pharma was in the top 5 when it came to spending to keep marijuana legal?
2 reasons: hemp and medication. If marijuana heals pain or keeps you from being in pain, that means you don't take pain meds. If you fucking can't eat and you want you to take all these meds, but marijuana makes it so you can actually eat something, then it's gonna fucking Big Pharma. I mean, there's a bunch of reasons. It's not just one.
Yeah, do you do edibles?
Yeah, but they don't work.
They don't work? Them shits are dope, bro. They definitely work, dude.
I've eaten 2,000 milligrams of chocolate bars. Nothing.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, right? It pisses me off.
I would be passed out on the floor.
I try. It just doesn't work on me. Dabs fuck me up on a whole new level. Like, I feel like I'm in high school again, and I'm gonna die on a couch when I smoke dabs. I hate dabs.
Bro, what is that? That little thing where it comes in like this little tiny neat looking jar, and it's like this.
Like wax,
bro,
and
that
you gotta
shit's like
fucking melt it down.
$1,000. Dude, that shit's like hundreds of dollars a gram or something ridiculous. Like it's crazy, but that shit does get you lit though.
All you guys got to do is
I don't
make
need
your
that.
own. You guys just got to make your own can of butter and just. I don't know.
My boy does that.
Yeah, no,
Dab
that's
it.
dope. This goofball said it don't work on him though, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I tried. I've
You got some
go and
fake
get those
shit.
bags of gummy bears. No, I get them from dispensaries. I get like those, like the big bag of the gummy bears, like 10 milligrams each. I just handful that shit. Doesn't work.
What state do you live in?
California.
You're in California, back?
Yeah.
And they got some good shit there. I don't know how you ain't getting high off them edibles. That's weird.
Some people just don't. Things don't work.
You got too much stomach acid or something. You need to get start eating some yogurt or something.
Because I'm a real man, and all I really need is just the green leaf. That's it. I don't need to mix it, match it, and make it all weird and shit.
No, I'm saying you might have something going on where your stomach acid is eating up the THC. I don't even know, but you got something weird going on because I've never even heard of that.
Like, I don't even get like a head trip, nothing.
I do have a friend that cannot trip on LSD though. I've seen them eat like 10 hits before, and I know they were good because I was on 2 of them at the time.
Damn. I had a friend that thought that way about mushrooms, and then he ate an eighth, and then an hour later, because he didn't feel it right away, fucking ate another eighth, and then he tripped out for 2 days.
Oh my god, we went to my boys' college one time, and we got some shrooms, and we all ate the caps off our shrooms. Like I split an eighth with someone, a couple people split eighth, but we all only ate the caps. And my other friend that came with us, he didn't have any money or something, so we gave him all the stems. He was more fucked up than anyone because he ate so many. He was eating everyone's stems.
Like, everyone that dished him, he was like, "I'll get him."
Yeah, like when me and my boy split it, like we just gave him all our stems and just ate the fucking caps on them. But he was more. He passed out in a bar, packed bar, college town.
I don't know how people do that. When I did shrooms, I would stay. I was like, I need a spot, and I'm gonna enjoy it. I am not going anywhere.
We used to while out at college. One of my boys went to Binghamton, and another one went to Oswego. 2 of my friends went to Oswego, and yeah, we used to get nuts up there. I used to go to all these college towns, and they'd have TVs and 64s set up, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'm the best at GoldenEye."
Oh yeah, I remember I used to do that shit.
I'd be like, "Oh really? You're the best from your town? All right, let's play." And I would just absolutely demolish them.
We used to do that with the original Dragon Ball Z on PlayStation. That was before it even came out in the United States. It was amazing.
Oh, what'd you think about the part with Witsit last night?
Oh yeah, okay. I only heard little bits, like a few parts when they were talking about relativity and dumbass Fight the Flat Earth decided to tell Whitford that he didn't want to talk about relativity because he didn't know about it. And this is that guy fucking talk is fucking hilarious.
And then he said he said he was going to cite Professor Phil Bell, and then Phil Bell came in and Witsit bodied him. That wasn't bad. Witsit did good, like I said.
No, see, here's what it is. Okay, and I know you're not going to agree with it, so whatever. But this is really what it is. Whitson just knows how to fucking talk. He's a wordsmith. That's it. It's not just you guys aren't giving any actual proof of shit. And that's the funny part, because if you debate me, I can show it every time. I'm not sure if you guys noticed that. There's a different kind of conversation when I start debating shit.
Oh, you want to debate? You want me to set up a debate with you and Witsit?
I want you to set the hell no. He's the worst. No, I don't have time for that shit. I want you to set up a debate with fucking Brian Leakey, though.
You and Leakey?
Yep.
No doubt. All right.
What could possibly go wrong?
I got you.
Or what? And even more than that, Travis. I would pay money if one of you fuckers can get Travis to debate me again.
Yeah. There we go.
That's
Challenge.
so fun.
The challenge is out there.
I'm your Huckleberry.
So like a reverse GoFundMe. You instead of a GoFundMe.
How much are you gonna pay us?
Yeah. Go fund us.
No, fuck you guys. Tell Travis I'll give him $50.
I'm right here, Sean.
Oh my God!
$50.
He responded to me.
Travis.
$50.
He said he'll debate you and give you $50.
There you go. That's a business. Instead of us paying somebody to set up something, somebody says, "I'll put in $50 if everybody else will set this up."
When the fuck is Flat Earth paying anyone to debate anybody? What are you talking about? When the fuck did that happen?
You scared, Travis, or you want to debate Sean?
I set it up. I got to do a weekend though.
I don't know. How's this? What day is good for you? Saturday, Sunday?
Yeah, Saturday late afternoon or anytime on Sunday.
Can I be the moderator?
How's that sound, Sean?
Yeah, works for me.
Which
I'm
one? Pick
moderating.
one. You're not moderating, dude. You're not even
No,
invited.
no.
You're not
The
even
moderator
invited.
needs to be somebody that me and Travis both fucking agree on.
We need someone that doesn't have like a dog in the fight, no bias.
You have
to
a
moderate.
huge dog in the fight.
What the fuck? Yeah, you have the biggest dog in the fight. You
We
think
need
so?
somebody
Yeah,
that's not biased. So that leaves left lane out.
Yeah, I'm not biased.
Or you can't find.
No, I would trust left lane. The problem is all of you guys would just attack that.
Bro, just do your 30 seconds or 45 seconds or whatever, and then go on mute. And then just don't unmute until you should have code. We should really have code words. Like if you said peanut butter pancakes every time you were done talking,
banana,
that would let the other person know it was their time to talk.
Like they say, over. Okay, whatever. Over.
I have a serious debate.
You can't use a regular word because somebody would use that in their sentence, and then other people like somebody would be like, when the boats go over the horizon, and somebody else would start talking like you said over.
You can tell if they say over and sort of pause as opposed to continue a sentence.
But if you say peanut butter pancakes, we're probably never going to use that in an argument.
Peanut butter pancakes.
Jeremy is a moron is my code word. Oh wait, I might use that in an argument. Never
mind.
Yeah, so it's set, right? I'm going to moderate this bitch.
Absolutely not. We're timing you out for the whole day. That day.
Hey, Jeremy, did you hear the debate that I had with some guy named David? I don't even know who the fuck the guy is. He's a concaver, though. Did you hear that?
No.
Concavers aren't real.
Dude, okay. So we start debating, and right off the bat, I just go, hey, I'm just going to ask you about your what you think your model is, blah, blah, blah. So about 5 minutes into it, I'm asking a lot of questions. And suddenly he's just out of nowhere gets defensive as fuck and just starts assuming that I'm like talking shit and being disrespectful. He almost fucking cried in the middle of that debate. It was really bad.
Concavers are not real. They're all fake. All of them. The whole point of concavers is just to kind of demonstrate how ridiculous the entire flat Earth argument is. That's what I think.
But the thing is like the concave actually has a model that they can structure.
I don't know. Once you get to the sun and the stars and shit, though, how do you have all that in the
falling
center?
Apart. Oh no, it definitely starts falling apart. And that was so I had a list of questions that I've asked every fucking concaver I've ever fucking talked to, and I don't call it misleading, but like I don't think he knew I knew about concave. But yeah, there's a list of questions that just destroy concave. Like it's impossible for concave to recover from it.
Sarah, hit us.
I even tried to help him.
What's the question?
Okay, so basically on concave, their version of gravity is like a pull. It's pulling you to the outside. The problem with that is that if that were the case, then how does the celestial body stay in the middle? And then he replied, he said something about the mass of it, and then gravity does a push and a pull, but there's zero observation of that. What got him was because every time he started talking about something, he'd correlate his model with like apples, nuclei, atoms, and I kept telling him
Hold on, dude. That's so easy to get around this gravity thing on concave Earth.
It's retarded. It's literally retarded.
So
First
easy
of all, we don't
to
observe
answer.
anything
I
like
could
that.
destroy you on this.
I don't think you could. And well, the first
we're on a concave Earth. Hold on. Hold on. Let me explain to you how this works on a concave Earth. So the gravity's pulling down. You're standing on the ground. Gravity's pulling down. You're on the other side of the ground.
Which down though?
Towards the ground. Opposite.
What's that?
You have a plumb line, and then
to the outside.
Down. Yeah.
So it'd be to the outside. Okay. Continue.
Yeah. So everything's pulling that way, and then you get into this equilibrium point when you get into the center, where everything's just floating because there's an equal pull on both sides, so it's just like floating there.
So
easy peasy.
How does the gravity work on that situation? What is
it's like if you got in between the sun.
It pulls.
It's like a Lagrange point, bro.
Okay, so can
you
we
act like your
there?
model don't have the same shit going on?
Yeah, see, that's what concave does. But the problem with concave is since everything's inverted, they have to actually add things that aren't observed or realistic at all. So when they start talking about push and pull gravity, and then you ask them for an observation, his answer was, "Dude, I told you, you have to assume." I'm like, "Dude, I'm not gonna assume because I don't even understand what the fuck you're saying." And then he would, like I said, he would correlate things that didn't make a difference. So I made a correlation. I was like, so if I see a horse and I see a unicorn on My Little Pony, does that mean they're flying horses? And he wigged the fuck out. He wigged the fuck out.
Bro, I just demoed you on that gravity thing. You got this equilibrium point in the middle, and you have a Lagrange point. It's the same thing you have in your heliocentric model with Lagrange points, where the gravity's equal. Yeah.
The problem with what you're saying is in concave, it's a push and a pull, and that means there's basically a positive and a negative gravity, and that is not observed. So therefore, that doesn't even work on a model. You can't even model that. You can't even describe any kind of force like that in a concave.
Yeah, but we kind of have something like that on the globe. Well, not the Earth itself, but we say dark energy is a negative.
We don't know what that is. No, we think it is. We don't know what it is, though. We don't contribute it.
No, that is how it's modeled. Dark energy is modeled as a negative repulsive gravity. That's how we use it in the equations.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I didn't even get going with that.
So now you're telling me that science. So now you're telling me science knows what dark energy and dark matter is.
It's not what I said. I said that's how we modeled it. We treat dark energy as a negative repulsive gravity. That's what Einstein's cosmological constant is.
Okay, how do you model something that you can't observe?
What do you mean? We observe it. We observe the effects of dark energy. We don't see it itself, but we see that it causes the universe to expand at an accelerated rate, and that is, symbolized by the cosmological constant within the Einstein lambda model.
How do we know that that doesn't? How do we know that the galaxies themselves don't contribute that effect?
How do we know what? Because we don't see the galaxies have this effect on things around them. We see the galaxies seem to pull stars towards its center, and that is explained by dark energy. But the expansion of galaxies on our cosmological horizon from us cannot be explained by dark matter. Sorry, so that's definitely a dark energy thing.
All you're contributing is we don't know what this is, so we're going to say it's another type of dark something. It's not real. It's
ad
literally
hoc.
just saying
it's ad hoc.
Yeah, it's not what I said, Sean, but it's cool, man.
It's total ad hoc shit, though.
What?
That's not what I said. I was very precise with what I said.
Okay. Well, when what you said compared to what I read when I read about dark energy, dark matter, it's still a lot of we don't know.
That's fine.
No, they still see the effect, though.
Okay, but that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. If they're observing space and they observe galaxies moving away from each other, they contribute what's happening in the center that they can't see as the contributing factor to it. When in doubt, it could be something that has to do with the galaxies themselves. When a mass gets so damn large, I don't know. I'm saying they don't know either, though. But you're acting as if they do know.
I said we do know. What I said is dark energy within the Einstein lambda model is treated as a negative repulsive form of gravity, and it is represented by the cosmological constant. That's all I've said, Sean.
That's that push.
But if it's
in other words, it's the push.
Okay, on your on the
Pushytrons.
model that they've of this. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Pushytrons.
You got a pull and a
Yeah.
push.
Okay. Again, if anybody ever talking about gravity, trust me, I am the one on the top of the mountain screaming for gravitons. Okay, so the whole negative and positive, I'm
You're
all
still
for it.
on Newton.
Yeah, so it works. I'm on Earth. What the fuck? What is it? What is it? When does it not work for me? When does it not work for you?
Just saying, these guys are talking Einstein, so you're still on Newton.
Okay, I'm just saying that's fine. But tell me where Newton is wrong.
Newton doesn't work when you get to the. Newton doesn't work when you get to the cosmological scale.
Yeah, the
Are
thing
you
is,
on the cosmological scale?
Where Sean's coming from, we don't have to consider dark energy nor dark matter in our day-to-day lives, and the way that we figure out it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, and it's always brought into the conversation purely to obscure the point that Newtonian physics works and all the equations work, and it's just tried to use it as a tactic, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the only point I was trying to make was that Jeremy was when Sean was saying that in the concave model. I don't know if it was Sean or Jeremy that were talking about. There's a weird type of gravity that we don't have evidence for, and I mean, within our model, we do have that type of gravity. That's all I was trying to say.
And are you saying there's no dark matter, dark energy here on Earth?
There is. It's all around us.
It's everywhere.
I know. I thought Sean was trying to say there wasn't any dark energy here.
I'm not really sure what Sean's trying to say.
No, basically what I was saying is that it for me it doesn't matter. Just like Left Lane said, it doesn't fucking matter. And I do look at it as a force. I will argue it to be a force, and until you can prove me wrong in any application that we would use, sorry, it's a fucking no point.
Left Lane, stop being a Sean G apologist.
Because I haven't said that a million times.
Yeah, I mean, but I do agree. Concave is just like a ripoff of the globe. They've just inverted everything, and they haven't come up with anything new. Everything on concave works exactly the same as it does on a globe. Like literally the same things. They have gravity the same way we do everything. The only thing new they have is that weird, like, thing they have at the center, which is apparently what the sun actually is. Or some weird shit. I don't know.
Like it's a black body is what the guy explained to me.
Yeah, it's some weird crystal thing in the middle that has superpowers.
What are you guys talking about?
Your mom.
Concave debate I had.
Yo, do you know how much dark matter is in Earth's crust?
No.
0.
10 trillion dark matter particles, cubic centimeter, and its crust.
That's okay. Where did you read that from, Jeremy?
Yeah, where the hell did you get that from?
Scientist.com.
Oh my God.
Well, yeah. So if they don't know, they can't observe it, but they know it's a particle, and now they know exactly how many there are in a certain area.
New Scientist not good.
That makes sense.
Well, it depends how you model it. There are two competing hypotheses as to what the particle equivalent hypotheses,
I have a
whatever,
question.
as to what the particle equivalent for a dark matter particle would be. There's what WIMPs and axions.
Okay, I have a question, and since you're the physics guy, I really need an answer. I think me and you were talking about this the other day, yesterday in Montreal, or I had vaguely said something about it. A neutrino. I want you to explain to me how they can tell a neutrino came from Big Bang.
How they can tell a neutrino came from the Big Bang?
Yes.
Well, it's all about Big Bang nucleosynthesis, right? And how elementary particles were initially created. So at the time of the Big Bang, we didn't have any particles. The universe was just filled with energy. And the idea is all of the fundamental forces must have been unified at that stage, except for gravity. When time and space started, gravity would have split from the strong, weak, and electromagnetic force, right? And then later we see the strong nuclear force separate itself so that gluons and quarks could form the first protons and neutrons. And then electromagnetic forces separated from the weak nuclear forces. And this is when mass came into the universe. And this is when you have your first elementary particles with mass, such as leptons, like neutrinos, muons, tau particles, and electrons.
Okay.
Very well and eloquently said, but
no answer.
It's a total guess.
Wait, time out. Wait, hang on. No, okay. Hang on. You explain to me the reasoning behind what a neutrino is and where it would have came from. When there in a time when there wasn't any, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now my question again is, how do they know they've detected a neutrino that was from then, rather than a neutrino from anywhere else in space?
You're asking how would I know whether this neutrino I detected came from
science? Yes.
Yeah, how does science know? Well, how do
So
scientists and physicists know?
when science comes out and says we have found a neutrino that came from the Big Bang, there are moments after the Big Bang that came out. How the fuck would they know that?
By looking out.
Okay, let me ask this again. There are neutrinos everywhere, passing through our bodies, through Earth, right this second, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know which one of those neutrinos came from events right after the Big Bang?
So just to clarify, you asking how do I know this neutrino came from the Big Bang and not shot out by the sun 10 minutes ago?
Yes.
What about
is
there any trajectory associated with neutrinos? I mean, I know they detect them. Do they detect a trajectory?
They do, but that trajectory wouldn't tell you, how old the neutrino is, because the idea is all neutrinos are the same. The way all electrons or protons are the same. I guess it would depend.
Wouldn't the neutrinos from the Big Bang be on the farthest reaches of whatever it is that's out there? Like they wouldn't be close to us; they would be so far away from us.
No, they're all over. Sure. Sorry, Travis. They're all over.
Yeah.
I guess it would depend on the energy signature of this neutrino. Like a high energy neutrino, you wouldn't expect to see one that's from the Big Bang. So you could create a model that says, all right, if the Big Bang happened this long ago, we know how strong the radiation is from the Big Bang and what kind of particles could have supported that sort of radiation. So if we detect a neutrino and we see this neutrino, has a really strong energy signal, then clearly it's not from the Big Bang, That's how I would go about it.
I'm not even seeing it. Again, I'm not you're answering vaguely, but how do you specifically know a neutrino comes from? Is there like a neutrino machine that goes, that neutrino's 10 minutes old, that neutrino's 6 billion years old?
You stop it and you read the serial number. Each neutrino has a serial number.
Is that how it works?
I just told you how, Sean. You would look at the energy signal of the neutrino and see if it matches the CMB, the cosmic microwave background radiation. Could such a particle have emitted radiation that matches, the energy signal of the CMB? If this particle has too much energy, then clearly it's not, a neutrino from the Big Bang.
What if it came from a distant sun that we can't see? It would have decayed just as well.
Not really, because the CMB is the oldest light we have. Whatever suns and things are out there, whatever light they emit is not as old as the cosmic microwave background radiation. It is a very particular and specific signal that we can match certain bosons and fermions to. You know, it's not like
that
any
doesn't make sense
neutrino would
because
just match up with it.
Because we don't see bosons and all these other things. We don't see those. We collide them together to see how they react. So
Yeah,
how
we
are they doing this
detect
for neutrinos? Yeah. So I mean,
using neutrino detectors. You know, it's these large tunnel type structures they build underground with a lot of sheltering so that no other type of radiation or particles can interfere with the detector. And then they detect in what?
CERN.
No,
I
CERN is
don't
not
know if
neutrino.
CERN is a neutrino detector. No, I know there's one in the Midwest.
There's one at the South Pole, I think.
Yeah. And these
I believe that's
neutrino
where
detectors are
I think
actually
that's where they
really good.
reported that.
Yeah, these neutrino detectors are actually really good globe Earth evidence. But that's a story for another time. Yeah.
Another story. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So are neutrinos real?
Yes.
Oh, I was asking them.
Wait. So these neutrino machines they negate any other energy signal that could be coming in, right?
What does that mean? No.
So, okay, so if they detect neutrinos, what about any other energy source that could possibly be involved? It has nothing so it nulls those, right? Like that can't do a reading.
So, like the sun gives off neutrinos and radiation all the time. You can see its light, its heat. It gives off neutrinos. You can detect those. A supernova basically does the same thing. It explodes. There's X-rays, gamma rays, whatever, and also neutrinos. So, I mean, when you say it's only thing, I mean that's not true.
Okay, but then how of all that are you detecting a specific neutrino that?
There's a thing we also have called a CNB, you know, a cosmic neutrino background radiation. So, as I'm saying, Sean, neutrinos also emit certain types of radiation, and you would just have to match the radiation from the CMB or from different times within the evolution of our universe with the neutrinos you detect in your detector. If the energy signals map up, then you know that that neutrino is from that period of time.
Okay, so a neutrino that comes from our sun, a neutrino that comes from, say, Betelgeuse, will they have the same decay rate or will it be noticeable?
They'll have the same decay rate, but the decay rate has nothing to do with it, Sean. It's their energy levels.
Isn't that what they're reading? The decay rate, the energy levels that is still there. So if what you would correct me if I'm wrong. What you're doing is you're using the strongest neutrino you can find as a base, and the weaker it gets, the further away it gets. And they came across one that was so weak, they're assuming that it had to have been from the first of them, right?
You talking about energy and momentum, or energy and radiation, or what do you mean by energy?
Energy through its momentum, definitely.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but that energy also comes out in the form as radiation. You know, you have the CNB, cosmic neutrino background radiation, and you just match that up with the CMB. And then you see this neutrino I'm detecting, is it radiating at the same rate as the CNB or the CMB? If not, you know, if it's radiating at the same rate as, you know, other neutrino shot from the sun, then you know.
I think that's, yeah.
You think you can distinguish the neutrino massless particle, one that came from the CNB or one that was produced like earlier? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, through its energy.
What would you measure?
You would measure its energy content.
And you think that you think it lost energy, the one that was produced from the CMB?
Yes. It has a weak interaction with most baryonic matter, but it does interact. And as it interacts, it gives away energy.
It interacts only with gravity and something else, if I remember correctly. Forget what
gravity and the weak nuclear force.
The weak, that's right, yeah.
Yeah. But because it has a gravitational interaction, it does interact with mass, but it's a very weak interaction. Very
How
weak.
would you measure that? I mean, they can barely measure them like hundreds of feet under the ground, and they got these special water with you know the story, right?
They can measure them they can measure them going through the earth.
Well, no, not really. No.
Yes. Yes.
It's so deep inside. They say that they do it because it isolates it from other particles and it gets weakened as it passes through. But then at the same time, it says it goes through everything because it's massless. Like, it's crazy stuff.
Crazy
neutrinos
stuff.
are not
I would agree.
massless. Neutrinos are not massless.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. That was actually proven a dozen years ago. They are not massless.
Nate,
they have a very small,
they are not
non-zero mass.
Yeah, it is there. Because if they were massless, it wouldn't make sense. They do have.
No expert. From what I remember, that they're massless. If you guys
that's what they say. They say that they found out that they weren't
there's something called
massless.
neutrino oscillation, which basically they change types or flavors or whatever you want to say. And that basically ability proves that they're not massless. They have a small but non-zero mass.
They change flavors, Essie. So
they go strawberry to chocolate to vanilla. Yeah.
They also change sexual orientation. They're gay. They're straight. They change gender.
Oh, that's very good information there.
No problem.
But I mean, Witsit is right about one thing. They do change flavors due to the interaction with the weak nuclear force. So you get tau, neutrinos, anti-neutrinos, muon, neutrino. Yeah.
They transition, and if you don't accept that, you're bigoted. But I just want to say that this is a good point. This is a good example of when people say they know something. So hypothetically, we were having this conversation roughly 20 years ago, I think is when they said, not 12 years ago, but like 20 years ago. They would say, yeah, neutrinos are massless. You have no idea what you're talking about. This is science. You just deny science. Everyone knows this, blah, blah, blah. And then they discovered that actually they aren't massless.
Well, isn't that something?
Yeah, so why you guys always talk about fringe speculative ideas as if they are proven or definitive?
Yeah.
Because they keep changing.
Progress.
Anything in the no, but progress is saying from the beginning, well, that's just our current theory. We don't really know. That's called being honest.
Doesn't mean the beginning.
We don't know yet.
Doesn't mean the beginning at all.
An honest position would say, well, that's just what we currently think. We don't really know. When we're talking about like subatomic particles, there's a whole bunch of speculation with a lot of it. A whole bunch of speculation, right? Like we see certain things happen and then we make deductions. But if, there's a lot of stuff we don't know when we make our deductions. Like the subatomic world is a very speculative world in lots of ways. So why can't we then they add new particles. Then they say, oh, well, we were attributing this to this particle, but turns out there's actually another particle there. And right now we think this is the smallest particle. And every time it's like, we're pretty confident.
Check out what I think particles don't exist?
Say again?
Do you think particles exist?
Because it is electrically neutral, its rest mass is small, and it was long thought to be zero. Yeah, that is right. It was thought to be zero, but it's not, Essie.
Okay,
they said
all right.
It's not.
I'm just showing you that, that's what they say. Listen,
Yeah,
listen,
and
the
there
rest.
was a
Listen to what it says. The rest mass of the neutrino is much smaller than that of the other known elementary particles, excluding massless particles.
yeah.
They can be wrong about all of this, right? Like
That's
if you
what I
just read
said.
right there, it says it's based on its lack of interaction with the strong interaction. Well, honestly, it's well known that within the strong and weak interactions, there are some missing components to our understanding as well. And as to do I believe in particles or subatomic particles? I think they're conventions. I think they're built upon real observations. I don't think there's any verification of these massless particles or damn near massless particles. It has matter, but it's a point particle, so it actually doesn't have a size or shape, and we're not sure where it ever is, so we just have a probability distribution equation. I don't believe in stuff like that because I'm not dumb. I know that's just a convention we have. I know that quantum field theory says, well, we can call them particles. They're actually excitations or perturbations within the fields that comprise everything. It's like you can call it a particle if you want to. It's a concentrated area in which we quantify with conception, but I think actually everything it manifests as like a vortex. There's a bunch of vortices with different characteristics, different modalities, different sizes, different interactions, different electrical properties, and we call them particles because if we didn't do that, what could we do? If we didn't call them particles, how could we keep up with everything? We have to name them and count them, right? So
Yeah, I mean, it's the same way you can call them vortices and, ether fields and this, that, and the third if you want to. There's no problem with that. It's just our modeling and the conventions and, words and ideas we use give us a lot more utility than vortexes and ether theory.
why you guys
That's
oftentimes don't even acknowledge the geometric aspect, right? So like you guys don't even acknowledge the geometric aspect or the spatial extension. So actually giving it a hyper specific geometric denotation would be more precise. I mean, like when it comes to all these different things, like when we do this with this chemical and this chemical, and we interact with this and this and this and this, and we get this, that doesn't go anywhere. Switching that out with ether unit or vortices, that all that other stuff doesn't just disappear, right? It's like that's a
yeah,
misnomer.
but no one's ever built anything using ether theory. That's the point I'm trying to make. There's no utility in ether theory, even
You
if you
say
feel
no
it's more
one's ever
accurate,
built anything.
even if you feel it's a more true representation of reality. Fine, but I don't know anything built off of ether.
You say
Well,
no
hold
one's
on,
ever
just
built anything. You mean no one recently, right? Like because tons of people built stuff off ether theory. That's actually how you're talking to me right now. So
Why?
Like what?
What? What?
What was built off of ether theory?
that's literally how
Yeah.
Tesla came up with the AC induction motor.
No, that was off of Maxwell's electromagnetic theories.
Maxwell literally came up with all his theories with an ether framework.
Yeah, but no one builds things, taking the ether into account. When Maxwell had his law for electromagnetic radiation, the assumption was just made that light travels through the ether at a certain speed, but the ether wasn't defined. There was no symbol to define it, no number, no value, no figure. It wasn't even detected. It was just an assumption put
yeah.
into his
So
equation.
just real quick though. So we're
Is
still
that
we're still describing, let's say, something like an observation, right? So I would say it this way: that when you say no one's ever built something on the basis of the ether, I would say everything in your model is based on the ether. They've just labeled it certain things, and you are okay with that, right? What we're discussing right now is ether theory, 100%.
Correct. I mean, it's like very obvious. The more time passes, actually, if you claim that there's like a background realm and it's made of fields, and the fields make up everything, and then what we call particles are excitations within the field, that is an ether theory.
I don't know whose ether theory there.
Ether is that there's a background.
Whose ether theory is it that there's a background field everywhere, and then excitations in that field give us particles? Who had that ether theory?
That is what ether is. Ether is that.
No, but who had
Who
that
came up
theory?
with it is what he's asking. Who started it?
Yeah, who had that theory? That wasn't
Who
Let me
Maxwell's
jump
started
theory.
in.
it?
That wasn't Faraday's
The ether was
theory. That
first
wasn't
acknowledged
Tesla's theory.
thousands of years ago.
Yeah, but
Let,
who had this idea that
Man.
ether is a field that permeates through all time and space, and excitations in this field give us particles? Which physicist or cosmologist or engineer ever had an ether theory like that?
Again, it started thousands of years ago. Even when it was first postulated that there was something called particles, ether was assumed. And of course, I don't believe in particles, so it doesn't matter. The point is that ether is the base idea that there is a background medium that sustains energy. And now in 2022, people claim there's a background medium, but we don't call it a medium, right? That's it. So it's
You
like,
don't believe particles exist.
no, because I don't just blindly hand over my intellect to people that come up with theories because I actually have confidence in my own intellect.
right.
Right. So
So
I don't need other
In your
people to
own
think for
theories.
me. Do you know what
look,
that
In your
that's
own
like?
theories.
okay, just real quick. So particles are a convention, right? Just like sun rays are a convention. You can't see the shit, but you see something. So then you try to describe what you're seeing and you give it some kind of a label that then becomes a reference point, right? So again, Nate, when you're asking these questions, the cosmic background radiation is better known as ether background medium. It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing because number one, the cosmic microwave background radiation is not seen as a field. Number one, it's just really old light. Number one. Number two, within our model, we don't say that there's one underlying field.
Where does
Each
that
quantum particle has its own quantum field or its own vacuum, or to be more precise, its own false vacuum. There isn't one a vacuum of field from which gluons and electrons both get the energy. No, they get the energy from separate fields. It's not one thing the way you have it with the ether.
Okay, but again, you're still using the term field, right? You're just giving 20 different fields. Okay? I don't understand why you can't simply see that you're holding in one hand 20 descriptions that have field in it, and on the other hand, there's one field that that those 20 things can exist in. It's still the same observation in a kind of a field, like this really old light. Where does that really old light exist?
Everywhere.
It's all around us, but it's not fundamental. It's not the underlying field the way you guys claim the ether is.
It's because you say that. Like, yeah, there are some differences, but honestly, your paradigm just invokes a lot of doublespeak. And one of the main problems is they claim that there can't be something there other than space and time that has physical properties, and it can't have some substantive value, right? Like that's the whole historical conflict between ether and relativity. But the problem is that now your fields say that there is something in the background with physical properties other than space and time. An example, of course, being dark energy. So that's what you guys fail to realize, is that the current paradigm is crawling its way over to an older ether type of idea. It'll never be exactly what the ether was back then because we have way more intricate observations, way more like precise conventions now. So whatever the new version of ether will be, we'll have to integrate those observations. That's not the point. The point is that you guys said no, it can't have material property, it can't have physical properties, it can't have substantive qualities. And then now your paradigm says it does. But really we'll just leave it undefined and not really tell you what it is because no one can figure out how to claim something else is there with physical properties without combating relativity.
It's like Pluto. First it was a planet, then they took it away.
So with it, you don't believe in particles. How would you break a substance down into its fundamental components? I mean, at some point, does it just disappear or become poof into the ether, or is it made out of something?
Dude, Dude, basically you're saying how would you conventionally describe it, or it can't be physically real? Like if I break
Yeah,
down
atoms
that,
and bonds.
yeah, that's what you like to call stuff, atoms, and then you claim
Yeah,
there are little particles inside the atom. You claim that there's
yeah.
something 100 million times, 100 million. Can you soak
Okay.
that number instead of just pretending you
I
know
mean,
it's
is
real?
that
Can
is
you
that a scary number for you?
can you
No, it's not.
don't
Howard,
project onto me, right? Because the truth is you don't understand that number.
Does it
And if you're
scare
going to sit
me?
here, right, don't sit here and pretend you understand that number. You don't.
Yeah.
You
I mean, what's
objectively
there
don't.
not to understand? They're little bitty. I don't understand
Oh,
what's
wow.
difficult
How
to understand
intellectually
about that.
profound. The profundity of your statement is overwhelming.
so let's just
100
Okay.
start.
million times smaller than the
Well,
atom.
let's go back to my original question. When you break down a substance into its components, I mean, what do you think it's made out of?
Well, that's a good question. I just told you what I thought it was made of. Like
Okay.
you could call them ether units or condensates or corpuscles. It doesn't matter what you call them. You want to call them physical particles as if they're all material, which is dumb, but it doesn't matter. You're asking if I broke it all up, would they disappear? In your paradigm, they would disappear. In your paradigm, if you were to take the matter apart, it would seemingly disappear. You wouldn't have any material to work with.
Question just real quick. So if we're talking about hertz, right? We're talking about sound frequencies. Let's say 396 hertz. Is 396 hertz made out of the same? I'm just going to speak this way, so forgive me. Is 396 hertz made out of the same thing as 523 hertz? It's just a different frequency. Or is 396 hertz a completely different, let's say, substance or element than 523?
I don't understand the
You
question.
get what I'm saying?
Yeah, they would. Okay, so they would say that it's both. They would say that things have different frequencies, and so it's like the element doesn't necessarily change, but then the base components, as you go further and further, uh, the frequency eventually changes what they call the particle, because spin is one of the major things that they use to describe these particles. And spin is not actual like physical spin. It's not like you spin a top on the desk. It's actually just vibration. So they do call them different particles based on frequency.
So then here's my question now. Okay, so instead of 396 hertz, let's call it the frequency of yellow and the frequency of red. Are they both the same but different frequencies? So then I'm hearing yellow, I'm hearing red. Do you understand the analogy that I'm drawing right now?
Yeah, it's like different keys on a piano, Travis. You know, they vibrate at different frequencies. That's how you can imagine light or sound. You know?
Well, okay, yeah, but on the piano, I've got different thicknesses, different gauges of the chord. So I'm trying to say, like, when we're looking at light, and light is frequency, but this frequency shows up red, this frequency shows up blue. It's all
Yeah.
the same. Okay, it's all the same chord, same gauge of chord. It's just
Yeah.
a different. It's just a different tuning.
I feel like you're trying to describe a property of something as to be something, where a property is like that truck is blue, that bird is blue, but the truck and the bird are completely different things. You can't describe the truck with the color of it. I mean, you can describe its color, but its substance and what it's made out of, I don't think you can describe it that way.
What's funny is you guys don't realize how little your side knows. It's so sad.
Yeah, I was just using the piano keys as an analogy, Travis. Not how it's created, but how, you know, you are hearing different sounds, but they all sounds. They just at different frequencies. What causes the different frequencies? I agree with you. You know,
Yeah,
they could
hold
have
on
different.
though. Oh yeah, but hold on. But all on if I've tuned my guitar, I've got E A D G B E, right? I've got six chords.
Yeah.
But they're all 440 hertz.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Well, if
They're all
you have a flashlight, it's not going to emit gamma rays, is it? You know,
I
the
don't
same way
know.
a guitar is only going to emit certain types of sounds within a certain range of frequency.
Yeah, I'm just what Howard's question just made me go down that rabbit trail, which is fine. But so Howard, the thing that I think about when you're asking these questions about particles is, so let's take a banana, right? Slice a banana, and then slice that part, and then slice that part, and then slice that part. Like there's going to become you're going to get to a point to where you can no longer physically slice that banana, but philosophically you can. And that's where I think the pseudoscience of your world doesn't fear to tread. Like they're like, yeah, let's keep going. We can keep slicing that banana. Yeah, but I can't touch it. I can't see it. But we can keep on slicing it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
They'll
you
just
talk
go
about
there.
the
They then
funda-
come on
the-
Discord
get-
and act like it's a fact.
getting down to
It's
the
the same way we
fundamentals. You know.
Yeah, but it's the same way we slice cells apart and look deeper and deeper into them till we get to the DNA.
Think
And
you're doing.
we look deeper into that,
Yeah,
Can we
but
talk about some gravy? Like,
hold
this
on,
is the
just real,
picture.
hold on. I'm sorry, just real quick, Austin. So I didn't finish watching this video, so I can't really go any farther than this. But I was watching this molecular biologist deny DNA. He's like, it doesn't exist, right? So why would some guy who's a microbiologist deny DNA? Why would he even do that?
I don't know.
Because it doesn't fucking exist. It's a convention.
So because one biologist says it, like
No. Okay, I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying you've got someone who's a naysayer. It's just like having someone who's an electric universe guy, right? There's obviously something that he knows or understands that gives him the ability to go, you know what? You guys, I've never seen DNA. I'm a microbiologist and I've never seen DNA. I talk about it. I can diagram it, but I've never seen it.
That's how all this is.
I
Like,
know.
Like this, yeah. This right here is a depiction of what you could call like ether units in different formations. So you have the inward spiraling pressure, and then you have the outward spiraling pressure, right? So you have like the donut and the inside of the donut, which would be like a cone pointed down, stacked on top of a cone pointed up. It's a vortex. And then as it spins out, you get this formation right here that we see everywhere in nature. So actually my framework, which I can at least admit is philosophical, and you guys literally want to call it science, it's funny, but is based on all observations. This is all in nature. And so as you see it rotates 2 times, you get this second depiction on the bottom row. 8 times, you get the more intricate. And then we see the same thing in the sky from a geocentric position. The planets do the same thing. It's from the big to the small. Mine's an actual GUT, like a grand unified theory for the forces, and a TOE, a theory of everything. Whereas yours is all over the place and it's nonsense. And this is what comprises platonic solid. Of course, that being fire, earth, air, water, ether, and ether being the primary unit. And then what a coincidence when we use cymatics and use and manipulate vibration, we get these same shapes as the platonic solids. So my position is entirely founded, whereas your position has to claim this is all just a coincidence. That's literally what your side says. No, the fact that's everywhere is just a coincidence. These are all just little balls. And we're not really little balls. We'll just call them little balls. They're there, but they're not there. They're without matter, but they have a size. They have matter, but they have no size. They have matter, but they have no shape. We don't really know what they are, but we know what they are. They're here, but they're not here. They're here, but they're also over there. They disappear, but then they reappear. They disintegrate and turn into photons and then turn back into electrons. Like, you guys say a bunch of crazy stuff, but then you guys come in Discord and act like it's so perfect and amazing and there's no other way. And it's like, when people hear you say that actually do somewhat understand it, they know that you just don't. And I would say Nate does somewhat understand it, because whenever it gets down to it, he'll admit like this is a convention in certain aspects. But it's like the people that don't understand it at all, They pretend it's just like some type of definitive scientific fact and it can never be replaced and there's no alternative. And it's like weird to me. So just if you
Maybe
open
they
your mind to a different paradigm, then you may realize that we have come up with conventions as humans to quantify things, assuming everything's material with no proof. Like, is that not even a possibility for you guys? Have you not noticed that that is what's happening yet?
I don't know about all that. I don't think we all think everything is just materialistic. Energy is a big factor in our models and our ideas and our way of life. And no one would say energy is material.
Well, I'm saying
I don't
that it's
know.
materialistic in the sense that it's confined to the material world. Like here you have cymatic patterns using different frequencies. So why would we as humans not look at that? Look at all the different patterns that we can create with vibration and cymatics. And be like, wow, this is crazy. We should integrate this into whatever we're saying because we know that everything has a vibration. Everything has a base resonance and a vibration. We quantify different particles based on their spin whenever that is vibration. So we're already integrating vibration into our convention of particle theory. We know that vibration will do this. It creates different geometric expressions and patterns. Then we go back to what a coincidence is, so how a torus is manifested. So why would we ignore that, right? Like, why would we not integrate a torus into our model?
What can you make with all that?
Everything you can. That's what you don't understand.
No, it's a solid question. What can you do with that,
Yeah,
with that
sure.
information?
Show us someone using that information to draw up schematics for a light bulb, or just something basic like that.
Are you going to pay
Right.
him for his
But now
time?
you see what they do? It's like this is just like
It's a question. Come on, I'm asking for something. You guys ask us to show you
there's
stuff
definitely a
all
fallacy
of
of
the
sorts, right? Like I just don't know the
No.
name of it. Where
Yeah,
it's
but
like
He's just going to deflect. He's not going to answer.
It has
No,
to be a fallacy.
I got it.
A
Listen, guys,
simple
listen.
question is a fallacy. Come
you're
on.
just
No,
gonna
listen.
deflect. I don't ever understand anything being said, but I love to take jabs at Austin like I'm smart anyway.
Poison the well a little bit more, Austin.
That's what you're doing. You're saying I'm deflecting when I was in the middle of
No,
explaining
I'm
something.
asking you a question, and
You don't
you're
understand the
calling me an
questions, though.
idiot, and I
You don't
understand that
comprehend
you're
the
calling me an
questions.
idiot, and you're breaking server rules when you do that.
I didn't call you an
Okay.
idiot. You're just soft.
Okay,
So
hold
there,
on,
I
just
called
real
you
quick.
something. Now you can
Just-
cry.
You meet
So
me face to face, see how soft I am.
I would
All right.
definitely call you soft face to face, Skyland.
All right, hold on, just real quick. So, both Howard and Nate, my answer to you is, you are expressing views of information that you have read that are based on the research that has taken years and years and years of other people's work, right? So you do realize that the work that took was paid for by someone, right? And it wasn't just one person, right? But now you're putting all of this on one person in particular right now to come up with something right now. You guys don't even understand your own.
No. That's the straw man, Travis. I'm not asking Whitson to, invent something, to come up with something brand new. I'm asking him to show me if he's aware of anyone that's done this. If he can just Google something and find something. Someone building a light bulb or having not even actually building it, but just the schematics, the blueprint for a light bulb based on ether and vortexes, if he can just Google something quickly.
You don't even address the geometric expression in your paradigm. You just ignore that part. So
you
why does
can't
the
find
geometric expression need to be integrated into schematics when even your side ignores that part? Leftline, what do you guys say now? See, you don't seem to understand. That's why I keep saying you don't understand it.
I'm not talking to
You're
you.
ridiculing
I'm not
me,
gonna
saying
talk
that
to you.
I'm ignoring a question when I'm actually trying to elucidate that the question is ill-founded. But then you want to interrupt and say, I won't enter. No, you just don't understand it.
Fucking hell, man.
I'm sorry that you jumped in too early. You should pump the brakes. So we don't need to know the geometric manifestation or expressions to create a schematics for a light bulb. That's ridiculous. The point is that you ignore this part. But one of the primary components of particle physics is spin, and spin is vibration. So what does vibration do? Cymatics says that vibration creates different geometric expressions. You just ignore that part. So objectively, your side's less viable. You ignore something we know is happening. Right? I mean, the overall point is what Travis just said, which is you've had millions of people with billions of dollars for actually built upon thousands of years, right? Working on this one idea of materialism that you had, trying to put it together, having all kinds of contradictions, having to throw out your old theory and old model every year, every couple weeks. You have to throw something else out, and they're constantly trying to build it up, build it, and change it and change it. But then you guys act like, oh, this is the only way we can do anything. Do you have anything else? It's like, it's just very ridiculous to me.
Realistic, in my opinion. I mean, look.
Of course, I can't replace all of physics, particle physics, myself right here talking to you on Discord. When you didn't do anything to build a current model, you stick your chest out with it, though. Like, at least I'm actually thinking for myself, right? At least I'm actually like using my own mind, and I'm looking at the evidence, and I'm seeing the things that aren't addressed, and no one will respond. Particle physics uses spin as one of the primary characteristics to denote different particles. Well, spin is actually vibration. Okay? It's oscillation. So if spin is oscillation, then what happens whenever something vibrates? Well, it has different geometric expressions and patterns based on cymatic. So why does your particle physics paradigm not even address the different geometric expressions? Just ignore cymatics, which we can physically prove.
Austin, just real quick, the spirographic nature of the orbits. Where did you get those diagrams? Like, how did you find those somewhere, or what? How did?
Yeah, I found them somewhere.
Where? Like, what was the source for them? I'm curious.
You mean, well, for one, we can see these patterns like with using cymatics. We just manipulate frequencies.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the planetary orbits that you associate those diagrams of spirographic patterns or cymatic patterns.
Oh, the planet. Yeah, people just recorded the planet's movements in the sky. They mapped it on geocentric Earth.
Okay, so some of those look like they were like, let's see, how would I say this? Elliptical, like, I don't know how to say this. Yeah,
they
but
are
like
elliptical.
No, I get that part, but I mean, like there were loop-de-loops within, like on the very edge, right? Like it would go, it would cross its own path again, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what it looks like from here. And so the question is, does it or does it not? But yeah, like that's what it looks like from a geocentric. See, people say that geocentrism is impossible, and they'll bring up like retrograde and planetary movement and all that stuff because they just Google it. But
yeah, but if it's cymatic, then it's absolutely demonstrable. That if let's say that Mars is on the frequency of 396, and 396 creates that pattern.
Correct, bro. Correct, and that's what it is. That's clearly what it is, because because the other side doesn't even acknowledge it. Like, how does that make sense? So this is the part that you guys will never accept, but my position is more viable. And I don't even have to go any further to be more viable. I'm addressing something that I know exists and we can prove exists. You guys are ignoring it, which means your model is shit. It means nothing. So, like you said, if you have a certain frequency, right, with cymatic patterns, you get a certain pattern. So that's what the planets are. They have a certain frequency, right? And so they're vibrating and oscillating with this, and then they have a certain frequency. And this gets interesting because then you can look into sonoluminescence. So if the patterns that we observe are exactly like that of cymatic patterns in different frequencies, and then we realize that, well, a certain frequency in water creates light, well, then what are the stars? And what are these planets? I mean,
They're little nodes. It's like a fucking. Remember those
the same ones?
The Etch-a-Sketch. Remember the Etch-a-Sketch?
Same
And it has
exact
that.
ones. All right, how many more do you got?
Jeremy, you're
hot
hot
mic
mic, man.
Jeremy.
What the hell, Jeremy?
My bad.
So, like, remember the Etch-a-Sketch? And you had that little node that would be the one marker that you could go and make any pattern or whatever. But it's that little one point, right? That's what each of the planets are, each of the stars. They are a point of frequency.
Have you guys heard of a star in a jar?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was talking about sonoluminescence.
So this is not all hype. This is an actual thing. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you see how it's so different that like what I'm suggesting is actual. I'm so crazy. I'm talking about an actual phenomenon.
Right.
No,
Well,
it's
that's
absolutely possible. Yeah. And the cymatics is amazing. I've been into that for a long time. And every frequency has a different pattern always. It's not like by fluke. You tune into this frequency, you get this pattern. Yeah.
another day. It'll be a different pattern.
No. Each frequency has its own pattern.
No, I know. I was saying it's so consistent that it doesn't have different patterns. You know what I mean? It doesn't change.
Yeah. It's really amazing.
That's what they used to build violins out of. It's also called a Cialdini plate. If you don't call it cymatics, the violin players would call it a Cialdini plate, which is like it gives you all those patterns. They use sand, and then
He's
they
gonna
would
like
like
that.
Is that how
make
they do it? Yeah. Wow.
it would, yeah, so they could like figure out the back shape of the violin.
See, you
There you
should
go, we
like that.
built
It's
something
got the
doing it.
same. It's got the same root. Chaldean.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, I think
Travis,
one of
did
the
you see?
first people.
Are you driving?
Yeah.
Okay, so don't look now, but we put some pictures of what a neutrino looks like. When you get a chance, if you stop, you're gonna get a big laugh out of it.
Yeah, I'll be able to stop in like 15 minutes. But okay. So right now, this timestamp right now.
When you stop, ask me. I'll repost it.
This was first really done by this dude, I think in modern times by It's like Hans Jenny. And he showed all these patterns. That like what he did is where I got that screenshot of the pattern. Yeah, this is him in the picture. Dude named Hans Jenny.
Yeah, this is
Basically,
for real stuff.
we have like this seemingly we have like this background that vibrates at different rates, and then we have all kinds of things come from that. It's like, because when we're looking at these quote unquote particles and all this stuff, like what is vibrating?
See, you remember when you were part of my stream and you saw the ether band for the first time? Remember that oil platform video?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, so we have the oil rig, and then you've got the mirage beneath it, and then the mirage disappears, right? It wipes away, and then the water's there, right? So imagine that the mirage is made up of a frequency, and that frequency is simply changing, and it goes away.
Yeah. Well, that has to do with wind and sun, but this is sound, bro. You know. But I see where you're going, but this is freak out. This, you guys heard of sound cannons, right? It could be used as a weapon, right? We know microwaves. Well, that's different. That's different. Well,
Well, is it?
with magnets, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Everything is vibration, bro.
Yeah.
If you listen, I recommend, if you're into classic rock, I recommend Mick Fleetwood's autobiography. From Fleetwood Mac. He talked about he had this contraption that he would wear on his chest where he could create frequencies, and he would talk about how he would just pulsate out into the audience and just watch them be affected by what he was doing.
So he published a book in '67 called Cymatics, the Study of Wave Phenomena. And this is a video of him doing some of his experiments.
All with that.
Pretty cool.
Check. Got a crazy name.
Nate, can you give me your opinion on what I just said right when you left? But I was saying it's
So
like
sorry, man.
seemingly this position would be more viable because, as I just put right here, with this guy studying this Hans Jenny, like so cymatics is a real thing. Different vibrations create different geometry, and we know this. And so, if one of the main characteristics we're using to describe and characterize these particles is spin, which is actually vibration, but we just don't acknowledge the geometry of these quote unquote particles, right? Like, aren't you missing a part of it? If we know it has a vibration, then it has to have some geometric expression because we can prove it with cymatics. So isn't my position actually more viable? Because I'm actually acknowledging that part of it.
I don't know. I don't know. It's you know. I would have to see something tangible, man, before I comment
I
on
would
anything.
say
That's why
yes, and then I would say
I'm
that we
asking
have to
for
be at.
something. Yes, Travis.
Yeah, instead of saying I don't know, I would say yes, right? So, you know, we would just simply have to find, like, whoever this was, Hans, somebody from the late 60s, like, what happened after his demonstration? Like, did it go anywhere? Did they try to just like push it off to the side and forget about it and keep on with the mainstream? You know what I mean? Like,
They tried to call it woo woo.
well, that's what they do with everything natural, man.
Isn't that weird?
Like, they don't. Yeah, they fucking make shit up and it's not woo woo. We're showing you shit in nature and they're like, oh, that's woo woo. Fucking spin, man. That's absolute propaganda.
Let's compare the two hypothetical models. So you have the standard model here. I have this. I'll read it. The vacuum of space is empty. All matter was created instantaneously in a single Big Bang moment. Quantum virtual particles can pop into and out of existence. Note these quantum virtual particles can now be understood as Planck spheres, which would be ether units, becoming coherent for a small amount of time. Then we have the fractal holographic model. Utilizes a superfluid, superconducting lattice of spherical PSU bubbles in all directions. The ether is an omnidirectional flower of life lattice. Matter arises from this field through co-spinning units, giving them relativistic mass compared to the surrounding medium. Each PSU or ether unit is a tiny quote-unquote black hole. It is a self-contained electromagnetic flow packet. The ether is full of energy, however, the geometry of its structure allows equilibrium. The vector equilibrium, which yields no force vectors in any direction at rest. It is the ground state. So you see that. Now, this is just what someone else is saying, but one actually addresses the geometry, one does not. And I, of course, was making that point before I found this article, but it is a very easy and obvious observation. We're addressing it, you guys are not. Now, like Travis said, when you extend this into a stationary Earth, looking at the planets, well, look at these planets. They take these cymatic patterns. It's as if they have a certain frequency. And that's like, oh, wow, Mars is this frequency. Venus is this frequency because, look, it has this cymatic pattern. And then we can look at sonoluminescence and a certain frequency within fluid creates light. So what are the stars? What are the planets? Right? Like these are aspects that are just completely ignored by the mainstream. Same thing on the small scale. You guys don't even talk about the geometric expression. It's like, and then just look at the progress of the model of the atom, the illustrations of an atom. Let's do that.
What do you mean by the geometric expression? Like, what do you mean by that?
Like, if you look at 36 minutes after the hour, that's a bunch of different geometric expressions. It's intricate. It's cymatics. It shows just different cymatic patterns. So that's a geometry, right?
Oh,
you
in
can
the
just
movie.
see the geometry. Now, like when they quote unquote take a picture of an atom, they actually use motion sensory and electron manipulation, electronic manipulation. Blah blah blah. Then they contrast and render an image. What do they always show us to be the atom? They show us a circle, right? Well, like all of these geometric patterns fit within a circle. That's kind of the point. See, the sphere isn't entirely unfounded, just like the Earth does have a sphere around it, right? Because a torus field, you can draw a circle around it. So like all these geometric patterns, you can classify as a sphere because they're omnidirectional. So anyway, like when you're like, oh, here's an atom and you draw a circle, it's like, oh, wow, what are we, cavemen? Oh, sir, atom circle. It's like, no. Specific frequencies, specific patterns within that circle. So mine's a whole step further. That's my point. Like the idea that there must be some type of sphere everywhere is actually not that unfounded.
You
Right?
know what
It's
would be
just
interesting?
bastardized.
You know, it'd be interesting, Austin, would be to, you know, for the sake of argument, take the AE map and then create a spirographic pattern, right? You remember as a kid, anybody remember playing with these as a kid? They had different diameters and different holes that you could put your pencil in or your pen in, and then you followed the inside of the larger pattern, and then you would create a cymatic pattern with the form, right? So then you have you could, like, think about the kids that would enjoy this, right? They would get the spirographic gear, let's call it a gear, because that's they have teeth and they rotate within each other, right? So you've got Mars, Mercury, Venus. You know, you could create your own zodiacal pattern and look and see what your world looks like. That would be
Travis,
pretty
it's been
interesting.
done. It's been done. The Antikythera mechanism, but with 5 planets. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yo, look,
I'm saying, but I'm saying, like, so you'd be able to do it on a piece of paper and have a kid do it himself, and not the mechanism. But I get you.
This is satellite data right here on a flat plane. So what a coincidence. The ISS is the same thing. The ISS has the same pattern. And the planets have the same patterns.
I've been saying, well, I'm sure I heard it somewhere else, but the ISS is a node. It's just a node that's out there floating around.
A node.
Yeah, like a point of energy. It's like a filament. Like, think of it like a filament.
Well, okay, yeah, okay, but you do know, of course, that we do see the quote unquote ISS, right? Like,
yeah.
If you could take the app and you go out and look at the sun or the moon, you'll see it pass in front of it. So
yeah,
like,
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very interesting thing, right? Like,
but it looks like a filament to me.
It's probably just a drone.
It can't be a drone, man. You would have to have millions of them, right? Because it's like, or it would like, how fast is this drone going? Like, I don't know. The ISS is a very perplexing thing. It's not even worth talking about because there's no way we'll know. But I'm just saying that its pattern is a perfect cymatic pattern, just as the satellite data shows, and just as the planets show. Just like, it's impossible that this isn't part of physics. That's my actual point. It's impossible. So why is that not talked about?
It makes sense to go with stuff we know. We know there's cymatics. We know there's a relationship between matter and sound. We know we have electromagnetic forces. We know that because we take a compass out and there it is. We know there's energy in the air. So why don't we just go with stuff that we know instead of dark matter and dark energy bullshit? With that, I'm with you. But as far as, if we're speculating, right? But yeah, one doesn't make sense over the other. That's for sure.
When we start talking about like what is vibrating, we have to speculate about the background and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right. But it's like, and that's cool. I mean, like, speculation isn't bad. It's actually beautiful. But it's just when people become so deluded that they think their speculation is fact and can't be questioned, and then they
sort of like
treating it like science.
Sort of like the ether.
I don't do that with ether. That's my whole point.
Okay.
Thanks for your concession. I'm glad that we agree. So
What makes more sense to you, Extremis's electromagnetic cymatic kind of interpretation of what we see, or dark matter, dark energy, space-time fabrics?
invisible particles.
Yeah, invisible particles. Yeah. Add
I
that in.
haven't thought about it.
But
Are
have
you
a
willing
think
to
on
think
it,
about
bro.
it?
I don't intend on thinking about it either.
Oh wow, there you go. What
Do
use are you,
you
man?
Whatever
not,
Zanuck
like,
tells him,
wanna
he's gonna
know
think. Ask Zanuck.
You're
what you're doing
start
to the
calling you
room?
milk. I'm gonna start calling you milk toast.
Extremis
It's
says,
too scary to think about.
Dyslow, what do you think about what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So, like, basically everything that they're calling particles and stuff like this is actually ether units. We can call it ether units. And it's just different cymatic patterns. So different frequencies that are manifested within, let's call it a background medium that seemingly is fluid light. And so like if you have a lake and you have a certain vibration, you get a certain pattern. Like cymatics that have been studied for a long time. And you look at the big and the small, we see the so whenever they try to quantify these quote unquote particles, right? They use spin as one of the primary things that they quantify. And of course, spin is not like you spun a top, it's a vibration. So actually all these different frequencies are going to have different cymatic patterns, and that everything they're calling particles within this particle physics is actually just different versions of a torus. It's a different frequency within, like, everything is vortices. Everything that they're calling these particles, they're vortices, infinitesimal prodigious worlds of velocity within this background, and they manifest as a vortice or a vortex, and then different frequencies give you different geometric expressions, right? And this would be our foundation to replace particle physics. Would be we would actually address the geometric pattern that frequency gives us, as opposed to the current paradigm, which completely ignores it.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. It's all supported by harmonics essentially, which is frequencies with a geometric expression, giving it its physical attribute that we perceive as material.
Right. So
Yeah, Ken did a really cool video a couple weeks ago talking about the atom, and he broke it down similar to kind of how you're expressing it too. So I thought it
oh,
was
really?
pretty good video. Oh yeah, it was a really good video. I'll see if I can find it and post.
Or I can look on his channel. I just haven't been there in a while. That's cool though, because it's just crazy to me that, look, okay, so we can physically do something. I don't know. There's the fundamental difference in us and certain clovers is, like, we want to actually see something, or we want to do something to learn what it is, right? And they're cool. They're cool. Just the main spell was everyone like associates learning without actually doing or seeing or something actually being real. They just believe it. Right? So it's like if we come over here and we start manipulating frequencies, we get different patterns. Cymatics is indisputable. So it's like, why would we not build our interpretation off of that? We know it's there. If we know things have different frequencies, we know they have different geometric expressions. There's no way around it. And so, so I guess what I was going to say is, so I think that maybe even theory hypothesis would agree with this, right? Which is like, so technically saying that like everything is spheres isn't completely wrong, because like if you take a torus field, you can draw a circle around it, and then within this circle you have all these different patterns. And so the earth would be no different. We would be cut through the middle of the torus. You could draw a celestial sphere around us, top and bottom, around that torus that we're within. So it seems like everything could be called spheres in a way. Now, it's just not these physical spheres like basketballs that you bounce and throw and bounce around everywhere, right? It's just like an area, a radius of vibration.
Yeah.
I think we should just replace it. I think instead of like talking to the Globers forever, I think we should just try to replace everything. Like not because we have to, but because we want to progress. And not really anyone's doing it because
Yeah,
most people.
you're never going to get further ahead by just bastardizing the truth and not giving explanation behind the perceivable phenomena rather than just some barbaric description that fits your paradigm. Like that's all they've ever done was supported their own perceptions rather than that of logical, rational ones. That's all.
That's right. Look,
It's a little difficult because, like, you know, they built like all the SI units and stuff. So unless there's reason to stick with them, you know, we would need to reason that out. Why we would stick with that? But yeah, like developing like just like theoretical terms, I think is perfectly good. And I don't know why Nate is so averse to you know, accepting your use of vortices wit, because you know his entire quantum realm is governed by spin dynamics, and you know, so that is to say, when something is turning around, it is like could be defined as a vortex anyway.
Yeah. Like I think that Nate's actually much more open to it than most of the people in here, like because he understands a lot more of the specifics, right? So like when you're talking to him, like he desperately longs for a replacement because he often works with this in his profession. So it's like the mere notion that he would just trash it isn't even an option, right? I mean, understandably so.
Well, I know, but like
wouldn't even
if he was so engaged, like he would be like, oh well, is it possible to make like a particle accelerator out of like a cymatic model? You know,
that sounds like something he would say, right? Like,
well,
yeah, I'm just
you know-
saying, in my opinion, he's one of the better. Like, as opposed to, I don't want to single anyone out, but like someone jumping in and just being like, "You don't get it. You
I don't
won't
know anybody
answer.
like that.
Yeah, like you're stupid. You don't believe in particles. You're stupid."
No
he
one like
actually
this
talks about it.
exists. But yeah, I got you. Yeah, totally.
I mean, he definitely fights it, right? But I can understand it. It's like I'm not even, in my opinion, like the solution is not to throw out the particle physics paradigm entirely. It would be to fix it. So we would take all these conventions and then we would integrate it into the new framework. We definitely shouldn't just like scrap everything we know, right? I mean, that doesn't make sense. We definitely have learned a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean
with
that's
quantum.
exactly what we're talking about to a certain extent. They're thinking of all of these different tweaks and things that they have to adjust because they're not considering one thing that's actually probably going to be the source code, right? They're not paying attention to that. So then in order to make sense of something that they're not considering, they have to then create 5 different ways to Sunday and call them 5 different things. But what I hear you saying is, okay, look, if we go about it this way, it's almost like everything is just going to go place, bloop, 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 it's just going to fall into place.
This is something else that's very. Sorry, go ahead.
I posted a Google Drive where Ken essentially creates some formulas to kind of express what it is that we're trying to achieve here. I'd highly suggest clicking on that or going under his channel and finding it yourself. I'll read it really quickly. He says, after directing my mind intensely, what must be the simplex answer to the reconciliation of light and matter. Since high energy light is fundamental matter, i.e. hydrogen, all atoms are compounded hydrogen.
Hey man, your mic is pretty fucked up. I don't know if anybody caught what you said.
You sound like some speak and spell shit.
Yeah, you're just roboting.
Or it's like the end of 2001 or 2010.
I'm gonna drop this PDF if anybody wants it. It's called A Study of Wave Phenomena. It's by Hans Jerry. It's about the cymatic patterns. If I can get it to download. So I've only looked at some of this.
Yeah.
I don't actually know.
So it's weird. Like like if you think about like middle C or whatever on a piano, um, that wavelength has like a like actual length that it needs to resolve like in space, which is about like 3 feet or something.
Did you guys hear anything I said at all or not?
Not really.
Oh fuck. Yeah, I'm in a bad area. Check out the Google Drive I posted. It's pretty significant.
Oh wow.
Wait, so you did good last night. I love how Fight the Flat Earth said he was going to cite Phil Bell, and then Phil Bell came on and bodied him. That was awesome.
And then he ran away.
As for the rest of the shit before and after you, fucking horrible. What a bad look that was. Did you listen to it at all, or
No.
oh,
I
bro?
can only imagine. I actually only jumped in because I wanted to like expose them for what they did with the debate. But
No, you did good. Yeah, your shit was great. Nice work. Shame on whoever else was in that panel before and after you, though. Shame on them.
what they did real bad.
Terrible. It was brutal, bro.
Like you're saying, FTFU like destroyed them.
Oh, he mopped the floor with him, dude. It wasn't even close. Just what a bad luck.
Yeah, so that's what sucks. That's the only reason I end up getting. I feel the need to step to some of these people is because so many flat earthers go in there ill-equipped, and then this is the problem. People don't know how to debate. If that's all, like they just don't know how to think or how to debate. It's like I'm about to start like a course of sorts where it's just like we just talk about logic, bro. Because it's like if you don't learn that, you can be defending the truth and get destroyed, right? Like.
We also got people that think they can debate, but they can't. So there's those type of people too.
But they
Like,
could,
think they're
they could
nice.
if they would learn, right?
I mean, yeah, anyone can learn it, I would suppose.
That's the problem. Like they don't. I think the worst thing for flat Earth is people going in when they're not ready.
Definitely,
Right?
definitely.
It's like the worst thing for flat Earth because people think, oh, that's what flat Earth is. People that don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's funny that back when I was in the Christianity circles, if you guys know the theological distinctions between Calvinism and Arminianism, right? So
yep.
one of the things that was the inside joke in my circles was when we got a new convert, so to speak, that is someone who used to be Arminian and then became Calvinistic. Our joke was they need to be caged for like a year. Like you can't talk to anybody. Like you need to just sit down, shut up, and listen to the professionals. Because you get someone who changes their paradigm and they think they can just like swing that bat. They have no idea how to stand. They have no idea how to take a pitch. You know what I mean? Like they just go in guns blazing. It's kind of like what you're describing. You got people who come into Flat Earth and they're just like, yeah, and you're just like, oh, dude, shut your mouth. Stop talking. You know what I mean? Like you got to learn some shit.
And you get it though, right? Because like when I first heard about it, I did the same thing like with people in my real life. Like I was like immediately like talking to my friends about it. But I will say like my friends got destroyed. But like when you're coming into these circles where people have been looking into it for years, you're gonna go talk to an anti-flat earther. I would have probably got destroyed when I first heard about it, right? Because I didn't know any of the stuff. It's like it's crazy because, in my opinion, before you even learn the stuff, you have to learn how to debate. Right? There are very crucial aspects of debate that give you a huge advantage, and it's logic. Like always, just be sitting there thinking about logic is what I'm saying. Illogical is illogically fallacious, pointing out their logical fallacies, because that's not just some game to win a debate. It's how you have coherent argument.
All right. So check it out. So when I first went on Modern Day Debate, I really appreciated the platform. I thought that they were a step up from normal platforms and channels and other debates that were going on out there. But even at the same time, I didn't think they went far enough, right? So, in my opinion, debate is much like a courtroom procedure. You have the prosecuting attorney and the defense attorney are having a debate, okay? And the judge isn't going to give you, like, who's going to win at the end, right? The judge is neutral. He's like, you guys show me what you got. Whoever argues the best, right, you win. So in part of the in part of the courtroom proceedings, the attorneys can object, right? They're objecting to fallacies, right? They're appealing, okay, objection, assuming information not presented in discovery. Like, you're making a claim.
Can I,
hold on,
can I say something before I lose reception?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say something, two seconds. I posted a video link to where he explains that those formulas that he's came up with, and I sent it to you directly, and I also posted it in Livestream text 1. Thanks. Go ahead.
Cool.
Anyway, my point is that I would love, and I actually created a channel. It just would take an immense amount of time. So my point is that debates could be won. Like Fight the Flat Earth, McToon, they could win a debate, right? If you call out an objection, and you are correct, like the judge sustains your objection, like appeal to consensus, and the judge goes sustained, like you just got a point. But if you don't call out the points or the fallacies, or you don't object, then the judge isn't going to give you points. You know what I mean? Like, I would love to see that step up in the debate forum.
Yeah, that would be cool. Just people will get really triggered. They'll think it's biased because the globe Earth will constantly be called out in fallacies.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that it's almost like a boxing ring as well. How many judges, right? There's a referee in the ring. That's the judge, okay? The judge doesn't declare the winner. You got people on the outside of the ring taking scorecards, right? They're keeping points. And you don't just have one guy. You've got, I don't even know how many judges they have. 6, 7, like 7, right? So then you have to then take all of their points and then crunch the numbers. And then whoever's got the most points at the end fucking wins. Doesn't matter who's favored.
Right quick. Regis, new to the server. Welcome. Feel free to unmute. Join the discussion when you're ready.
Yeah, like for sure. So a lot of people reach out to me and they're like, can you help show me how to debate some of this so I can talk to my family and friends and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I clearly don't have time to like. Yeah. So, I was going to do a thing where I like Jaren has like these consultations. So I was going to put that up where if someone's that serious about it, then they could do a 1v1, right? And like toss me a little money. We sit down for an hour or whatever. But outside of that, I just want to, for free, like kind of break down some of the basics of debate and logic. But of course, some people like literally want like a 1v1. Like, here's what I did, here's what happened last time and all this stuff. It's like, I don't have time. There's no way. But I'm getting that like request a lot. And I will say that I've grown a lot and I'm still like learning things that I can do better in debate.
Yeah.
So.
Right, but see, think about this though, man. Like, I watch a lot of reaction channels. They've got Patreons, right? So like, this one channel that I watch is a husband and wife team, and he often does the marathons. So like, someone pays him like $100 to go through 5 songs. You know what I mean? So it's not unrealistic for people who are supporters and fans who believe in what you're doing, who are saying like, look, your time is valuable. I want to hear what you think of this song. I'm going to pay you $100. It's crazy that people do that. But my point is, it's not absurd. Absolutely. That if someone like, I wouldn't have a problem with you if you were to say, look, I'm going to start doing this, Austin's debate advice channel. I'm just whatever. And then you're like, if you want to be a member, pay your fee and I'll spend time with you and we'll make it public.
think about this anytime you're on. Make sure you throw this in as a good pointer to anybody who books lessons, man. There should be people lined up, Austin, technically, but make sure you throw in that certain people we're not going to reach. Period. We're not going to reach them, and remember who the debate is for. You're going to have people on one side, people on the flat earth, people on the globe, who 99,000 out of are never going to change sides, but it's them few people who are on the fence or the few people who are new. So don't forget to throw in some of the fundamentals. Like you got some good arguments with relativity and all that, and but I got to remind myself to throw in like a laser test, throw in some fundamentals and shit, and it's important because that's the people who could potentially be convinced or intrigued by the debate, or the people who are not familiar with the subject.
Yeah, for sure. Like, so I'm just gonna cover it on my channel for free and some of the basics. But like, and I'll have to put together a presentation and stuff like that. It's like
one-on-one.
It's like a job, bro. This is actually kind of like a job. I mean, when I say
Yeah,
kind of,
absolutely.
it's like, yeah, it's just insane. It's actually like more demanding of a job than a lot of things. But I'll do it for free or whatever. It just takes time. But like, if
You're gonna do
someone wants to sit
one-on-ones,
down with me
coaching for
personally,
free, bro? That's crazy.
yeah, well, I'm just gonna, not personalized for free,
Oh.
but yeah, because I think it's good for flat Earth in general. I think it's good for truth in general. Like, and that's why I actually do this in the first place. Like, one of the major problems we have is people not knowing how to debate. Like, what I'm going to teach my daughter is how to think before I try to teach her what to think. Right? That's what I'm saying. But like, if someone wants like a personalized freaking breakdown of what they're doing wrong, then you're gonna have to pay me. So like, well, because if you're gonna like book me for an hour, like I have a lot of people that hit me up. They'll ask me to call them. They'll tell me this whole story. I'm like, okay, I'll call them, and then they'll want to talk on the phone for 2 hours, and I'm like, dude, I can't survive like this. So yeah, I mean, I'll just create a consultation page, and people can book it for 1v1 if they want to sit down and tell me some of the problems they have, and I can react to them personally. Outside of that, it'll just be a generalized breakdown that I'll just do for free, because I just think it's important. Like, I think it's important that people don't go on modern day debate before they're ready talking about flat earth. I think a lot of people just get excited and they want to, or some people just want to be seen or whatever it is. And it's like, it's bad. It's bad because like, if you equip this knowledge that I'm trying to give to people, well, then you could debate it. You can debate something you don't even know about.
I'll tell you, with it, my 9-year-old daughter is smart enough. We listen to your debates. She's smart enough to laugh at your opponents when they come back at you with something stupid. She enjoys it. And Brian, I left a question for you in the voice chat about that 16.8 mile observation. I'd like to see that. And also, Daiso sent me something. I'm not sure what that is.
I'll see if I can dig it up, man.
I thought I sent it to Witsit. My
Oh, I thought you said me. My bad. But that 16.8 was he claimed 1 foot. I think it was a 7-inch or 3/4 of a foot, and that bridge was like 16.8 miles away, man. So, I mean, there's some days, bro. It's just as far as you can see is where the horizon is going to be. In other words, there is no obstruction at all. Period. It just fades off into infinity.
I get it. I want to see it. You said there's a video or something. I'd like to share it.
Yeah, I'll see what I can find.
All right. Thanks, man.
Yeah, so like one of the number one things, right, is like leading the opponent. I'd say that's the most important thing. So what you do is you come up with what your arguments are going to be. And then you put yourself in like a globe proponent position, and you try your best to react to your argument. And if you don't know something, you look it up, right? Anything that they could say. That's why Discord's so useful. You just come in here, you throw an argument out in the ether, and then you hear people run around, scour the internet, and try to tell you what it is, right? For the globe. So you learn their argument, and then you like think about like, you try your best to poke holes in your own argument. And then when you get to what you consider the best rebuttal they can come up with, you make sure you can thoroughly handle that. Then you go to the debate, and then you throw out the little cookie crumb for step one, and you just watch them go down this path that you've already been down yourself, and you know where they're going to go, and you know the best that they can come up with. Right? And then you lead them with tactical questions to where they end up at the end. And then it gets more and more intricate, right? Where it's like, well, you set up questions in a sequential order that's going to make them contradict themselves. Right? And that's why in the debates I do in modern day debate, for example, that's why you get so many red herring fallacies, because you get them in a position where they realize that what they're going to, if they answer it, they're going to have contradicted their first claim. So they'll just run away. But that's why logical fallacies are so important to call out. And that's why you can't use them, because you're losing the debate. And instead of being, honest and having integrity at the end, where you're going to concede basically that you lost that point, they'll never concede. So then they start throwing out red herring fallacies, ad hoc fallacies, strawman fallacies. And so that's why you can't be allowed to use fallacies in debate, right? Because it removes the ability to actually have a coherent conclusion.
Yeah, if you don't call them out, then if people go back and grade it. But like I said, the main people, when I think about the debates, I think about the people who it could possibly have any impact at all on. But I agree with everything you're saying, and there's no substitution for the time. Time. This is an enormous topic. I mean, it's incredible how enormous this topic is, because it applies to every aspect of life, man. And it's a trip. That's why I say sometimes, like, God has a sense of humor, that he could make so many models with decent debates. Like, I could put up a pretty good argument for a concave earth, man. There's so many models, man, in cosmology. It's so enormous. So you got to tell, I'm sure you're gonna, but tell everybody, put in the time. There's no substitution for the time and the information,
Yeah, but this is what we need to do. We need to be as selfless as possible and find a way that we can cut their time down. Right? Like, when I first found about flat Earth, if I could have watched let's say if I could have watched one of my debates, one of the more productive ones, because some of them are just shit shows, but dude, it would have expedited my learning. Right? Whereas I had to, most of us in here probably actually had to go through years of looking up topic by topic by topic, trying to figure it out. It's now our job to give them more of a finished product, right? Like crash courses.
Yeah, but no matter what, you don't want to get stuck with absolutely no rebuttal. I've seen that happen a few times, and that's like, dude, you're toast, man. We've done that to them lately. In particular, but when they have no response at all, that's a freaking automatic forfeit in a debate, man. You got to have a response.
Yeah, have you noticed? I don't know if I think you were there yesterday. They still don't have a response for.
They don't.
The same questions I asked weeks ago, and they've been all working together to try to come up with a response.
Yeah, and what they say, January 8th or 18th.
He said by the end of January or early February, he's going to release a rebuttal because I got everything wrong. And then
he kept wanting to drop it, bro. I thought you was done. Sorry.
Well, no, I'm just saying just for anyone that doesn't know, FTFE was in the other server last night, and he was saying, I was completely wrong. I don't have anything. I have no idea what I'm talking about regarding anything in relativity, and I've gotten all relativity wrong. And then he would turn around and say, I don't understand relativity or know enough about it to talk about it. Let's just drop it. Then how do you know I'm wrong?
That's what I was about to say. He kept trying to change the subject and end it with neither one of us understand, and saying you don't understand. He kept trying to slip it in there like you was gonna notice that. Like, bro, you're the one who admitted that you don't understand it and everything. And I that's when I come in and put in a couple comments like, bro, Austin's trying to teach you the principle, bro. You don't understand the principle, and that's what he's trying to teach you. But I was, I didn't want to. I wanted to let you do your thing, but man. It's like he grandstands. Everything he says is like he's grandstand, like Kai says, with so much confidence. But still, when you get him down to that level, it's still obvious horse shit to anybody watching, bro. Just so you know.
Yeah.
Pretty obvious if they concede to one point, it's going to start that in motion where they're going to have to start conceding to everything and pretty much give up their whole argument. And that's why they refuse, even if they have to agree with what you're saying. It's their model, but they can't because that's a slippery slope.
Yeah, like it's crazy, bro, but it's good for other people to see it. Like I just got an email again talking about me and my wife are new to this, but we're leaning towards flat Earth because of watching your debates and seeing how the other side acts. And they were like, then we went. They said then we went on a rampage trying to find a Glober that didn't act like that in debate, and we haven't found anyone.
Right, man. That's what ultimately turned me was Rumpus and Brenda. Like I was on the fence, you know. I considered it right off the bat, you know. But I mean, I consider everything. You know, if you shoot something with a decent argument, I'll consider it. I like to keep an open mind. But yeah, that argument you have is a total trap. They can't. There's no way out of it because they can't. Like what FTFE was doing, saying it's hair, the 100th the size of a human hair or something. Well, then basically all you're saying is then they prove the Earth ain't going around the sun. There's no way out of that one.
Well, what's funny, dude, is he's like, it's 1/5000th the width of a human hair, and that wouldn't be enough to da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, I said in that debate, I'm like, okay, so you were just wrong, but you know what you're not gonna do? You're not gonna make a video and admit to your audience you were wrong. He's like, I always admit when I'm wrong. Well, it's been like 2 weeks now, and now he's saying, oh, I was completely wrong, and he's gonna make a video showing it. But then I read Einstein. So he's like, his argument was that the Lorentz contraction applied to the length of the arm is only 1/5000th the width of a human hair. And that's not enough to do anything to help you out right now. He's an idiot, though. That's literally where that number comes from. The number literally comes from how much it needed to contract for Michelson. That's literally where the number came from. That's how we created Lorentz contraction, length contraction in the first place. We didn't go measure it. We weren't like, oh, matter contracts this much based on some other physics. We literally just took the number and we were like, we need to come up with a theory that fixes it by this amount. Right? And so that's 1/5000th the width of a human hair. So they're like, okay, the arm must contract by this much. Now let's come up with a way to make that happen. So he's just dumb. And then I read it this thing's more arrogant. But then I read Einstein saying that the change is exceedingly small, right? Like the difference is exceedingly small, but Michelson and Morley came up with a way that would be decisive to detect this, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, you get it. Like, I guess the overall point is like, if you ask a lot of these ballers that in here that are even like seemingly much cooler than FTFE, if he lost, they'll say no.
Well, the funniest thing is the night before when you debated Mr. Sensible, they were so hard pressed to say no and not agree with you that relativity says you can't prove, Earth's motion around the sun. So I think that's where Bryant went ahead and prepared Fight the Flat Earth, thinking they got like this way out of it. Dude, the relativity is the way out of the Michelson-Morley results. So by denying that, he painted himself into a corner that he could not get out of because he denied it. It was hilarious.
Exactly, bro. It is their way out, and they're trying to find a way out just because the argument's coming from me, right? And because I'm making it clear what it means, and it's not. They don't want to, admit it.
This is how I know they don't understand. I know for a fact Craig don't understand it because A, what he was saying about the size of the deviation, but B, he don't understand that if they can't prove the sun's going around they can't have a model with the just the Earth spinning and not going around the sun because he's not thinking like the moon, the plate. Like, bro, he doesn't understand. You had to tell him like twice that throws off your whole model completely, bro. It ain't just the Earth spinning. Everything's moving at different. All the planets and the moon, just for starters. And for Maine, really, I mean, he didn't understand that, bro. You had to tell him twice that your model can't work like that. You lose your model.
Yeah, it's a package deal. That's why I say a lot, is because like, I mean, I just set them up, bro. Like I came up with this argument over the course of some time, and it's a huge setup. But they're never gonna you're never gonna get them to admit it in here. This is for other people that are actually honest. Because like, but yeah, it sets them up because they want to be like, oh, whatever, we can't prove the orbit, which they won't say, but they have to. But then they'll end up trying to say that, but we can prove the spin. They don't understand that like the spin and the orbit are a package deal, right? The Earth must be spinning and revolving. And the fact that there's sidereal rotation doesn't prove anything to do with the Earth rotating, dude, right? Obviously. Now, if you could prove that the Earth is orbiting, if you could actually measure an additional motion of the Earth orbiting, then you'd have something to work with.
As far as I'm concerned, like the Michelson, Gale Pierce, I mean, they claim and on one cheek that the light is absolute. You know, the motion doesn't matter. The light's going to be absolute no matter what motion. It's going to be a certain speed no matter the motion. And then in the next experiment, they want to try and claim a victory, but all it's doing is taking the same experiment and spinning the table, showing that it's not absolute and the motion does matter. I mean, I don't get it. But here's the thing: is anything in motion supposedly experiences the Sagnac effect, and if it's not in motion, it doesn't. Period. Once you set something in motion, then the Sagnac effect could possibly apply. I posted yesterday I think his name is Ron Hatch from Electric Universe. He was one of the engineers from like the GPS, and they were trying to do radar bounced off planets, and none of them worked off the planets. And he says that in his breakdown in his speech, and also that he showed the GPS documents, the engineering documents, that the GPS does not use the Sagnac effect, or and the GPS document says that the Earth turn is not what causes the Sagnac effect. There's no, or everything they're claiming basically is rebutted by the engineering documents from the GPS, the people who put it together and shit.
You want to
People
send it to me?
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it.
No rush. Look, we can test it out right now. Hey,
Yeah,
Chucky.
I'll send where he says it right now, and then I'll see if I can find the documents. It might be in the video, but I'll send it right now. It's a real short video.
Chucky, do you agree that according to relativity, you cannot use terrestrial experiment to directly measure the Earth's motion around the sun? Chucky, come out to play. It's like freaking, dude. It's freaking Clover Kryptonite, bro. He's busy, I'm guessing.
What's it? Why do you think it is that they can't be honest right off the jump? Like, first question of the debate. I know Brian said it's a slippery slope, which I understand, but why do you think they so blatantly lie and just think they can get away with it without it coming back to haunt them down the road in the debate?
Because there's so many people that will be in the chat and in the comments and in their live streams saying that. So they see so many people saying, you destroyed him, he's such an idiot, where's that, blah, 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 that they end up like, they actually believe it, where it's like, I don't know, they believe like no matter what they do, they automatically won. And I guess they think that they can convince the audience if they pretend to be confident.
It's just bizarre because, like, I'll leave comments all over his videos just, telling his audience, like, look into this. Like, he's clearly lying here, and here, and here's how you can tell. Like, do they literally just not look into any of it? They just trust his word? I mean, I know that's kind of like a weird question to ask you, but it always stumped me. I don't know why they don't just look it up themselves. I just feel like his audience is a bunch of dummies or something. I don't know.
Yeah, look at the comment section, like you said, man. It tells all you need to know. It's ridiculous. You look through there and you're like, these people can't comprehend anything, and they're all nut huggers, right? Those people speak with conviction and stuff, and the confidence, arrogance, and those type of people just flock towards those type of people, even if
Yeah,
it's
it's
all.
insane. Like they all have a script, right? Like the script for me is, I don't actually think the Earth is flat, and I'm a con man. And then the other script is, I don't understand anything about what I'm saying. I just use word salad. And then to call me names like witless or whatever. And so they just keep saying those things over and over and over every debate for years. And they're going to say it no matter what. No matter what debate I'm in, they're going to say that.
They're projecting, bro. They know it's flat deep down. And every one of them, maybe it's deeper than in some than most, but I know deep down they all consider this shit because it's so obvious they can't not. They're projecting. Half of what they do is projection. And
Almost all of it, yeah.
if you're new to this, you'll see. You know, now that we pointed that out, just pay attention. Yeah, they just project. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Hey, what's it? One thing you were saying, it goes hand in hand, revolving and the revolution. And as recently as 2007, Hawkins had said that we still can't tell if we revolve around the sun or the sun around us. Well, isn't that it's a big red flag if we have these crafts that could easily tell if the Earth was revolving, therefore rotating around the sun, or either vice versa. But
they're talking about motion, period.
Yeah, like how hard would it be for any of us to send up a craft and see if the Earth was spinning beneath it? And if
Yeah, I
they say
see what
something in the reference frame, they had the Voyager, which went past the distance of the sun, so they claim. Like that one should have been able to tell everything.
Yeah,
we
you would have to
destroyed
get pretty
them.
far away, right, in their paradigm. Like to get in orbit. Yeah, I mean, I guess you would. Yeah, in theory, you would prove that you're moving because if you send a satellite up and you're in even geostationary, if it's a geostationary satellite, that's still moving. So it's like you would know if you're moving, and I guess basically relativity is saying you're not going to be able to tell, as if when they're up there, it looks like they're not moving or something. I don't know. It's stupid, but because I see what you're saying. Isn't that a red flag that after they've claimed to have gone to space, you have Stephen Hawking still citing Einstein saying you can't prove it?
Right, and then they have 33 Earth observing craft up there, supposedly, which all of them could turn around and tell if the Earth was rotating or not, therefore revolving around the sun. Like, doesn't make any sense. It's a huge red flag.
Cole busted them with their satellites and showing the same picture from a million miles away with the exact same angle, the exact same clouds, and the exact same size, and amongst other things, showing that it's overlaid over the blue marble. You know that they come out with a new one like lately once a month. And the main guy from that team admitted that it's photoshopped and stripped data. They don't like to admit any of this shit, man. We've broke it all down, and even their best arguments, sometimes backfire on them. Like to me, star trails, it can't happen on a globe. You can't have multiple paths. And the Royal Astronomy Society says at the equator there's a spectacular thing. The stars go 3 different directions. You can't have that if you're in one. You can't have that simultaneously from one damn location. If it's us spinning, it's just not logically possible. So what they think is their best argument backfires on them, man.
I mean, relativity on its face. Like, didn't Einstein say that it's not the apple that like fell and hit Newton in the head? It's really the Earth accelerating up. Like, how is that possible on a globe? Like, I know it. I don't know. It just like if two people the other day in one of the servers, people were talking about like 2 people on both sides of the Earth jumping off a building, and that the reference frame. One of the reference frames is looking like the Earth is actually rising up to meet them, like in their own reference frame. But you can't like compute that to reality. Like, am I wrong? Like, how could the Earth be accelerating up, like in actuality?
I can't even begin to entertain that as reality. When I hear people start talking about that the past couple weeks, I'm just tuned out.
I know, Dave.
Dave
Yeah,
Weiss.
but the Flat Earth Society says that in their video, and that's, I mean, people think that's stupid, but that's what relativity says. You know,
Yeah,
so
but
even
see,
you,
the thing is that that's a modern development of what Einstein originally said. I believe Einstein's example was that of a horse and carriage. You can imagine the horse and carriage moving over the earth or the earth moving underneath the carriage. It's just it's just a different expression of that same absurdity.
Yeah,
right?
that
But
was
it is
he
technically
used
using
that.
their own science against them, right? So space time, that's how space time works. Technically, it's the planet in their model moving up toward the falling object. That's space time, period. And so the Flat Earth Society guy, I seen him on another channel, and he's really not that stupid, man. He's just trying to use their own science against them, all.
Yeah, like so he used that to explain the simple. It was in a. I think he was talking at Harvard or maybe I think it was Harvard. No, Princeton. He was giving a speech at Princeton and he was explaining relativity, and he used like the carriage. And then another infamous one as it comes to like falling to the earth or whatever. He used the idea. The story goes, he was sitting on a bench on the street, and he was watching someone on a ladder like paint. And he thought to himself, if this guy fell off the ladder, what would happen? And then he came to the epiphany that really him falling to the earth or the earth accelerating up to him floating are the same thing.
Oh yeah, and then like he said something after that about like picture yourself in like a room and imagine it on the ground, imagine it in space, and shine a flashlight like towards a door from the other side, and the light would bend or something, and that's how you would tell. I remember that being told with that bench story. I don't know, just all seems like nonsense.
Yeah, it's funny, man, because we all know that dude didn't just go sit on a bench and come up with some freaking epiphany. That's not even real, in my opinion. But
It's just as real as Newton and the apple, man.
Yeah.
So we're back again to the emperor's new clothes. Every single one of these pseudoscience claims is another emperor who's standing before you naked, and you can point that out. But they can tell you how fine the the material is. It's the best, all this stuff. It's the emperor's new clothes. I'm pretty convinced that it's simply an allegory for pseudoscience.
Yeah, like here's the quote. What we mean by relative motion in a general sense is perfectly plain to everyone. If we think of a wagon moving along a street, we know that it is possible to speak of the wagon at rest and the street in motion, just as well as it is to speak of the wagon in motion and the street at rest. That, however, is a very special part of the ideas involved in the principle of relativity. And that's Albert Einstein, Princeton University address in 1921. So people act like this dude's like a genius.
Yeah, but then in reality, we know the wagon's moving and the street's not moving. So, I mean, whatever, you can look at it however you want. If you want to deal with reality, though, you're going to have to come to the realization that the street's not moving and the wagon is.
Yeah, but that's because there are indicators around you that tell you what's happening. Like you got to understand when he gives these examples of relativity at work, he's trying to, he's saying just looking at the street and the wagon, not looking up and seeing if the trees are moving as well, if you are moving forward or backwards. Just looking at these two things only. Block everything else out.
But then we can look at other stuff, and we don't have to block everything out because we can look
Exactly.
at
I
other
agree
stuff.
with you, Jeremy. I
And we can
literally
come to
agreed with you. Yeah, in
Yeah.
reality, we would look at
No,
other
but see,
stuff.
here's
I'm
the trick,
agreeing
though.
with you.
Here's the trick, though, Nate. What you just did right now is you were the shill in the audience going, oh, I can see the emperor's clothes. They're beautiful, right? An honest person, and you might not want to hear this, an honest person wouldn't have come up with anything, but you had to speak up and defend your model and say, oh, well, you need to realize that you have to look at it from this. Come over here, and then you can see the emperor's clothes. Come on, man.
Relativity in layman
I was
terms.
just talking. I was just talking to
No, you
Jeremy
came to
and
you came to defend your model.
I'm still talking. I wasn't defending nothing. I was just talking to
Yeah, you
Jeremy,
were.
And Jeremy and I both agree that if you look at other indicators in the real world, you would be able to tell whether it's the wagon or the street moving. So there was no defending happening there. You're just being weird right now.
Yeah, that's how we know the ground's. That's how we know the ground's not actually accelerating up.
Well, what?
That's how we know when you're free falling, the ground's not actually accelerating up, because we can check reality and other indicators and see that we are falling. It's not the ground raising up.
Jeremy coming in on the trigger today, man. No more delayed mic bullshit, huh?
That's what's up.
Dude, so I knew right when he started, I knew to shut up, right? Instead of me saying words, it might even be my delay sometimes. And I'll shut right up if I hear, especially somebody with priority, you know, I'll shut up 9 out of 10. But I've already said a few words and shit. And I feel like I'm the one who started saying it first. But if everybody's on cue, I think there is a lag that does it sometimes, especially when there's a lot of people in the room. But yeah, he's coming in on cue now.
New AirPods, Jeremy?
How many words did you say before I shut up, Jeremy, just now?
It's the same AirPods. It just, the delay thing comes and goes. It's still there. I didn't fix it.
Did I shut up on your end right when you started talking? Did I shut up?
I don't know.
Because usually you'll repeat, you know, you'll repeat at the start if it's ongoing, you know, which should be everybody's cue to shut up, you know.
Yeah, this is a wild
Brian, you
topic
can't
change.
tell
Brian.
because of relativity, bro.
Yeah, this is a wild topic change, man.
Relativity in layman is everything can be an illusion. That's it.
I've never heard relativity explained that way.
Well, dude, let me get my Nobel Prize then.
They have
Just
to
say this.
use relativity. They have to use relativity with every equation, or else the Earth stops moving around the sun. That's the way it is, basically.
Where
Now,
did you
If it
get that
changes
from,
motion,
Brian?
everything can be an illusion relative to reference frame.
Where
Yeah,
did you get
is
that
it
from,
illusion?
Brian? All right, go ahead, Jeremy.
Is it an illusion or is it reality if you're free falling and you say the ground's coming up to meet you at 9.8 meters per second squared?
It's right. It's relative, right? I mean, that's the whole
But is it
point of
actually
relativity.
happening or is it an illusion?
It
Something
could
that's
be
not
happening.
actually happening.
It could be happening depending
The
on
ground could
your.
be raising up.
I'm answering your question. It could be happening depending on your frame of reference or your point of view. That's the underlying idea behind reality. There isn't one point of view that has precedence over another. It's
Except for
all
the
relative.
fact that everywhere, every angle you look at the emperor, he's naked.
I don't know what you're talking about with the naked emperor, Travis. It's just weird now.
Weird. It's not weird. Kid, listen.
It is.
The
You
emperor's
keep talking about someone being naked.
The emperor's new clothes. Do you know what that story is about?
Yeah, I see that movie. Isn't it a Disney movie?
No.
No.
Do you know what it's about? I didn't ask you if you saw a movie. I said, do you know what it's about?
Yeah, the emperor's supposed to have clothes on, but he's naked, and no one's brave enough to say, you ain't wearing clothes, bro.
That's not the punchline. The punchline is you had these tailors come in who were shysters, and they were showing him nothing. They were holding out in front of him nothing, telling him that they had this material that they could make in the most beautiful garments in the world. He couldn't see it. That's like talking about relativity. They're explaining reality to him and he can't see it. But these guys are tailors. These guys are scientists. They're telling you how reality works, but you can't see it. Doesn't make fucking sense. Looks like it's not that. Looks like it's completely something else. So the whole Emperor's New Clothes is that you're being told something about reality and what you see doesn't match reality, but you gotta trust the professionals. I must be the one that's dumb. I'm just gonna. So now, instead of you focusing on the example that we used with the cart and the earth moving underneath, right? You came to defend that position. But in reality, it's the entire argument itself. So that when Jeremy then took it away from the cart and the earth to an apple and the earth, you came in and defended that with the same principle.
What
Oh
apple
yeah.
and the earth did I defend? Get the fuck out of here. You just talking out of your ass now, bro. I don't
No.
know who was talking
Is
about
it
apples and the earth.
okay? Is it just as true to say that the apple is falling to the earth as much as the earth is accelerating up to the apple?
It's relative, yeah.
Right. Welcome to the fucking Emperor's Got. You're a shyster. You're a shill out in the audience.
Cool, whatever, man.
So then we look at the other. You can say the ground. Yeah, if you look at it from just that one reference frame, you can say, yeah, the ground's raising up to meet you at 9.8 meters per second squared. But when we look at the other indicators in reality, we know that in reality that's not actually happening, and it's you falling towards the ground.
I wouldn't, fight you over that, Jeremy.
Of course not, because we know that the ground's not raising up, because your ball Earth would have to be getting bigger if that was happening.
Why would the ball ever have to be getting bigger?
Because if there's two people antipodal to each other on opposite sides of the Earth, and they're free falling, and the ground's raising up to meet them, so the ground would be getting farther away from each other. The ball has to get bigger. How is that
Not
hard
really.
to understand?
Yeah,
really,
really.
Jeremy.
Yeah, really.
Do you what's unclear? Do you not know how balls work or how going
No,
up works?
I understand what you said, but I don't think what you said is an accurate representation of what we say would happen.
We're talking about what happens in reality. How could that
Yeah.
ever
So
happen in reality?
yeah. So in reality, what would happen is if there are two people antipolar of each other and they jump, it's not the whole entire planet that moves to them. It's the the effects of The fuck was that? Travis, you making a lot of noise, man. The effects of gravity would be dependent on the masses closest to you and how big they are, right? So something closer to you is going to be pulled more than something further away, right? So it's not like the whole Earth in its entirety is being pulled towards you at the same rate or the same magnitude.
Hold on, who is that? Travis.
That's Travis, yeah.
I thought I pushed my mic. Sorry.
It's okay, man. So to
in
better
reality,
describe it, if I jump and Jeremy's on the other side of the planet and he jumps, the parts of the planet closest to Jeremy are going to be pulled towards him. The parts closest to me aren't going to be pulled towards Jeremy at the same rate. They're going to be pulled towards me more than they'll be pulled towards Jeremy, number one. Number two, there's a principle called the relativity of simultaneity, which says that events separated over space cannot happen at the same time. So if Jeremy and I were to jump, there's no way we would be able to jump at the same time.
Man, you guys
And
got
the
some
pulling
really ridiculous
of the
belief
Earth
system.
wouldn't happen at the same time.
bro,
It's true.
Not reality. That can happen. You can jump at the same time in
You can't.
reality.
I'm sorry.
Science.
No, you
Like,
can't.
or you're not on a ball.
That's what relativity tells us.
Or you're not on a ball, right,
not
Nate?
reality.
Maybe we're not on a ball, but I haven't seen evidence for that, Brian.
You're telling me we can't have two people free falling at the same time on opposite sides of the Earth due to this simultaneous thing?
Yeah, according to relativity, they would not. It wouldn't happen. There would be a small difference in time. It would be nanosecond, a billionth of a nanosecond different, but it would not be at the same time.
Nate, check
So
this.
we
Is
got the
this is what I
walkie-talkie.
hear when you're saying all that. Check
Yeah.
the chat.
Imagination. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I feel the same way when you talk about the ether, bro. So
And I'm actually saying things that make sense.
Yeah,
Sure
the ether
you are.
actually
Sure
can
you
be
are.
reality. This what you're
Okay.
explaining cannot.
Wait, Nate, do cymatic patterns exist?
Cymatic patterns, yeah.
Okay. So do certain frequencies give us different geometric patterns based on cymatics?
Well, what do you mean by frequencies? Like sound or what? Vibrations? Like just general vibrations? Or...
Yeah.
Yeah. They would give you different cymatic patterns.
Do all these little particles that you believe in have a vibration?
What do you mean by vibration now?
Well,
Do you
that's what
mean
you call like spin is
like a
oscillation.
wavelength?
You call
Spin?
yeah, what is spin?
No, it isn't spin something's angular momentum, right? Based on its the type of magnetic moments it has.
In particle physics land, it's oscillation.
No, that's not what spin is in particle physics.
Yes,
Particle
it is.
spin is almost the same thing as you spinning. So the spin of all of the atoms in your body, when you add that together, would be equal to the angular momentum generated when you spin. It's not oscillations, whatever it is you're
Spin.
trying to say it is.
It is.
It's not what's it. Show me. Like post something that says.
Oh no, how about you show me the measuring something
Okay.
spin around? How about that?
I'll show you what spin is defined as within our paradigm.
So anyway, the truth is that your paradigm says that they all have an intrinsic vibrational resonance, which means they have intrinsic geometric expressions and patterns.
I've never heard that before. Could you show me something with it?
Wait, so wait, you're saying these particles don't have any vibration?
I never said that. What I said is
Do
I've
they or
never
do they
heard
not?
that before. I don't know. Could you show me? I've never heard that before with it. So I can't say yes or no on something I'm not aware of. Could you, illuminate me on this? Share some information with me.
Yeah, it's measured with wave function, bro. Is that orbit or is that oscillation?
What? Wave functions? What about wave functions?
That's oscillation, bro. It's wave front, wave math.
But why are you bringing that up?
Well, you should know this, bro. It's disappointing that that you're asking him to post this, bro.
But what does that have to do with spin, bro? Like I always see where you come
I'm just telling you personally, it's making me lose faith in you, bro. When you say that you don't know that it's oscillation, it's fucking wave function.
Nate's doing pretty good compared to when I met him. You should have seen him when he first got in.
Fuck out! I'm like 22 and 0 against you, Jeremy.
No.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about you and Jeremy's
Jeremy up in
relationship.
In
Hey,
debates.
Nate, do you agree it's measured in wave function?
What's measured in wave functions?
The spin.
What do you mean measured in wave functions?
How do you measure and determine a subatomic particle's spin?
By looking at the type of magnetic moments it has.
Magnetic moments.
This magnetic moment.
I was about to do it.
You align it. When you take an object and you put it in the magnetic field, how does it spin line up? Is it spin up or spin down?
Are you asking me a question now? I'm not. What?
No. That's I'm telling you, that's what we do. We take a particle, put it within a magnetic field, and see how its spin lines up. Does it ever spin up or spin down? And then, that will tell us whether it's a full integer, whether it's a integer spin or fractional. So something like a boson would have full integer spin, 1 or 2.
So you gave up on Euler's law, bro?
Half spin or 2/3 spin,
What does spin up or spin down mean?
It tells you about the magnetic moment of a particle.
You just keep saying the words back and forth to define each other. So I ask you, what do you mean by magnetic moment?
Clockwise. So we say if it's spinning clockwise, it has a spin up. If it's spinning anti-clockwise, it has a spin down.
Nothing's actually spinning. Well, you're acting like you look at something, you're like, oh, look, this is turning with angular momentum in a clockwise direction, spinning. That's not what happens.
Yeah, there's no way to understand.
It is spinning. It has angular momentum. I told you. If you added up the spin of all of the atoms in your body, it would equate to the angular momentum generated when you turn around.
So here you go. Do electrons really spin? They do not. Spin is a phenomenon that mathematically obeys the rules of angular momentum, but it is not a physical spinning.
Not reality.
Okay, so back to the point. It's a vibrational resonance, a movement, a change in motion that it's a vibration, and we mathematically describe it with angular spin, but it isn't physical spinning.
But if something has angular spin, then how is it not spinning? If it has angular momentum.
Because it doesn't
I'm
comport
sorry,
with reality.
I didn't mean to say angular spin. I meant to say
It's
angular
just the math trying to describe something. In reality,
we
there is
detect
no
angular momentum within
Sure.
this particle.
But there's no
So-
detecting actual particles, angular momentum, or spin.
You say so, man.
Okay, so I just read it off for you, man. That's your paradigm, right? Like, yeah, so the spin of a particle, they say can be controlled so that it is aligned with one of two directions, typically referred to as up or down. Right? That's what you're talking about. Right. So again, do electrons really spin? They do not. Spin is a phenomenon that mathematically obeys the rules of angular momentum, but it is not a physical spinning. So anyway, the point is that it's just different vibrational rates, right? And vectors, if you want to call it that. So anyway, we quantify that. The point is that if something is vibrating, then just like you agreed, it's going to have a cymatic pattern. Right. So how come we don't get the cymatic patterns for all these little particles? How come that's just overlooked? How come the geometry is completely disregarded?
I don't think they're vibrating, bro.
Oh.
Well, or at least not the way you want them to vibrate. But Whitson, we do have cymatic frequencies for certain electron orbital paths. Like have you seen those cymatic patterns for a hydrogen atom? I'm sure you've seen them. You must have seen them. I'll try to find a picture for you. Can you hear me now?
I had my headphone off. What's up?
What I find funny is
what I said is we do have cymatic frequencies for the orbital patterns for electrons, and this is very prominent within hydrogen atoms. I'm just trying to find the image for you.
Yeah, but it's not actually orbiting like the solar system, right? Like that model was thrown away in like the 20s. So you can call it that, but it's not actually an orbit per se. So
yeah, but I find
if you look at what I posted, those are cymatic patterns for hydrogen electron orbital paths.
This entirely supports my framework.
Yeah, but what's funny is, listen, what's funny about this is when you first asked Nate about this, go back and listen. He had no fucking clue what you were talking about, and now he's spitting out cymatic truth.
This is cool though. What he just posted supports my position.
Yeah, but when you first asked him about it, he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Are you talking about this? Like he had no clue, and now all of a sudden he's like spitting it out. Whatever.
Yeah, because I understand what Witt's talking about now. He explained himself.
Yeah, but you're pulling up some, like, how did you find out about this all of a sudden with cymatics and hydrogen?
Because I didn't know this is what he was talking about, Travis. That's why I was asking him questions. What are you talking about to get clarity? I'm not the type like you that engage in conversations about things you have no understanding about. I want to get understanding so that I am engaging from an informed position, not from a position of ignorance.
Awesome. Since you just attacked me with an ad hom, like what?
Like this, cymatic patterns, orbital paths of hydrogen atoms. These are things I know you don't understand, Travis.
Dude, they claim that everything is a wave particle.
Come on, man. Nate, so right now, I haven't added anything to this conversation as if I think I know something, right? I'm just an audience member. So your accusation right now is complete bunk.
Yeah, but you should play the role of an audience member. Like, just let me talk to Whitson, man.
No, I'm simply putting your words back on you. right? So
All right. You got me, Travis. You got me. So
yeah,
what's
I
you're
always
trying to
do.
say something?
I'm 20.
Yeah, yeah. You
I'm
won.
batting
You
20.
won.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Particles are localized resonant excitations of these fields, vibrating like springs in an infinite mattress. Next citation. Electromagnetic waves, however, are oscillations or vibrations of electric and magnetic fields, not oscillations of material media. The particles themselves, they vibrate, simply producing diffraction interference patterns. From where do solid particles receive energy to vibrate? If you're asking about subatomic particles, they generally receive energy from collisions or interactions with each other. These are all different citations, right? So it's like, here we go. 100 years of physics tells us that collective atomic vibrations called phonons can behave like particles or waves. When they hit an interface between two materials, they can bounce off like a tennis ball. So, and then of course, you can just, the basic concept is that all quantum tries to say. There's a wave particle duality. Wave, oscillate. This comes back to my other one, which again is electromagnetic waves are oscillations or vibrations of electric and magnetic fields.
Right. In the wave function math, like the energy's proportional to the fucking frequency, right, Nate?
Yes, 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 bro.
Okay, so excitations or vibrations, perturbation, right? What is an excitation of a field if it's not, if it doesn't have vibration?
Yeah, I guess you could describe it as a vibration in the field, but I mean, I don't see it that way.
Well, what's a
But I wouldn't,
perturbation?
perturbation within a field?
Yeah.
I would say it's similar to a vibration. Some sort of how can I put it? Some sort of deviation within the field. Like if the field is all flowing downhill and there's a rock in the way, all of the energy that interacts with that rock, it's some sort of I don't know, man. What's the right word to use here? Yeah, just basically like a deviation. There's something happening that isn't going along with the norm, with everything else. So within quantum field theory, the best way to describe this would be you would have something in a vacuum state, but it turns out that's actually a false vacuum state. And what happens is somehow this vacuum goes from a false vacuum to a more real vacuum state. And in order to do this, it releases energy in the form of a particle. So that is what we would call an excitation in the field.
Yeah, like waving or a perturbation. That's what perturbation is. So you have a perturbation, a disturbance, a vibration, or oscillation, a frequency, a wave, an excitation. Okay, so you have vibrational patterns, which means they're going to have some cymatic patterns. Okay, so my point is, why is it that the geometric pattern derived of its vibrational resonance or oscillation, why is that just not integrated into your model at all? How can we take your model seriously as if it's an actual depiction of reality?
But what geometric patterns do we not take into consideration? I
Any
just
of
showed
them.
you. I just showed you cymatic frequencies. Aren't those geometric patterny enough for you?
Yeah, this right here is like not integrated into the core model, but this supports me perfectly. This is awesome.
Integrated into the core model. What's it?
This supports me perfectly. Do all of them have this? Do all?
They all have that, yeah. But it's best and easily most exhibited and shown within hydrogen atoms, because hydrogen atoms have a very simple makeup, and it's the most abundant element in the universe. So it's the easiest thing to get your hand on and perform these experiments and observations on.
Okay, cool. So everything does this. That's what's up. So I'm right.
Yeah,
we got this. Cheers.
Yeah, so then our model does take into account these things you feel it doesn't. So
Well,
we're
not
on the
really,
same
actually.
page.
So just that you then afterwards say, "Oh, it looks like it does this and this," and then you just say it. the actual core model or description of the phenomena should integrate the intrinsic property of cymatics, like as in that's describing the phenomena. That's what it is. If they all have a cymatic pattern, how are we going to not just acknowledge that? Quantum field theory says that all these particles are excitations within fields that comprise everything. There are fields that make up everything. Fields everywhere. Tons of fields. I guess they say there's 17 fundamental fields. But there are fields everywhere. Okay? 17 Jesuit number of years of training, but that's just coincidence. So anyway, you got fields vibrating everywhere, right? Because they're becoming excited, there's perturbations, and then they manifest as particles. Right? So like what the hell? That's what I'm saying. Only I'm actually making sense. And there aren't just like unidentified, undefined mathematical constructs we say are fields that somehow then have a physical property of excitation, but it's just math. What's the field comprised of? Nothing. It's just math. Can you define field? Yeah, it's how you describe what a characteristic of occurrence at a point or time in space. Well, what's the field though? What's it made of? So like, that's my point. Is it actually makes way more sense that there is something that is being excited, like physically, right? So your paradigm doesn't even disagree anymore. Now it used to. It's crawling its way over here, but my point is it makes way more sense. Like, okay, yeah, there's a background medium, and then excitations within that, right, based on the vibration, give us different outcomes, right?
But the thing is, Woodson, our side of the argument was saying this long before your side was. There's never been an ether theory like this before. No one had an ether theory based on, some sort of ether field with excitations within it.
That's incorrect. Even Tesla was
Well,
talking about this. Tesla said
Was
that.
he?
Yeah, dude. Tesla said that. Tesla said that when the ether is thrown into infinitesimal prodigious worlds of velocity, it manifests as matter. It is actually like motion or vibrational resonance within the ether that gives us these observations in the material world. That's the whole that framework's not even close to new. But you guys at first, your paradigm said that's stupid, that's wrong. No, everything is it's a ball, it's a material ball. I love my balls. And then they said that the balls that they love orbit things like solar system. We have little mini solar system made of balls. We're so profound. And then they're like, oh, never mind. It doesn't actually do that. Oh, never mind. And now we're all the way here where it's like, oh, I think Tesla might have been right. But no, Tesla's wrong. But then they're behind the scenes are like, Tesla might have been right. I think they might have been right. There might be an ether.
Do you have something I could read where Tesla talks about this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can
So
basically
if
quote
my
off the top of my head. When the ether is thrown into infinitesimal prodigious worlds of velocity, it manifests as matter. If the energy was to reside, it would revert back into the ether.
So he's saying, what do you mean by the energy was to reside? Like come to a standstill?
Yeah, if in theory you were able to attain, if it was actually to attain actual rest, then it would just
Become
cease to
matter.
exist in the material world. It would revert back into ether. And that everything has some displacement. And that's why it exists. Because it's in the process of seeking equilibrium. If it ever established a state of inertia, it would be ether.
Yeah, I gotta read this. So it's.
But you got to agree that's actually what your paradigm says now anyway. It literally says that the fields are excited and then they pop into existence. So whenever they're not, then what do? They pop in and out of existence, meaning they go back to quote unquote not existing, back to this magic fairy tale realm that's unidentified with fields. And then it gets excited and it pops into existence. So it's the same thing, right?
I don't know if it's the same thing, but I gotta see what Tesla said.
Well, it's fundamentally
but yeah,
different.
I mean, definitely when they talk about, but I mean, I just explained to you what they mean when they talk about an excitation within the field. The field becomes unstable and it releases energy to go from a false vacuum to a more real
No,
vacuum.
but what they have to
That
do in real
energy
life, they
release
have to limit
is a
the
part.
they have to limit the motion just to measure the shit though. To avoid the field, they literally, and for the waveforms, for all the shit to even work, they have to limit the motion due to probability basically, and then do the math. Like all this shit before they even apply the equations. It's ridiculous, man. You don't think it's kind of ridiculous? You don't think the emperor is naked, man?
I don't. You know.
There's a one page that has a bunch of his writings pertaining to this.
Thank you, man.
It's not the best page though. I'll find someone. But anyway, like the point is that what you're saying is like you're saying like when it's, how did you phrase it? When the field is basically like thrown off balance or put into motion, like that's what.
So it's all based on this principle called the principle of least action, right? So the idea is everything wants to be at its lowest or most stable energy state, including vacuums. Now, when a vacuum is in an unstable energy state, we call that a false vacuum because it means it can be at a lower energy state. So what happens is this false vacuum, because it is unstable, will release energy to attain stability. And that energy released is in the form of a particle. That's what we mean by an excitation in the field.
Oh, so
that's how they
unstable.
explain their atmosphere.
It becomes unstable, which means that stable would be a state of inertia.
I think stable is just a state of least energy, a state where there's least things going on.
Yeah,
but
like
if you want to
inertia
call it
means
inertia,
unchanging. So that means
maybe,
stable.
yeah. Okay.
So you see, you guys have actually just kind of bastardized the ether. You're not putting that together, bro. I don't.
How though? I mean,
How
this
dare you guys bastardize the ether?
they are different vacuums this happens for, you know, and these vacuums are able to interact, able to, you know, release energy, absorb energy. You know, it's just
Supports my
these
position.
quantum.
So you got
these quantum
false
oscillators.
vacuum, Nate. You got false vacuums. You got virtual photons. You got, I mean, dude, they're jumping through hoops, bro, with bullshit to avoid a field, man. To avoid
This
a
is the thing, right? So like everything is a vortex, bro. Like we have, okay, if you look at a torus, right? If you look at you can see a visualization of the movement of a torus field, right? So like if you look at it, it'll breathe in and out basically, and it has all these different frequencies that give us different patterns. Like I can drop a depiction, but we've all seen it. So if you were to pause time and take a screenshot as it's going in and out, you can see all the different patterns it has, right? Take a screenshot. That's the vibration that one of these particles, quote unquote, is at.
Look at these cymatic patterns that he provided to you for the hydrogen atom. Just look at some of those. They're in a basic toroid shape. A lot of them. Double toroids.
Yes, it's a double torus. Correct. It's like so obvious. It's so incredibly obvious to me that that's what's going on. That's why I get so frustrated, because to me, it's like, it's just abundantly clear that then when you look at the other side, it's like they don't even address this part really. Like they don't talk about it. So what's going on?
And when you apply what Austin's saying, like you don't have these conundrums like with even the double slit or the freaking delayed choice, man. It's no longer, it's easily explained, man, with the toroid, man. I mean, it is pretty obvious when you think about it, man.
Yes. It removes all the paradoxes.
Yeah, paradox. I said conundrum. Thank you.
Look, here's the pulsating toroid. It's loading, and so like if you look at this, this is basically all these different quote unquote particles as this moves in and out. Okay, so if you're like, okay, pause right there, that's one of them. Pause right there, that's another one. Or take that inner circle, that's one. Now watch the inner circle change, that's another one. That's another one. Okay, that's what these quote unquote particles are. You see how they have different quote unquote sizes or spatial extension based on that frequency. These are all different frequencies that we're seeing in this GIF right now. Okay, now if you were to pause over and over and over and over and over, they call these different particles. They say they have different sizes, they have different characteristics, they have different spins.
Which
These are all
explains why
different particles.
also explains why you can't isolate the shit, because you can't isolate the damn field, right? It's just a field. I mean, you're gonna push it one way or another.
It's so clear to me. I don't know.
Sorry, man. Just give me a second or two. I'm reading these Tesla quotes.
All good.
Did you read the comments on that Tesla Tumblr thing you posted?
No.
Yeah,
I just saw it
probably.
had one of the quotes I was referring to. I don't even know what else in there.
Everybody's saying he's an idiot, and the ether was completely debunked.
Yeah, of course they were. People groupthink because they're not very smart.
Yeah, the guy who's responsible basically for Bluetooth, basically our whole grid. I mean, yeah, he's an idiot. He's a moron.
This guy's like, is there any evidence other than this nice cartoon? Is there any way to verify this cartoon reality? Yeah, we just showed it. Look, I'll show it again. All right, there you go. That's how you verify it in reality. It's called cymatics. If you're denying cymatics, I don't really know what to tell you. And there's a PDF you can read. This is Hans Jenny. It was one of the first ones to really map it out.
Yeah, but it must change though, Austin. It must change into all that bullshit when it gets smaller and we can't see it or identify it. But we measure it with basically the same.
The smallest particle, the fundamental particle itself, is a semi-stable dynamo, which is no different than a toroid, like Witset's even telling you. If you look at that video I posted on Ken Wheeler reconciling light and matter, he explains all this, and it's been explained. It's been explained through many people.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what would be different to them on a smaller scale, like the cymatics. You could do it on any scale. All of a sudden, it just has to change when it goes down where we can't see it. I mean, this is all really. Ross, would you agree that all this bullshit is really? It dates back to them having to keep the Earth moving around the sun.
Yes, it literally does.
That's the ridiculousness of it all, and it's right in front of everybody's face.
The thing is I believe it's intentional. I believe they're intentionally disrupting the minds of the many, and this is the great deception.
Damn right, because I think Tesla, because I think there's a guy, I think it was Zach who showed me a video of this whiz kid nerd dude. He's a little older now, but he got readings like states away with his like a real Tesla tower or something close to it, not just this little shit that people are mimicking on YouTube. But so instead, we'd rather have wires across the whole damn country instead of a tower in every city or some shit. Dude, just look at it on its face. Like, it's just ridiculous. Yeah, I think they did it on purpose too, man. They're limiting. But the more people who catch on, man, the more we can start advancing. It's like we're wasting so much time trying to convince people, man. But that's important because we want everybody in on this so we could progress forward like we already should have done in the first place, right?
Yeah, does this make sense to any, like I just say, flat earthers that are open to it? Like, does what I'm saying make sense? Like when you look at this GIF?
Which GIF?
I'm re-uploading it right now.
Alright.
So basically, like what we're calling particles is like different. Like if you were to pause this video, like in microseconds, right? It's like that's a particle, that's a particle, that's a different particle, that's a different particle. Okay, they're just different frequencies.
Are you able to stream that video? Maybe we can all kind of watch it together.
No, he posted it in the text chat.
Yeah, I know that. I did post it in the text chat, but I'm just saying, like, since we're on the topic and this is what the topic is discussing, like, it just seems, I don't know, seems fitting, but whatever.
I can see if I can.
I don't pretend I truly understand all this, but a video that helped me early on was the primer fields and just the idea that particles are their own little fields and that's how they have mass. But I don't know. It's just rough.
I think Wits is streaming it right now.
Yeah, like this depiction here.
So does this mean if you slow something down, freeze it, it'll disappear? Is that the implications of what they're trying to say?
Well, you would have to actually like completely prevent it from vibrating at all. You would have to actually establish a complete state of rest. I mean, seemingly impossible.
Which would be a state of pure inertia.
Yep.
Which is unattainable in reality.
Based on what we
for physical things.
Yeah.
But not in ultimate reality.
Right, because that's what the vacuum chamber shows us, right? Like things quote unquote pop into and out of existence. Well, when it goes out of existence, as they would say, it's just attaining inertial rest.
Do things really pop in and out of existence? Has that been shown?
Well, we have things
Because
that
I'm not quite aboard with that one.
when we have a vacuum chamber, right, like energy seemingly just pops into the vacuum chamber when it wasn't previously there.
Yeah, I've heard that, and I've even heard that with the LIGO when I was researching that, but I haven't really seen any evidence of that. Have you guys?
Yeah, they measure electromagnetic fluctuations in the vacuum chamber. You also look at the
So they
cosmic
measure electromagnetic stuff, nothing, just a wave or a electromagnetic frequency.
right.
And
Like
how
there are
can
no
they tell
particles
it
in it.
comes? How can they tell it's coming from there? From, I mean, I don't.
Well, like you have a vacuum chamber, it's not there, then all of a sudden it's there, right? Like
You've seen that? You've researched that?
yeah, that there's a measurable electromagnetic fluctuations. Like if you have a vacuum chamber, you'll have like basically say you'll have set amount of energy. It's like really not much at all. And then you'll have energy fluctuations within there. But there's basically no air in there. So where's all this energy coming from?
But what did they measure this with? What's being measured exactly?
Electromagnetic fluctuation.
Yeah, but I'm trying to wrap my head around. So they have a chamber, they have a vacuum chamber, and what, they have a meter on this thing? There's a sensor in it? How is it done?
I mean, the unit at which you're measuring it by, it doesn't necessarily distinguish if it's real or not. That's just a quantification, a method of obtaining a practical demonstration of a unit of measure. It's whether it's joules, watts, kilopascals, it doesn't matter. It's either there or it's not, right? And if you can measure its existence and then seemingly not be able to measure its existence, I mean, that should be enough evidence.
Well, how do they distinguish it from a neutrino, for example, or from any other subatomic particle? How do they distinguish it from that?
Well, those would be distinguished with blips on a screen. I don't know if they're actually quantifying any measurable calculation rather than that of a sort of like a switch being flipped on and off.
Yeah, this thing, to me, it doesn't sit well. This stuff popping in and out of existence.
Yeah, but in and out of existence isn't the right way to phrase it, you know?
I know, because I looked into it. They use fields, but literally, there's even a diagram where a thing comes out of a field. Literally, it's like, I mean, come on. So the ether boys have things popping out of 0 point energy. I mean, what do you guys call it?
Counter space.
Yeah,
counter space.
Euro's
Yeah,
point. But yeah, either one of those two words is fine. Most people don't like that word counter space, and that's understandable. But the only way we deem things to be real is if it could be measured or quantified. And if it can't be measured or quantified, then science just says it's not existent. What they're referring to when they say that it pops into and out of existence. It's with their limited scope of
No, I hear
The sun
that.
does the same thing.
You do realize that it's similar. You both have similar ideas, right? They talk about 0 point energy, vacuum energy, and you guys, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's been around for a lot longer. So all they did was just try to hijack the logic and reasoning and quantum relativistic notions of falsehoods.
Yeah, so Dicelo and Witsit, would you guys agree or disagree that like a vacuum, like a actual perfect vacuum is unobtainable because our ideas and concepts of a vacuum would be like removing all material from a specified area, but we don't have the ability to remove the potential, right, or the field or the background energy from which other material can be manifest at any point in time. Would you agree that that is kind of our hindrance from obtaining a actual perfect vacuum?
Yeah, I agree. And the video that I presented touches on this.
So it could be that the stuff that you're measuring, since we already know you can't attain a perfect vacuum, could have been there to begin with. So it's not popping in and out of existence.
Exactly.
Well, that's why I told you the only way science today deems anything to be real is if it could be perceivable. That's not to say that it doesn't exist. So that's why I try telling you, with their limited scope of perception, things that aren't quantifiably measurable or calculable doesn't exist to them. Even though it does exist, they just can't put a label on it of existence.
No.
I can see both point of
you
views,
read
but I see problems in both point of views. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, but Essie, this is it really. When you read a article and it says something popped in and out of existence, that article has been written by a journalist, not by a physicist, and they jazz things up to draw in people's attention, right? They over dramatize what's happening so that you read the article, you click on it and stuff. But it's exactly like you said, the fields are there. It's not that the particles coming out of nothing. Fields do exist.
That's another tall tale. Fields exist. What are fields? Where do they come from? Oh, they're just there. I mean, guys, both of them. I'm sorry, man. Both theories are
both
like,
of us.
like nothing personal, but yeah.
Dude, it's just already there. They're claiming things pop into existence from nothingness. We're saying no, everything's already there. Things become materially manifest based on a vibrational resonance or disturbance, and excitation or perturbation that removes it from its state of inertia or rest. And once in motion or outside of that, and in its process of seeking equilibrium and always attempting to get back to that state of inertia, we can see it. We can then detect it, try to measure it, quantify it, describe it, or we don't have to. It doesn't matter. The point is that it's there. It's already there. They're claiming something absurd, which is that there's nothing there and then there's something there.
Correct.
No, we're not claiming that.
SE,
Fields are always
SE,
there.
you're closer to the ether side than I think you know.
No, he's
Based on
not.
how you're
Stop
trying
it.
to apply rational logic to analyze things, it puts you closer on our side. Just so you know.
Yeah. I'll readily admit it. I've said it before. Electromagnetic versus La La Land, dark matter and dark energy makes more sense to me. But you still got that counter space thing, man. And yeah.
Well, whatever you want to call it, like there has to be something there.
Yeah, there's only two dimensions. You have dimensional and non-dimensional. Just because something is non-dimensional doesn't mean it's not existent. That's why I try telling you that's the mistake that mainstream has made by implementing the fact that nothingness can be existent. And this is they throw it around loosely, but they use it in almost every application.
Like they say, energy can't be created, right? So a generator is really not. It's not.
It's
creating
a manifester.
it.
Yes,
Right.
it's not a generator. It's a manifester.
Harnessing what's already there, right? So if it's already there, and counter space is one way to put it. I guess more with the magnetic field, but still, it's one way to put it. But they're not.
That would be like saying
the generator's not creating it; it's harnessing it.
That would be like saying that my fishing pole is a fish generator. It doesn't generate fish. It only manifests fish into existence based on what's already there, readily available.
Like if you were to look at it from the outside, ironically, kind of how they depict black holes would be a decent description, right? Like this would be like the torus from the outside. You could always draw a circle around it, right? So that's why I was saying that, ironically, saying things are composed of spheres in a way isn't entirely wrong. It's just not little material spheres. It's just a radius of interaction or geometric expression based on vibration.
See, this is a very interesting field because if you think about it, I mean, besides the speculation, I mean, this is like the ingredients of existence that we're talking about, basically here.
Right.
Playing like, out in the open. We're talking about the dough, we're talking about the yeast, we're talking about, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right, and at some point, to me, it's logical that at some point, when you get smaller and smaller, shit has to hit some kind of counter space or some kind of etherical realm. I mean, I can't possibly, in my right mind, think that things get smaller and smaller forever. In other words, even in quarks, there's like 100 million different smaller versions of that, and then smaller versions of that, and smaller versions of that. I mean, it's ridiculous to think that way, bro. So there's got to be something that maybe I don't understand it, but for lack of better words, supernatural. There's got to be a realm somewhere where it ain't just particles, man. No matter what you argue.
You got to understand something, Brian. Those things that you just mentioned, right? Quarks and all this stuff, right? These are all theoretical things based on what they observe in a bubble chamber. What we just posted before, they're just little swirls and squirrels of energy. And they say, oh, that one is the God particle. Oh, that one is the neutrino. Oh, that one. That's all it is, bro.
That's my point. That's my point. They're just looking at different, like manifestations of energy, and they're calling them all these different particles.
Yeah.
Yeah, modalities, condensence of the ether.
Yeah. It just makes way more sense. Like what we're saying is way more logical. Like that's why they have all their contradictions. They're like, oh, it exists and it doesn't exist. Oh, it can turn into something else. How can a photon turn into an electron or vice versa?
Yeah, it's got mass, it's massless. It's in motion, so it's got mass. But yeah, if it stopped, it would be massless. It's a bunch of contradictions, man.
Right. When they claim that a photon turns into an electron, they're claiming a massless particle turns into a particle of matter.
Exactly. That's the part. Like if they just claimed things were small, then okay, maybe we didn't advance enough to detect them. But they're claiming much beyond that.
Yep.
And they say an electron drops out of its orbit and excites a proton or photon, but the photon can't go back the way it came, and so they even name that like the normal line. It's got to go slightly around where it came from. It can't bounce back where it came. I mean, just a bunch of fucking excuses is what it sounds like to me when I'm reading up on it. I can't always remember it all at once, man, so I'll refresh from time to time, but it just sounds like a bunch of excuses, man, when you read it.
Well, they changed the orbital model of the atom. They made it into a cloud of probability. But even before with the neutron, I wanted to say something. So the neutron, first they said was massless. Then they said, well, we were off. It's not exactly, but it has a little bit of mass, right? Now, they also tell you that millions and millions of neutrinos are passing through you right now, but I didn't even finish my sentence yet, right? So we're supposed to believe that mass is passing through us? Like, think about that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
What do you think? What do you think about that, SC Montreal? Please, what are your expanded thoughts on that? If it's not literally true, is there some sense that it could be true?
No, they just make shit up, Pete. How can
Well, what is
something
mass?
pass through
What do
you?
you say mass is then?
Well, mass is a magic word. I call that their magic word because it has multiple meanings, right? It's inertia,
Yeah.
right? That's one of them. Then the SI unit is lead, but they tell you lead is not weight. You know?
Maybe Whitsitt, what Whitsitt is talking about, which you don't seem to get too involved in, he's talking about the expression of mass through a core vibration, which is non-dimensional in a sense. So if
Yeah, we've
this is
talked
what
about that. Yeah.
yes, well, yeah, but what I'm saying is if the story of mass that you entertain from them, which is so ridiculing for them, maybe there's a deeper layer to the thinking, and surely we must accept that the powers that be who have given us the story to take apart so easily already have greater insights into what is actually is and what is actually is. What do you think, though?
Like I said, Pete, mass is a magic word, right? They say it's the amount of matter. They say this and that. They mix it up. So they have
It's an
that
encoded
word. Sorry?
It's an encoded word. It's one of their encoded words. You think about mass being the fundamentals of physics. It's also the fundamentals of religious practices, which is the daily mass or whatever.
Yeah,
So it's
if
an
I was
encoded
to
word.
redefine mass myself, I would
Yeah, what
say
is it?
it's the amount and type of stuff within an object. In other words, something has a frame, a border, right? The amount of stuff and what kind of stuff it is. Plain and simple. That's it. That's all you need.
Well, that's fair enough, and that's actually what science does. It is when they describe a mole as a certain number of well, I can't think. What is it? If I was to rely on memory, 6.023 by no, is it 6.0 by 10 to the power
Some
of
crazy
23?
number, yeah.
By 10 to the power of 20. If I'm right about 6.203 by 10 to the power of 23 structures of whatever you're talking about.
That's
whatever
another
that may be.
definition. Correct.
Whatever structure you're talking about, whatever atomic sort of correlation they have, it's that number of atoms which give us 1 gram. That is their definition of mass. And they do distinguish between the different materials, and they do distinguish between the different, I guess.
Yeah, but that's one, Pete. That's one of the definitions of mass.
That's their core definition of it. Or actually, there's more to it than that. When you go into the quantum level, they'll tell you mass is something different again. They'll just say
That's what
to
I'm
you,
saying, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but the point is, though, that they will just say, they already told you that. We don't tell you the truth when you're a youngster. You can't handle it. The further you go on in your educational progress, the more you will come to... I know it's all bollocks, I see, by the way, but that's what they'll tell you. It's so intricate. It's so hard to sort of wrap your mind around. We can't tell you the truth at the start without any hope of just confusing the fuck out of you, and you have no idea. So they lead you up to it gradually, slowly but surely. That's what they say.
Yeah, like
Ultimately,
the neutrino,
Ultimately,
right?
let me just say, can I just say this? Ultimately, Wood said, I think in quantum mechanics, what you're talking about here, as applies to flat Earth mass production or whatever, that's what they're telling us. They're telling us in a similar way that everything is coming from nothing, or there's a different source to everything that we will relate to as mass Eve.
Well, they actually claim nothing though. Like I'm showing
Yes,
this
but-
right here. I'm showing the planet. They got the planets. You
Okay.
got Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Venus, Mercury. Yeah, like, and then you got them overlaid: Uranus and Saturn, Earth and Mercury. You could just
But
ignore the ones that
okay,
say
I
Earth
thought
is
you were
moving.
talking. Yeah, I thought you were talking more on the basic level, which is mass generation, ether. It's
We are,
yeah,
but the point
okay,
is that
sorry
it's
about that.
connected from the small to the large, which means it
Yes.
can actually be what's happening because the laws of physics don't change just based on humans not understanding it, right? So it's not like, oh, it's different in the local scale on the Earth, and then it's
Right.
different on the quantum scale, and then it's different on the cosmological scale. Like, no, that's not how it works. That's
I agree.
stupid.
I agree, but that's what they're telling us. That's what they're telling SE Montreal, that we don't get the intricacies of it so early with school children. We teach you something on a basic level that you can appreciate. But Witsit, can I ask you a question? I didn't know you were talking specifically about planets because I was just doing the same over in Gempan as after I came in the door tonight, and I saw, just before I did, I saw the moon and I saw Mars next to it, and I didn't know what it was. I thought it was Venus, but it could have been Mars or Mercury as well from my own thinking. But Witsit, are the planets solid bodies? Are they massive? Are they composed of mass, as SE Montreal just related there, or is there something else going on? Do they know it? And of course, I think they know it. But what do you think?
I think they're the bigger version of what people call subatomic particles, which is just a certain vibrational resonance within a medium.
Nice one, bud. I absolutely agree with you. Absolutely agree with you. They're not solid, but maybe they're a reflection of solidity. Maybe they're emanating like a planetarium from somewhere else. We're actually seeing is like you look over a dark lake and you see the moon reflecting on the water. If you didn't know your orientation, or if you didn't even see the sky, you would swear that the moon was solid as you looked at the water reflection, depending on how still it was. Oh, very good, man. I like that. I like that. And I think that they're actually telling us the truth. Do you know what I think, actually? Actually, hey, Witsit! You will not believe who I met today. In Limerick City, you will not believe who I met today. And I mentioned you. She knows you. You will not believe it.
Yeah.
You will not believe it. You would never guess in a million years, unless you were in contact with him. Or no one's flower. I met Nora. We had a cup of coffee. She had a hot chocolate. I had a can of beer because I was just about to play some what do you call it, some music, and she was there, Peach. And I looked around, it was Nora, because I already met her prior to that. But we're actually talking about you today, and just saying that you remember Discord, and yeah, great respect from Nora, member of Glowbusters and all that. We had a conversation about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, probably an hour. But anyway, were we talking about this stuff? Maybe we were. Maybe we were. But who is talking about what? When SE Montreal talks about this sort of stuff, yeah, it's coming from what we determine to be the liars at this stage. What I'm trying to say is ultimately, yeah, maybe it's not a lie. It's just a greater sort of pathway we have to take to come to recognize the truth, which is in play all along. And maybe the elite. Here's my point that I just was diverted by. I did meet no one's flower today. I swear to you, I don't like swearing, but it's true. Yeah, maybe the elite don't lie to us, and. She said that she heard that Kai already had her baby, that you're already a father. I said, I don't think so. He said that she was due on Christmas Day, and she said, well, maybe she got it wrong from somewhere. And I know you know her from Glowbusters or whatever, but that's why I mentioned that. But yeah, maybe that it's not the elite that lied to us. It's the parents that lied to us. What do you think about that? Because they keep us stuck in a certain interpretation where that was never the intent, that the truth was always delivered to us, and part of our life process, our growing process, is to come away from, I don't know, I'm not going to say the lie to the truth, but it's something similar, the illusion to the reality, I guess, maybe. I know that was a lot. Sorry about that. But shout out to you with it. And by the way, before you answer anything else, you're not a father yet, right? Oh, you are a father, but yeah, okay. I was thinking so. I was telling Nora.
Technically, I am, right? Because
yes, of course. I was telling Nora that Witsit was saying, Austin was saying that it was 25th of December the baby was due. So yeah, very good.
Like they said,
that's true. You know, no one's flower, right?
Yeah, we'll see. I think 84% of women are behind their predicted date on their first baby. Oh, you guys are seeing me type in.
By the way, Witsit, have you a name in Austin? Have you a name in mind, or do you know the sex?
It's a girl.
Have you a name in mind?
Aaliyah.
Don't divulge if you don't. But
it's Aaliyah.
She's born on Christmas Day, but that's unbelievable.
That would be crazy, yeah.
That'd be a perfect marriage of all of your story. How how in a sense you brought this about. This perfect culmination. Isn't that a good word? This perfect culmination, and how you almost brought about because you had faith and you had trust.
Well, it'd be very interesting because it's like the winter solstice and stuff like that. But, because seemingly she was conceived like right at the beginning of the year, like the actual beginning of the year, not like the January 1st, but like like March 21st or something.
Well, listen, I have so much to say, and I think I mentioned it briefly the other day. I think how can the sky have influence over in what star sign you're born? And I'm not too big into this. I'm a shit researcher in a sense. I think I'm okay where I am, but what I'm thinking now is how there can be that direct reflection. It's in relation to the ether itself, the etheric influence. But when we're in wintertime, as opposed to when we're in summertime, it's in relation to what the sun does. And of course, now us being in the northern aspect, closer to the north, the sun is more at the greater southern peripheral. If there's a barrier above, and it's not just a snow globe barrier, but there's some particular curvature or contour to it, then we'll receive the emanating powers or the emanating energies in a different way, in a different light. So I think that in relation to those energies, then our personality, or because this is most particular, our gestation period within our the female body, of course, is over an elongated period of 9 months. So if you're born into a certain time where the ether energies are lower, according to the deviation of the sun, well, then you're going to I don't know, either be lacking or be in excess, depending on the qualities we think about. So I think there is a direct connection, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, well, there you go. But actually, was your child almost conceived at Easter? Are you kidding me? Was your child almost conceived at Easter and born at Christmas time?
Nah, she was. It was a little bit before that. I mean, I guess decently close, but I think Easter's like what, April.
Isn't that something else? If it was, I think everything is.
Last year was like April 17th. I think that they track her. They say like her conception date is actually our wedding date, which is March 17th.
No, that's St. Patrick's Day. Are you kidding me?
I guess.
And you know that can't be true because you weren't there. I'm kidding. That's a joke there. That's obviously a joke. That's St. Patrick's Day, bud. Hey, Whitsett. Hey, Whitsett, would you believe this now? Just in the moment, all there is the now. Your child is as much alive now as there will be when they're delivered.
Yes.
Delivered is a different word. Stand and deliver. Be careful you don't register them, or at least you know what you're doing when you do it. You know, that's all.
Yeah.
A child is a free thing. It's outside of you. We're not powerful enough to create something so wondrous. You know what I mean? So that child is free until the parent. Hey, brilliant as well. What said? Until the parents deceive them. The parents go along to get along. Oh, you got some money for the children's allowance. You get you get all of this sort of stuff. Yeah, but hang on, we know better, or at least we have the ability to know better. So I think that's pertinent. But brilliant, bud. Here's the thing. Right now, you're talking to, would you believe, the King of Era? Saint Patrick was the patron saint of Ireland. But Ireland and Era are different things. You know, everyone knows about the Troubles. I'm not going to go on too long now. I just think this is very peculiar day today. But yeah, Ireland, we all know about the Troubles. That's why it's ire. To be ire, in ire, you are in anger, in sort of turmoil. And this is the divide between the North and the South. Which is about to be bridged as well. But the Era, Father, it's called, E with a little grab over the top of it, IRE, that's the whole of the land, the United Land, the Emerald Isle. I'm king of that land. And the patron saint of of Ireland is Saint Patrick. That's another fabricated character. He's the bringer of Christianity to Ireland via the sword, I think you could put it. So yeah, he's a fabricated character, not representing the truth. I'm the King of Era. That is the truth, and that your child was conceived on St. Patrick's Day. I guess you've got to make what you will of that, but...
Well, I don't think she literally was. They just track it back to the last cycle that she had, so it's like... realistically, she definitely wasn't conceived on that day, right? Like, she would have been conceived, like, a week later, or whatever.
That's okay. You'd know best about that. That's all they can do is be vague about these things. But brilliant that it is that. If I tracked, here's a great one, and this had a major, 9/11 changed my life. 9/11 absolutely fundamentally changed everything. But if I trace my son's date, and there's so much, I have such a complicated story, but if I trace my son's conception date back from when the time he was born, it would have got back to exactly the 9/11 weekend. 9/11 happened on a Tuesday, exactly around that time, 9/11, September 11, 2001. But he wasn't. He was born premature. He was born premature by about 5 weeks, and he was still born at like 8 pounds 13, delivered by a cesarean section. I used to always say to my Steve, "You weren't born. You were like Macduff in Macbeth. You know, Macbeth had no fear because the witches informed him of no man born could he be killed." But yeah, that's funny though. I think there's great synchronicities in life, and indeed, maybe everything is already wondrously pre-scripted, that we're just coming into awareness. I genuinely think that that might be the case. I genuinely do. There's just too much coincidence, too much significance. I always make fun of the ballers in terms of cosmic coincidence. All the cosmic coincidences that they accept. Do you know what I mean? Without maybe entertaining the possibility that there's something else to all of this story. I do absolutely know there's something else to this story. Absolutely. But maybe everything is significant, is what I'm trying to say, Aston. Maybe. Anyway, didn't mean to get away from that. Can I ask SE Montreal, what do you think the planets are? If you don't know, it's fine. I just want your speculation, the best sort of thing you can, or for anyone to offer that up. And who knows what you saying, what your latest thoughts are, how it might inspire someone else, no matter how much confidence or not you place in your own thoughts. But yeah, what do we think the planets are in flat Earth?
Oh, you got me there, Pete. I can only speculate, bro. My speculation doesn't really mean anything at this point, because I really don't know. So
yeah, but I just said that. Who knows what your I just prequel that by saying that who knows what your just expression of where you are as a man in this quest might lead other people to
Well, I'll tell you one thing about.
Are they okay? Hang on. Is the moon a solid body? Yes or no?
I film the moon regularly, and to me, it looks like a solid object, but it doesn't behave.
It definitely does.
It doesn't behave like a solid object. So, yeah, I'm perplexed. But to me, if I was to guess, I would say it's solid. It looks solid. I see mountains. I see ridges. I see shadows. So I follow my eyes, and to me, it looks solid.
Yeah, thank you for that, bud. That's all. I mean, you know that the official story that they're given can't be true, but that the moon could be solid. Saturn, all the planets could be solid, but within a different system. The whole foundation of flat Earth is that we're on the surface. I would say fundamentally that's stationary. The mind of man has to settle on that as the established norm, throughout history. But yeah. Whatever they are, they could be some sort of. The realm goes for that as well. Some sort of solid body, things in orbit around us. That's a possibility. Yep. Yeah, fair enough. It does look like that, doesn't it? It does look like that.
Yeah, I'll say this about Jupiter, for example. I've also filmed that.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what did you see, bud? What were your impressions?
Well, from looking at it, it just looks like one light and 4 other lights there. That's all. Visually, that's all you can deduce out of it. You can't tell if it's solid, nothing. You just see light. Well, with the P900. Now, what I can say is, what they tell us it is, a giant gas ball in a vacuum, most certainly it's not that. So, that's as far as I'm willing to go.
Well, I actually think that once I'm at the window, if I'm a bit muffled, I actually think that's very sandy territory around there. You have to either decide that the skylights are solid or they're not solid. It's if you say that gas or you can say that it won't work in a vacuum with any certainty anyway.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Because you don't know the nature of the body itself. That's my point. You don't know the nature of the body itself and what its massive gravitational, if you want to put it like that, if you're thinking in terms of mass that you can relate to, what effect it would have on the outside environment, and also what is the sort of what is the development story of the system itself? You know what I mean? So it's not, you can't relate to it in reality, but your experiential reality, but it's not to say that you declare it can't be true anywhere. Do you know what I mean? It's still within the realms of possibility. And let me just say, that's what I think. And I have, and I still rule them out. All of those heavenly bodies are not solid bodies. If I'm going to get to my bottom line, I would say the reflections of solidity. There's definitely solidity in play. And maybe that's what as above, so below is about. We're seeing reflect.
Yeah, who knows, Pete? Your guess is as good as anybody else's.
What is the ballers guess?
No, they don't guess. They have nonsense. They just they bought a story. They were given a story and they believed it. They don't guess at all.
But they have science, though. They will say that that's what we don't deal in guesses. We deal in solid foundational thinking.
Somebody else done the thinking for them. They're satisfied that somebody else already had done the thinking for them.
Well, are you going to do the thinking for them? Are you going to tell them what the planets really are?
No, I only speak for myself.
Yeah, but you're not going to put them any further down the road then. At least to have some sort of explanation regarding the story.
You want me to give them another lie, in other words?
Yeah, but they're not lying. They already know what we know and beyond. I know that for a fact.
See, that's the problem. They want a replacement lie for the current lie, right? So if you're smart enough and you want to con these people, you can come up with your own lie, but you need a white coat for that. So, but if a white coat comes up with a better lie, bam, they're on it.
So actually, Essie, I have another issue with you, in the sense that I think that coming to flat Earth is a religious sort of venture. It's about coming away from atheism to understanding that there's a higher power in play, and whatever I'm immersed in right now is in the control of other hands. Are you saying that there's no hope for? Do you plan to live out the rest of your life in this sort of setting, or do you think that there's any hope for transformation coming from beyond, which is already ingrained into the whole setting? I'm just wondering. Who's going to be able to give you a good answer then, if you can't give an answer for yourself? Is everything
Yeah, that's the big question. I'll tell you this: I used to believe that when you die, you find out stuff. You find out the questions that we don't know, but I'm not so sure anymore.
I think it's just nothing. Why would you wait to die then? Why can't you be more assertive on your thoughts on the? Let me ask you a question then. What have you replaced in your mind's eye, your picturing, what have you replaced a vacuum of space, an infinite vacuum of space, which you already ruled out? What have you replaced it with? Because we know there's a reality in play. I could fly over to you, depending on the craft I was in 10 minutes. Let's say that we meet up for a cup of tea and a beer, we'd shake hands, and we'd have a great night. We know that that's an objective reality. We know we could do that over a flat plane. But yeah, what is the greater setting? What have you replaced in your mind's eye the vacuum, empty, infinite vacuum of space with, which has been introduced to us via, first of all, the decision to have the Earth's surface to move, then the development of the ball, then the heliocentric, and then the galactic and beyond setting. So what is there? Or is there nothing there, or is it unknowable? What's beyond?
Well, it's unknowable, but if you want to speculate, we can do that.
Yes, of course I want to speculate. All there is in flat Earth is speculation. All there is.
I have a good one for you then, Pete. Ready?
I'd love to hear it.
Superfluid.
I love it, man. What does that mean?
That means we have a atmos, right? Mm-hmm. We know helium rises.
Yeah.
When it gets to a cold temperature, it starts boiling. It becomes liquid, starts boiling, and then it becomes a superfluid.
Wow.
Now, this superfluid is almost like space because that has zero viscosity, Pete. How do you like that?
What temperature does helium become?
I actually love it. That's brilliant. I
What's
actually
it?
love it, man.
What's
And we know, 1 second, please. I know someone's trying to get in, but I'm going to say we know that if you look at a road, I actually noticed this earlier. All you need is a thin, so the road itself won't reflect anything if it's daylight, but a thin layer of water or fluid will give a reflective surface. As I'm busking away, I can see the underside of cars. I'm going, whoa, that's a strange. They laid a new road in Limerick, but very good. Very good. I'm with you, man. I think that superfluid itself is helium is a derivative. That's what I think. But I think that superfluid itself is saline waters. It's the most obvious answer for the superfluid because we have the Earth covered in whatever to say 70. Is it nearly 72% water or something like that, which is very good. 72 is the 72 names for God. Number of Jesus 888. Jesus, the Holy Spirit, the Father, one the same, 3 and 1. But 888, 888, 888 adds up to 72. So yeah, I like that idea. But that it's saline waters, I'm happy with. Helium is it's a sort of byproduct because we have an interaction. So we have the waters and then we have the spirit. We have the spirit creating the earth, I guess the earth realm within whatever is beyond. So I prefer to think of it as waters. It's almost like it's the womb, and how appropriate that Austin and Kai are expecting their wonderful first child, beautiful girl, on Christmas Day. It's like a womb in a sense, and actually that's how 2001, the greatest movie of our era, I guess, or span here. That's how it ends with the child, the star child, being born within the womb. If all these things are there for decoding, and maybe we already know everything already, we've just forgotten, and everything is being reminded to us. I think yes, if it is fluid. Here's my point, SC. If it is fluid, then it has a reflective property. It's not just infinite nothingness. And if we have a reflective property, well, what's doing the reflecting? What is the source itself? And I think lots of us are going back more and more to the North Center in our mind, or have been there anyway. So yeah, very good. I like that answer, bud. Thank you.
That was a very, very succinct, Pete.
Thank you. I'm done now. Thank you, Kosho. I thought it was.
Yes, Pete. Yeah. Hey, SC. Because I've heard somebody else suggest what you suggested, SC, but you happen to know? Oh, by the way, helium doesn't boil and then become liquid. That didn't make sense. But you know what temperature helium becomes liquid at?
I'm not sure, bro. I'm not sure.
It's fairly cold.
Pretty
colder,
damn cold,
colder,
yeah.
Colder than space, even.
So you're saying it's not cold enough to do that?
Yeah.
That's right.
You're saying space is not cold enough to transform the helium into superfluid?
That's right, and also that's at atmospheric pressure. So I think you might even have a harder time in the vacuum of space.
So hang on, you're talking about the background temperature of empty space, which is about 3 degrees above absolute zero, which is minus 273.15, is that Kelvin? Oh yeah, that's fair enough, Kosho. So you're saying that that's the temperature that helium, which is what SE was describing as the superfluid that replaces space, is for it to get to its fluid state, it's below 3 degrees Kelvin.
That's right, and that's at atmospheric pressure.
Yeah. Very good, very good. Oh yeah, okay, I don't deny that. That's why I have a problem with helium. Helium is a derivative. Hydrogen is a different matter. We survive on oxygen. Hydrogen, maybe the most abundant element in the universe. Hydrogen, oxygen, water. So what if we have a force interacting with the water, separating it? Where's the salt particulate coming in? Do you know what I say? Kosho, clouds are salt. That's why when they want a cloud seed, they spread. That's why chemtrails are associated with salts. Is because the salt particulate, so fine as it is, absorbs the water. It's a good theory. It's a good flat Earth theory, definitely.
Absorbs water, huh? I think they just need something. I think it just needs something to attach to the water vapor.
No,
regardless,
it's more than that.
Okay, well, maybe it is. Hey, regardless, Pete. What'd you say right before that? You said something right
I was
before.
talking about how you were right. If you were right that helium
Oh, right,
turns
that's
into
right.
liquid state at below 3 degrees Kelvin.
Well, you know what you said about water. That's right. You know, water actually happens to be the most abundant compound in the universe. And I've said that before, and I swear I've been corrected on that. But
Isn't it
Yes.
helium? Don't they say helium?
It's a hydrogen.
I'm talking about a compound, so a molecular compound. So
Yeah.
an atom. I mean, a molecule with multiple, atoms in it. But regardless,
Hydrogen is the most abundant element in the
most
universe.
abundant element. That's right.
As they say.
Hydrogen, yeah.
Yeah, and helium is the most stable. Helium-4 is the most stable element structurally.
It's a funny thing, isn't it, Kosho? I wonder what you do really know. If you allow me to question you, if you don't mind, do you mind having a conversation?
You can ask me one question, Pete.
Okay. Can I ask you more than one question?
That was it, Pete. That was the question.
Damn it!
He's on interview mode today.
Sorry, I go on mute.
Did you see that screenplay, Pete? I asked the AI to write a screenplay about you. Well, I said a flat earther, and I had to change. It said it made its name Kevin, so I had to change the name to Pete. But
Yeah, but
it was pretty funny.
Input does it have hang on, please. Other people have typed, over in Gem Pandas. What does the AI deliver when they type in Dodo and Aristarchus? I have them saved. Hey, Kosho, your great image there. Brilliant, bud. Brilliant.
Yeah, that's
Very
right.
good. So involved, isn't it? But yeah, the AI. I wonder what input is into the AI. Can they everything I've ever written, everything I've ever has the AI access to?
Not yet, but I have before Jim Panda deleted. Well, actually, this is probably about a year ago. I downloaded I extracted all the text in his server, and so there'll be text in there from you, no doubt. And I was planning to use all that text to train AI. I wonder if I could just pull out your text and train the AI on you.
That's so good. But surely the AI, you've told them to can AI look at videos? For instance, if you said to the AI, PG has a channel, scan over everything, all the words, all of the sentiments expressed, and gauge everything in that new light. Surely that's nothing to the AI, artificial intelligence.
Well, I mean, I did that with what's its ether video. I wanted to summarize it, and yeah, I had it summarize the whole thing. It's not. I mean, it's obviously if a summary you're gonna lose some.
Oh fuck! You're kidding me now, right? You're kidding me now.
Oh, it's in the server right now. It's in the threads.
What I'm saying is, hang on. What I'm saying, Kosho, is I don't know. I'm fucking completely ignorant in these matters. If I could make my own videos, I would. If I was inspired or was motivated to do shit, I would do so much stuff. But now that you know me for so long, I'd wonder what the AI would return with my Milky Way. So specifically, input my Milky Way on the Moon video and get the AI to write a song or something like that. Actually, brilliant idea. Specifically, put in my Milky Way on the Moon little cutout section. That wasn't a video. It was just a Del Quag. I cut out it from an 8-hour hangout or something like that. It was just another thing I did. But so that's what my thoughts would be. If you could do that, so input that specifically to the the AI. Also, my song, which would be something that I came up with myself, which is My Heart and Lute, as also reference to Alice in Wonderland. So the song would be the backdrop, right? The music. The Milky Way on the Moon would be the video, and then the AI could generate. What are you looking for? A music video or something like that? Just AI inspired.
Pete, what's the name of your channel, Pete?
Peach channel.
Look that
I
up.
see a picture of a dodo. What do you mean you don't know my channel, dickhead?
I have 1,000 YouTube accounts, so I have to.
I bet you do. Peach Dodo. But actually, when you go onto my main channel, all you'll get, I thought my channel was deleted, which I cussed some people out here. I cussed the flat earthers out, and I was so pissed off. I was going, Fucking, I already know it. I said this to Nora today. I met No One's Flower today, Coach Show, which is Nora, who has a direct connection to Mark Sargent, direct connection
It's
to
not on there, man.
a direct connection to Patricia Steer. And remember this Coach Show, if Flat Earth Truth comes out, which is all Flat Earthers' endeavors, that this is what we're hoping, everyone will wake up, truth will come out, everyone looks for heroes, and who will be Mr. Flat Earth.
That's
and
what's
Mrs.
up,
Flat
Pete. Hey,
Earth.
Pete,
So
it's not
Patricia
on
Steer
there,
and
man.
Mark Sargent. Okay.
Your channel's not. I don't see it, dude.
I'll post it then, man. I guess you Pete Shade channel. You see a picture of a dodo bird. Don't be fucking interfering with it now. Leave my channel alone if you have the power. To interfere with it. Leave it alone. I already told it was gone. That's why I mentioned that, because when you go out to my channel now, I just saw 2 videos and I said, fuck it, they're after doing it again. Robbie Davidson already got my channel removed and had to wait 3 days for it to come back. And even though I didn't do anything except mention our historic history.
All right. Is it there now, though?
Yeah, but if it's not there now, I'm going to be pissed off at you, Kocho.
All right. You sure it's Pete Shea?
People have the power to fucking remove things.
When was the last time you saw it?
I saw it recently. It's there.
I don't see it, man.
Don't be fucking pissing me off now, man.
Okay, you told me to get on your thing.
Weren't you on my channel? Didn't you tune into some of my fucking?
Yeah, in the past. I told you I have 1,000 YouTube accounts, so I
didn't you respond to my YouTube channel, you dickhead?
Yeah, a long time ago. Listen, Pete, they don't see it, so just post it, I guess.
All right, I swear to God, now I'll jump out the fuck. I think I won't jump out the window, but I'd feel like jumping out the window if my channel was fucking removed. I guess in a sense, fuck it, man. What am I gonna do? Everything else is lost, but at the same time, there's so much in that channel. And it's not about.
Hey, do you have an Odysee account? You know, if you make the videos on Odysee and you use their
My channel is gone now. I'll knock someone out. Hey, shut up, dickhead. It's still there.
It is still there? Well, then post it. Anyways, if you use the
if
blockchain,
you fucking do anything to my channel,
I'm not going to do anything to your channel, Pete.
You said a few things. You said a few things on a few occasions, which made me think that you had some access to my fucking porn history or something.
Listen, dude. Listen, bro.
You said
Just
something
because
like
I made a
that.
lucky guess about some weird thing, I don't know what the hell, Pete. Just post your channel. That's weird that I can't find it. Pete, they made SE leave. So YouTube video away from it's funny. It's actually hilarious that Mark Taylor's saying that because Witt's here. Maybe he doesn't want to talk about it. Because I watched that Kanye interview, and I only watched about 30 minutes at first. I just finished it a little earlier, but after I watched that first 30 minutes, I was convinced that he was probably gonna become the next president, just based on how Trump became president. And I ended up betting Scott Veach like $6,000. So I think I acted too quick though. I think it's definitely very likely that he'll be a flat earther fairly soon. Which how crazy would that be if you did a fucking if you did a song with Kanye?
I just say, listen, apologies to everyone listening. I know I've been talking for ages. That is a great conversation, but I'll take a step back. I'm sorry about that. Didn't want to overload anyone.
That's fine, Pete. You got anything to say about the Kanye thing?
Don't be starting me now again, get me into trouble. Of course I do.
I thought you were responding to me. I don't know, dude. Sorry. Bro.
Yeah, but I am. I'm hoping Whitsid, maybe he's away, would talk to you. But if you're asking me while Whitsid is coming back in, very good. Of course I do. But Kanye is an actor put in place. He's about 22 has to be the dodo. Everything is divided. All of the illusion has to shatter. So Kanye is doing his part in. He's appealing to the young, who will lead us home, as opposed to the old. And people don't know what to believe about anything. But when you have these people saying these things which go at such immediate variance to what you have thought up to this point in your life, but then it's going to affect you deeply, or at least in potential.
Fair enough, Pete. I'm going to respond to what you said. Because you said something I heard somebody in here say, and my girlfriend even said when we were listening to it, she suggested at least that he's being put up to it, or there's some act or something. But to me, that doesn't seem. I don't know where that comes from in your mind, because that doesn't make sense to me. I can't picture a reality where that makes sense.
I haven't been listening to Tim Osman and how Kanye West's rise to superstardom was predicted by David Bowie. So you haven't been listening to or following other clues, and you haven't been paying attention if what you're saying is true. You're not thinking in a different level.
Predicted by David Bowie.
Yeah, but is that my fault though? You're trying to work this out. What is your view on Kanye West? Why is he doing all this stuff? I actually have. If you want to know my view, he's just appealing to what I knew 10 years ago. And they already came beyond as well. But yeah,
Sure.
What's your view on Kanye West, what he's doing?
I've said it already. I mean, if I were to bet more money, which I probably shouldn't have bet any money on yet, I predict he's going down a similar path as Owen Benjamin, actually. So he'll be a flat earther fairly soon. The only problem is that he's got more clout than Owen Benjamin by leagues, and he's already ran for president once. And as far as Donald Trump became the president against everyone's wishes up until he got more and more support. Then he eventually got people's, you know, his party support and all this type of stuff. But at first he didn't have anybody's support. And I think being infamous is going to be in the Kanye West's favor. Yeah.
It's better to be famous, right?
Sure, yeah, because you actually get more media.
In this day and age, certainly. It's better to play the villain than play the hero. The hero is banal, boring. Play the villain, the imaginative villain. You know, it's all just a play at the end of the day. That's a good line for a song. I'd be a great musician. Me and Kanye West, I could actually, I already know, actually, I want to go there. I don't know Kanye West, but the fact that he is associated with two overt flat earthers, Owen Benjamin, obviously he's an actor, he put in play, but it's okay. But Kyrie Irving as well. Yeah, it seems like it's an obvious progression that he'll declare.
Is Irving a flat earther, or was he like flat earth curious?
Flat earth-esque. They're all flat earthers, Kosho, every one of them. I'm not fooled, that's what I'm saying. He's not appealing to me. But that I could write a great song for Kenya #1 hit? Definitely. I could do that in the morning. I could do that in the next hour. Definitely. They all use 4 chords. My friend Noel said, when I was at, I don't want to go into that. Love of my life, Kosho. Would you believe it? I could tell a beautiful story, but a horrible story at the same time. But it doesn't matter. Anyway.
You say you're in love with a man?
No, not a man. Noel.
Oh, okay.
Anyway. I didn't mean to. Okay, forget about that. Anyway, the point I was trying to make was that Kanye West is appealing to the youngsters, my own son's age, 20 years, who I knew my son, when my son was born, I knew that I was the fucking son, and excuse my language, and he was the father. Because I learned so much more from him. I knew the true value of him. But yeah, I didn't give up on. They were going to lead us home, and I've said this on my own channel as well. So Kanye West is appealing to my son, not me. I don't know any. I couldn't name one Kanye West song. I couldn't name one. If you said there's, I'm going to bet you $1 million here, I'd fucking rack my brains and I say, no man, I don't even know where to fucking begin. I don't know. I'm gone. But yeah, not the same applies to the ones who are going to lead us home. Better versions of us. You know what I mean? So that's what he's appealing to. And of course, all of these different conspiracies, the Jews control Hollywood. I'm not even paying attention. I don't give a fuck. But yeah, it's for a different audience. And it's for an awakening purposes. Or it could be for terrible purposes. Just division everywhere. Everyone just fucking fighting against each other. But I am more optimistic. But that is a character put in place, no doubt whatsoever. He's also a suspected transgender, no doubt whatsoever about that. I also think he's a black Jesus. He's a black Jesus.
So is it fair to say that you think, and I'm really apologize for stating this, I don't want to offend anybody, but I'm just repeating what you just said, that you think Jesus is a black, I don't even want to say what you said. Is that right? So you think Kanye West is a black?
Kenya is the black Jesus. Kenya is the black Jesus. That's
You just said he was. You just said he was a transgender.
Yes, he is. That's what I think. But
Right,
Jesus was Jesus a transgender? He was never too attracted to women, according to the official story.
Jesus Christ, Pete. Just I would stop.
Yes, that's the guy I'm talking about. Did you know him? Do you want to get to know Jesus?
I would stop it there, Pete.
Why would you know? There's plenty of stories about Jesus, the man, the myth, the legend. One of the stories is that he faked his death, and Judas was the
I told you that story.
Confidant.
I told you that story.
Yeah, but what are you saying though? Everything is offensive according to an official story narrative. But we move beyond that. Vast majority haven't. But what narrative are you saying is incorrect? In one of the Gospels, he is said to have had more affection and love for Mary. Mary Magdalene, as we're said, But yes, don't get me started about. I was talking about 9/11 I was talking to Witsit when you date my son. Okay, well, my son's name is Stephen. So one of these conspiracy stories is that Jesus went to south of France. You know this, Kosho, and him, Mary Magdalene, faked his death and had a baby, a child, a daughter called Sarah. Sarah is my son's mum's name. There's more to the story. My son's name is Stephen. Stephen means crown, and also Stephen was the first martyr of Christ. So don't get me started on Je suis dodo. If I put the I back in Jesus, you get, je suis, which is I am. So do you know what I mean? I don't want to get into that on that level. But that there are many different stories, emerging possibilities regarding the historical character that you accept to be Jesus. Not necessarily literally, but at least you accept the story fundamentally.
Pete, if you want to keep it succinct, you want to keep it succinct, my man.
You never heard the theory that Jesus was a woman?
I don't think that's even a theory. I don't know if theory is the correct word to use there. Have I heard your?
It is a theory.
Mad raving? That no, I haven't heard that. But I don't think that's I don't think that's going to make too many people happy. So why don't we go back to what you said about putting the I back in Jeremy or whatever it is you said? I think he'd appreciate that.
That's so funny, Kosho. And what even makes it more funny or more sad in a sense, I am. Do you remember I said my son was my father? Well, my son Stephen has one eye as well, and I would give up both eyes for my son's one eye. I'd give one eye certainly anyway. I'm sure he wouldn't expect me to be blind. to give him
Hey,
two eyes.
you know what?
He's already one eye. What's he going to do with three eyes?
You know what he might appreciate though, because I know
I give
Jeremy
up my life for my son.
the
Let's put
trans
it like
the Neuralink. You know, when Neuralink they start putting eyeballs
Yeah.
in people, they start putting computer
Yeah.
chips in people's heads. I think that might be a very sought after addition. Just like people who need prosthetic eyes and stuff. I think that that would be amazing,
see
right?
further, at Kosho, to see further, just consider this to see further. I accept my son. I accept it's from the creator. This is the way it has to be. What I think is a lacking maybe might be a benefit to my son, and also in a more symbolic level, or one eye. One eye has to be. We have to be unified. And what are our eyes? But to see further in terms of a sniper scope, you always shot one eye, don't you? So being monocular will help you to see further. So
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I wonder why Jeremy never went down that route. He could have been an amazing sniper.
Jeremy is a famous janitor, school floor sweeper and all that. Everyone knows when Jeremy has, you know what I'm going to go here. Everyone knows when Jeremy has cleaned the basketball hall. There's always gaps. There's always gaps to the left. This is like a streaky floor.
As much as I want to laugh, Pete, it's a bit insensitive.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. That was probably the best. That wasn't the best analogy I could come up with. Actually.
You know, you just gave me an idea though. Jeremy is often in schools, and a school basketball court is like the best place to try and do a Foucault's pendulum. I wonder if you can get access to,
Well, basketball, Earth. What if everything was scripted around a greater, if you want to call it, lie, which is the globe, and everything was always an encouragement. You think about soccer, football, we have a globe Earth, or we have a ball, in terms of being kicked around from pillar to post. We have the same thing with a basketball being bounced around. Rugby is something you got to focus on if you're interested in decoding everything. We also got the H posts at the end of, actually, very good, because America is still owned by Britain. American football is simply just a variation on English rugby. We have a similar sort of setup, just like variants, more powerful, muscular American aspect, but the same cunning rests ultimately with the originators. But we do have the H posts at each side, and we do have the cross lines, and we do have the lines in terms of meters and yards, which will be all significant as well. So it's very interesting how all these sports reinforce, I guess, in a sense, or a naive view of a literal spinning ball Earth. They might also encourage, just to finish kosher, they might also encourage, though, understanding that there is a progress in play, that, we can see beyond that then and see true to the true significance of these representations. Not a good one.
Hey, Pete, what's new in the flat Earth, man? What's the new flat Earth evidence?
I'll tell you what seems to be new anyway is that more people are talking about or considering a mirror sky.
Okay. By more people, are you specifically talking about anybody in particular, or is it just
No, not anyone in particular, but just more people seem to be talking about it.
a mirror sky?
A mirror sky. So I asked SC Montreal. He said in his speculation it was. That's why you started. That's why you came in, Kosho. He was talking about helium superfluid, and you were pointing out that, well, according to your figures, it would be impossible because the ambient temperature of inner and outer space is about 3 degrees above absolute Kelvin. Was it about 3.7? Is my memory?
Yeah, 2.7, I believe. But yeah, that's correct. But I don't like to use the
how
word.
good is my memory, Kosho? After about 20 years,
it's pretty good. I've always said that you have a decent memory. But yeah, I wouldn't use the word impossible just because I don't know. Impossible is too far, but I would say definitely there's no reason to suggest that it's likely. It doesn't tend to you know, the parameters aren't available for superfluid helium as we know it. So.
Okay, by the way, I'm grateful. So I should go back to that. And I've so many, I don't want to take up the whole time, honest to God. Just someone give me, someone else jump in when you want to come in and have a different conversation or just speak yourself. Give me about 2 minutes to finish up or something, should you want to do that. But I have so many interesting things to talk about, especially with you, Coach. I think you're probably
the request has been
number one man. You're number one man in terms of this greater arena. Kanye West, Owen Benjamin, they're nothing, bud. I don't mean that in that sense. You are here in the heart of things. You are debating all the best that all the best of the opposition has to offer up. You do it coherently. You do it sensibly. You put effort into it. I do not motivate you. I wish if I and I don't say I wish if I had your motivation, man, who knows what I'd be producing. But here's my point. I have any other man. Yeah, I'd rather put you on the spot.
Well, I appreciate
that
word.
I don't want to do that immediately. If I was to ask you immediately, so just bear with me because this is only just a first immediate question I would ask you. When you describe vacuumous conditions, what are you describing that in relation to? And of course, you'd have to answer the atmosphere. So if something is evacuated in terms of the atmosphere, well, does that mean there's nothing there? And of course, then you'll have to accept that no, there is something there. There's all the energies of the universe transmitting in all directions at all times. But I would want to go back to, please get back to that, but I just want to say in the meantime, my YouTube channel is still there, and if you want to see all my live shows, anyone who just type the live button, so they change the YouTube setting. That's why I thought my channel was fucking deleted again, and it wasn't. But that's what I'd love to see. If you're AI programming, inputting, just solely input Pete Shea's Milky Way on the Moon video, solely input Pete Shea's song My Heart and Lute, and ask the AI for a developing video, I guess.
Yeah.
Video the AI star. That'd be brilliant, Kosho. That'd be absolutely brilliant. That would be absolutely brilliant. And I assume that the AI has access to all the information in the world. Anything that's online, the AI has access to, depending on the processing power.
Yeah, well, the GPT-3 has been trained on a lot of the internet. That's true.
It has to be. Do they have access? Does the AI have access to my email correspondences, for instance, just potentially?
Absolutely.
There you go. I'm not a fool.
No, man. No, it does not have access to that.
Yes, but officially. But here's what I would say, and that's what I try to live by, is we are all of us responsible for everything we think, say, and do. At old times, the truth is written in our hearts. Okay, we'll step beyond the bounds. We'll do things that we think we shouldn't do. But yes, we are always still in control and in perfect knowledge of what we should. Not within the bounds of someone else's declarations, within the bounds of the declarations of our heart. So yeah, I think we can all get that. Do you understand? Understand what I mean by that?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you, bud. Thank you, bud. And so I hope the AI has access to my internet, and just like the AI and a lot of those suggestions are coming up. Michael Jackson song AI interpretation of Thriller or something like that. Yeah, it had to be inputted. How does the AI watch a video, Kosho? How does the AI comprehend the video? See, the thing is about a song. Video killed the radio star. Radiohead. Hey, Kosho, video killed the Radiohead star. Very good. That's so excellent. That's so excellent, man. That's so excellent. But how does an AI understand a video? If I wrote a song, but I had if I just sat here with my guitar and my own mind was the video, was the imagination, I'm just applying it solely to the music, to the chord progression, to the lyrics, to the sentiment. But if I was thinking now in terms of a video, an accompanying video, if I was to write the song with the video in mind, it would take a different course as opposed to me not with a video in mind, just my own sentiment, my own life feelings. But that's what I'm saying. How does the AI, can the AI recognize a video? Like Michael Jackson's Thriller, which goes hand in hand
that's actually
with the song.
not a bad point. If I were to try to get it to do that, I would first I would have to tell it that it's an expert in music theory, I'll say you're an expert in music theory, and in poetry interpretation or something. And then what I would do is, and so it would automatically sort of like OpenAI. It already kind of has a format for you to, you won't need to retrain it to do that. And then what I would do though is I would just tell it to. The OpenAI has a thing called Whisper, where it can listen to words and then transcribe it. So I'd have it like listen to the song, transcribe the notes, and transcribe the not transcribe the notes, but record the notes and then transcribe the lyrics, and then based on the melody and the lyrics, it give me a summary of the meaning.
I would tell you this. Let me tell you this according to my thinking. We have three options. We have the AI, we have the HI, or we have the LI. Ultimately, where we have to be is the HI at the center. You can see how the capital A is made from the letter H, right? You can see how the L is made from the letter H as well by bringing the two pillars together and dropping the crossbar. We ourselves are, kosher. What am I doing here? I don't want to take up so much time, but I'm saying everything has to apply to us. You can't live in the AI. You can't live in the mind. Everything becomes possible. And what we can appreciate in this limited experience becomes indeterminable. We'll never know the truth from, well, the lie, the Li at the bottom. That's why, what is the universal sound of greeting? Hi. Hi. Because everything, the heart is the bridge between the immaterial and the material. This is the real setting. This is the real set. He art, right? Heart's anagram of earth, heart's anagram of ether, if you look at it with the old way of spelling ether. So that's what I'm saying to anyone listening. It doesn't matter if it doesn't resonate with you, if you don't see how it applies to you, then you can't relate to it. If you can't relate to it, there's no purpose in anything. That's what I think the greater endeavor is here. You know what I mean? So thank you, Kosher, for prompting that. That's why I said the benefit of all of these interactions are, and that's what I said to SE, just let us know your speculation, because I might make anything of it. Someone listening in the chat, or someone listening on YouTube, or someone listening back in a different country might go, fucking hell, that's the thing I was missing, the piece I was missing. I know one of my fellow man provided that key.
Or at the very least, someone might find it funny.
Right, and listen, God has the greatest sense of humor. The Creator has that's what I think. God's laughter is ha, H-A, ha ha. Ah is the opposite. You say to a baby, What sound? No. I got muted the last time because I was joking. Hey, Kosho, I got muted the last time. I was semi-joking because I got the feeling you were looking at my porn records from the past.
Yeah, you said that and then you got muted. I noticed that.
Okay, but I will say this, in a different sense, but it's something we can all relate to. We wouldn't be here outside of it. What is the sound of orgasm for a man?
I think about that a lot, Pete.
Pete, It sounds like uncomfortable, but really excited, losing control.
It's just the opposite of ha. It's ah. So you say So we're losing something, but at the same time, in potential, we can be gaining something, which is what Witsit is in for now. If you're a homosexual, if you're a masturbator, well, then you're going nowhere.
Let me stop you there.
I'm done.
He's right, though, even if that was vulgar.
It wasn't vulgar, though. You see, you take it as vulgar, even though we can all...
I'm sorry. I'm pandering to those who would take it that way.
Yeah.
I was about to have ice cream, but I feel like I might have to later.
Is that Zanuck?
No, that's Kosho.
Oh, Kosho.
The Kosho. It's the Dodo and Kosho show.
Kosho, you're still a Glober, right?
Well, I was never a Glober, but a baller, yeah.
What's the difference, dude?
Shot caller?
That's right.
Oh, 20-inch blades on the Impala, holla, getting laid tonight. Swisher old tight, getting sprayed with ice. Yeah, you think I don't know that one? Anyway, so where the fuck's that Earth curve then?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think everywhere, supposedly.
Supposedly. Have you found any? Do you believe there is some?
I do believe, yes.
And where do you think that could be measured?
One example would be what Jesse Klosowski did with Lake Pontchartrain. He recorded the the GPS positions of over like 3,000 points on the bridge, and compared that to a. Well, he didn't compare it to a straight line. He just sort of. I don't know what he did with it, but he
Did
made
he
it
actually
available.
go to the site? Do you remember if he actually did real world, physical, hands-on stuff, or did he just use computer programs for that?
Well, he used a receiver, a GPS receiver.
So no, he didn't go to the location.
He was at the location. He went to the location and he went across it with the GPS receiver.
Okay, cool. And to you, that's smoking gun evidence that we live on a spinning globe in an impossible medium.
Guess you gotta know Jesse and trust Jesse.
I would say beyond smoking gun, but definitely evidence, yes.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Just trying to get all the info here.
I mean, he did answer you directly, so what more can you expect?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to get heated. He gave me a great answer. There we go.
You just got to know who Jesse, what was it, Kessie Jaslowski? Whatever his name is.
I mean, are you a Glober now?
Me?
Yeah, I mean, Coach Rance.
No, I just wanted to hear a Glober answer about that.
Now, actually, can I decode
Coach's
somewhat
answer not sway
Black
you?
Flabe? Can I decode somewhat
Pete,
Coach's answer?
Pete,
So it's
you've
not a
been
globe,
talking,
but it's a ball. 1 second, please, just momentarily. I'll just offer this, and I promise I'll go on mute.
Momentarily, all right.
What I was thinking in my own brain is what flat earthers fail to do is to say what Earth is or what it might be. You know, it's not a ball, it's not the blue marble. We see the blue marble is painted for us in all its detail, in all its explicit and implicit referential frames. Now, when we say that it's not it and the Earth is flat, we haven't painted a picture for anyone. You know what I mean? For ourselves, even. I think
Get
what
on it,
Kosher
Pete.
there. Can I just finish? My point is that I think what Kosher meant there is that's what I was thinking myself. I actually do think Earth is a spinning ball, but it's when we look away from it, it's what's going on beneath us which is creating the greater surround, and we are at the sort of flattened surface. So I call it ultimately eyeball Earth.
All right.
We're on a flat surface at the top, iris Earth, and that's what I think Kosher clarified.
Thank you for clearing that up, and I appreciate that. And Nate was.
Hey, Kaiser, did the Pontchartrain measurements? Did he measure the hump or the drop?
He humped the drop, is what he did.
He started from one end and measured a hump.
Yeah, he measured the bridge, is what he did, and what you can observe from looking at the measurements of the bridge is that it's arced. And it's supposed to be, it's level with the water, so it's like it stays. It's at most points on it stays at the same distance above the water, except for a few select points. So you can just look at the layout of the bridge, and that speaks on whether the water's curved or not. So you can call it a hump or a drop. You can call it a hump, or you can call it a drop, or you can just call it the curve of the shape of
the earth.
All right. Well, so in other words, if it was straight, then it would have been like 120 foot above the land on either edge, right?
So listen, if I were going to explain this to a layman, would that be enough? Say, hey, look at this picture. Look at this curve of this fucking local ass place that I went to. You think they're?
No, but I'm just thinking on their model.
I'm sorry, not you. I apologize.
No, I was just thinking on their model. Think about it. Then
why wouldn't that be enough?
So a straight line. So if we asked for you to show that bridge as a straight line, you'd be about 120 feet up above the ground on each end. Instead of the bridge going down, meeting level with the ground, it'd be 120 foot up on either end. That would be a straight line. So is that y'all's version of a straight line?
That's what the data shows. But yeah, for what Glat Float was saying, yeah, I think that'd be fine. So I'm probably more clear about it. I would just say there were precise.
Well, see, that's the problem. Why can't you make something that doesn't need clarification? That anybody could be like, "Yep, that makes sense. That's Earth's curvature." Anybody, smart or stupid.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the way I would present it would be very simply. I would just say we took positions across the bridge, 2,000 of them. We then took those positions. And
I'm already confused, dude. I'm a first grade teacher. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm already confused. 3,000 points of what? What are you talking about?
We're revoking your teacher's license thing. No, we took GPS precise position. So we used a GPS and post-processing correction data, which will give us within a centimeter of accuracy. We took points.
So one sentence, how does it get me to that's the Earth's curvature making it the ball the size you say it is? See what I mean?
Sure. Well, we took the coordinates on the bridge. We could just take the two endpoints and the verticals on each end, which is the first thing I did, and saw what the angles were in relationship to each other, and it was 1/3 of a degree, just about 1/3 of a degree, and the bridge is about 1/3 of 69 miles. So that corroborates.
Yeah, dude, you've lost everybody. Like nobody but the people in this server would keep up with that. Nobody.
Well, I'm only talking to people in this server. Yeah, I'm talking to the specific thing you just asked about the size of the Earth and that kind of
No,
stuff.
but I'm asking for the layman's sake. Like, how do I explain this bullshit to them?
Yeah, like I said, you just say you took positions all across the bridge and saw that it on when you looked at that.
You didn't take those positions.
When you viewed those positions and saw the shape that it's laying out.
Hey, did he go with like a pencil and mark 2,000-3,000 spots on a bridge physically? Did he go touch all of those 3,000 spots?
Yeah, he touched them, but not with the marker.
So he walks the whole thing. He really got to know.
Does he have to do that though? Is that what you expect?
To make sure it's not an optical phenomena, yeah, I'd expect him to spend some time in the area for sure.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, yeah, he did spend time in the area, but what you were asking for is
which datum?
Specific. You want him?
Which datum did he input?
Whoa, Brian! You literally literally hear me talking. Yeah, what you want him to do is go and mark each single spot on that bridge. Is that what you would do, or is that what you would expect from somebody?
Listen, if I'm going to claim I did 3,000 of something, I'm going to have to go ahead and have done the 3,000 of something. Does that make sense to you?
Yep. He did.
Take it away, kiddo.
He did.
Take it away. That's all I got.
No, but that's what he did though. He went to the location and took those positions.
Yeah. Kosho, if you remember, like a couple months ago, Rakia and I had this discussion with you, man. The fact that you're bringing up this up again is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I remember that you weren't really familiar with what.
No.
Well, hold on, Chavis. Because I'm responding to what you just said. I remember clearly that you asked a question about how would you determine like the zero point, like the
how do you stop traffic to make sure you got all that shit right?
My point with the reason I brought it up then.
Someone talking over Kosho.
Hold on, dude. So the thing I brought up then and the thing I brought up now was not about measuring level or how far you were above the water. It was about measuring XYZ positions using GPS, which has nothing to do with either of those.
Yeah. Okay, but again, this someone I have the interaction on my channel with our discussion, so you can go back.
I'm gonna post it right now.
So you can go back and listen to that discussion. Okay, what we said at the beginning. I'm just going to summarize this. What I said at the beginning of of my discussion with Kosho in that episode was that in addition to the physical references on the bridge, there had to be an imposition of another model, which Kosho initially denied. He said, like, oh, we don't impose this. We don't bring in a different model. Blah, blah, blah. And at the very end, he says exactly what I did at the beginning. He goes, yeah, of course we had to bring in a model. Of course we had to impose the globe. It's ridiculous.
Because that's answering two different questions. The two questions are, in this case, to gather the 2,000, 3,000 XYZ positions, you do not need to impose any model or bring up a sphere or bring up a globe or anything like that. However, you then went on to ask me about measuring level and to see if it was to see if you could, I'll go along the bridge and measure if it's the same elevation. So you wanted to measure. It was something to do with elevation. In order to get elevation, you do need to impose a model, and that's the question that I answered. And then that's what GPS does as well. Whenever it gives you your elevation and your spherical positions, it does impose a model. But before it does that, it gets XYZ positions in which it does not impose a model.
How do you stop traffic to get those 2,000 points of light on the bridge?
I think he just traveled with his receiver in his car.
Okay.
I mean,
How do them satellites know where they're at, Coach Joe? The GPS satellites, how do they know where they're at?
Well, they get updated twice a day to make corrections for the other ones are at, and they have what do you call that? Like IMU and these sort of things that update the other craft and themselves about their speed and direction. And
So it's not a direct measurement. It's a bunch of fucking shit happening before he gets his information. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, you could say that, but then you'd have to also be
I did say
dubious
it.
about the
and
GPS in general. And since it's a useful tool that people use, I'd say that it's not really a fair criticism.
I'm not saying it's a criticism. I'm just saying when someone says direct physical measurement, I expect someone's going to measure my foot. You get down there with a motherfucking ruler and you touch my foot while you measure the goddamn thing. How is this hard to understand, people?
Well, then I think you should go out. I mean, you have very, very fair, scrutinous.
My standards of evidence are just to play the game with you.
Just you go out
It's
there with
not
a
even a
ruler
globe in
and
the
measure
first
the earth.
place. I'm just doing this to play your game with you because it's fun. It's not even a globe in the first place. Do you understand that? This is like playing with my food. Anyway.
He's genuine, ain't he?
Yeah. Anyway, I just posted the other video, Brian. That's not the one I was talking about. But the one that I was talking about that I had a conversation with Kosher. You can listen to it, judge for yourselves.
I mean, I just said.
Yeah, I heard that one. I thought that was it, but yeah, I remember hearing yours. Yeah, that's right. Yours was the next day, or yeah, I listened to that too. I thought that's the one I posted. My bad.
I just said clearly what the confusion was, and to clear it up, that there's the question that you said was double speaking. We're talking about two different questions, and both are true. Like that's the answer for both questions. For the XYZ data, you don't impose a model, and for the elevation measurements, you do need to impose a model.
Okay. Yeah. Again, the fact that you're splitting hairs right now, all I said was what I did. You can listen back. It's not I think it's just 30 minutes, but whatever. Anybody can listen to it.
In some cases, the GPS will use more accurate modeling, but usually, the simple versions will use the ellipsoid model for the elevation.
So, did you ever find out which datum he had? Which datum he used?
The ECEF datum, I think.
Right. Yeah.
For sure.
For that, yeah, of course. When that GPS gives you the XYZ coordinates in.
Did you say the E what? The ECEF?
ECEF.
Are you being sarcastic, Jesse? Are you serious?
No, that's the
Okay,
rectangular coordinate system that his GPS was operating in.
Thank you. So if he used like the NAD, I mean, just one of the older ones, or maybe the worldwide one, he might have got a different result. So slightly different.
Say that question one more time.
Saying if he'd used another datum, he'd have got slightly different results. They wouldn't have matched. They wouldn't have matched up.
That's what GPS will give you its position based on. Like it doesn't know your position. It doesn't know to give you anything else. There's no way for it to give you anything else. So it's up to your device, your receiver, to interpret that the distances in reference to the ECEF coordinate system, and then translate that to either
I wouldn't call that.
Well, there was a time. You're right. There was a time like how y'all updated y'all's horizon refraction argument a while back. Y'all updated this argument because there was a time, Coach O, when you swore it was raw data, just straight raw data, no input.
That's raw data. That's right. It is raw data. It receives raw data. It's using a datum, and the satellites are told where they're at.
There's
No,
also corrections. There's also corrections made. Remember, Kosho mentioned the corrections a minute ago.
What corrections? You're talking about the post
The
processing?
ones you said. The
I
ones
know,
you
but which
said.
ones? I said post processing. You're talking about the ones that get updated. They get
They're
updated.
literally going back to raw data again. We got
Okay,
them to
listen,
stop it for a couple months.
Anybody who's confused, don't use Brian's strategy, because if you interrupt, you're going to stay confused. But there's not a I don't know why you're making a distinction between raw data and using the ECEF coordinate system.
You're the one that's confused.
The reference system that it's giving you its distance from, like when it says where it is and it tells you how long it took the message to get to you, it's telling you that in reference to the ECEF coordinate system, which is the XYZ coordinates that that you're going to use.
They're not raw.
Are there corrections being made?
There's corrections given to it every day or twice a day. Yeah.
Only twice a day they give you corrections. That's it.
No, they give this. They send corrections to the satellite. I think it's once a day. They send corrections to the satellite.
So now,
how often do they correct?
Not twice. Not twice now. Now it's just once.
Yeah, it's either once or twice. Yeah, I think it's. I think it's once.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could be 3 times, maybe 3 times.
No, I think it's just right before midnight on UTC.
Okay, so the data you get is just this raw data of how long it took the light to get to you. That's it.
Well, no, it's a long 38,000 bit message that embedded in that message is a timestamp.
Yeah.
And also you receive a part of that message. And so based on the part of the message that you receive, you can judge how long it took the message to get to you.
Bro, he just said the datum applied. That makes it not raw. Sorry, Jeremy.
No, you're good. I was kind of jumping in on your
What's
guys'
not raw
thing,
about
but
that? What are you talking about? What's not raw about that?
They're not correcting for refraction?
No, I think there's corrections for what's it called, the ionosphere. But as far as refraction goes, I don't think that there's any. Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of the ionosphere, because there's a part of the message that is specifically ionospheric data to make corrections for that. I think possibly part of that is refraction corrections, but refraction is not going to cause an error at the angles that you're receiving.
If they didn't correct for it, it would.
So what?
If they didn't correct for it, it would. That's why they correct for it.
Well, I'm going to say I'm not sure that they do.
If they didn't correct for it, it wouldn't even give you the right location.
Yeah, that's right. Well, no, that's not true. If they didn't correct for it and they didn't need to correct for it, then it would still give you the correct location.
They do need to correct for it because it's happening. It's throwing the light off by a matter of some part of an angle.
Okay.
Which is why they correct. That's why they correct for it, so you get an accurate location, right?
Well, an arc second at the distance of 12,000 miles. What is that? What's the difference in lengths? I don't know.
Meters? I don't know. Yeah, a mile?
No. It's probably if it's 1/3600th, then it's probably a third of a mile.
So definitely going to be correcting for that refraction, right?
Let's find out. Hold on.
No, I already know, dude. The fact you don't know this is ridiculous. We've been through this. We've been through this. I know you know this.
He's going to bring it up again in a month. He's going to bring up this exact point in a month.
I told you. Listen, dude. I understand.
Well, you already said what it was in degrees, Coach Show. You said it's fucking third of a degree, so it's a third of a mile, right? I mean,
the bridge, yeah, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, Brian. So hold on, okay? Jeremy,
you're slow, bro. You're slow.
Yeah, Jeremy, what you just said about refraction, when I told you they correct for it, you're talking about the post-processing corrections that are done with the base station data, which don't specifically correct for refraction. It just corrects for anything that's going to put it's going to be out of position. So it's going to include not because it's pointing out the refraction and correcting for it, but because anything that's putting it out of position, it's by default correcting for it, because it's making corrections based on the what the base station is receiving. So whatever's causing errors in the base station data, they assume are also causing errors in your receiver data, and they just make a vector correction. So it's not based on
Yo, listen.
It would correct for refraction.
Okay. Okay, listen, you said it's making a correction. Part of the correction is refraction. I don't know if you think that helps you or hurts you, because we're going to go on to the other parts right after we sort out this refraction thing, which is probably never going to happen, because I know where this goes with you.
Where's that?
Where?
Just dead ends, bro. Merry-go-rounds of nonsense.
Let me ask you a question. Can you repeat back what I just said about the corrections that are made and how, and in regards to refraction?
Yes, you said there's a correction made. It's refraction and other things. I'm not going to lie. My AirPod died in the middle of it, so I missed the last part. It wouldn't have mattered, though, because let's go over the refraction bit.
Okay. That's understandable because I expected that you were not going to be able to repeat back what I said. Because
my AirPod died. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I got you. But here's what's going on.
I heard the first part.
I know, but here's what's going on. Let's say fucking there's me and there's the base station. And there's my receiver and the data I'm getting, and then there's the base station and the data it's getting. And let's say that there's a fucking guy with a mirror somewhere. I don't know what the fuck's going on. But there's some fucker somewhere causing errors so that the light that gets to me has all these fucked up errors and I'm out of position. Okay? So the only thing that the post-processing is doing is it's looking at what the base station says that it's getting and compares that to where the base station is supposed to be. And it draws a vector that's defining that correction, and then takes your receiver and takes that vector and applies that correction to your data. It doesn't know what was causing the error. All it knows is that it was out of position, and it corrects.
So not wrong.
On that.
Okay,
That's
cool. So you're getting
with wrong. What are you talking, dude? Brian, just stop for a second, dude. Yeah.
Okay, so you're getting. All right, well, I heard you. It goes to the base station, gets corrected, and then gets sent to you, right? Is that what I heard?
No, not quite.
All right, run it down again. Maybe I heard you wrong.
You don't send. So you're getting a signal from the satellite or from the GPS.
Okay.
Your receiver's getting a signal, and your receiver is probably out of position. So all you do is you communicate with the geodetic surveyor place that has the base station. You communicate with the base station, and you get from them the signal that they're getting. So they receive a signal from the same GPS at the same time, and you compare that with the actual position of that base station, and you determine what the correction, like how much error there was, because it's receiving a signal and it has a known position. And so if it's 10 meters to the west off, you then just take that correction that the base station had in its error, you take that correction and apply it to your receiver, assuming that whatever caused the errors at the base station are also causing errors for you. And that makes your measurement much more accurate, because you're basically assuming that the corrections that would apply there would apply to you too.
Right. So you're getting information straight from the satellite.
That's right.
That's how you know where you are on Earth, straight from the satellite.
From the transponder, whatever you want to call it.
Bro, you have a machine, a computer, whatever it is, and that satellite sends a signal directly to that machine.
That's right. Yeah.
And that's it. And that's all that happens. And now you know where you are.
Yeah, but that's without the post-processing. For post-processing, you also need to, like I said, talk to the base station. But yeah,
so it doesn't give you an accurate position, the raw data.
The raw data has errors in it. That's right. That's why you get to.
Oh, okay, so you only know where you are because they make these corrections for you and tell you where you are. You don't really.
If you were to use your GPS,
yes.
If you use your GPS right now, it would tell you where you were. It just would not be that accurate. It might be meters off. Some phones now.
How do you know? How do you know how off it would be? You don't even know.
Well, I've
actually be off way more than that.
Post-processing.
So the post-processing after they correct it and then tell you where you are. So you don't actually ever know. You're just going by what they tell you.
I mean, I can
see the raw data from the
where I am.
The raw data from the the raw data from the GPS has errors. It's not giving you an accurate location, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't know where you are. You got this data from the GPS. You still don't know where you are. It sends it to the base station, comes back. Now you know where you are.
No. Let's try this out, dude. I know where I am because I can see where I am, right? And so I see that there's a cul-de-sac with a manhole in the center, and I'm standing on it. And I look at my GPS, and my GPS tells me that I'm, a house on the sidewalk. So it's not putting me in the exact position because it's like fucking 10 meters off. So that I can tell that there's an error immediately. Like I can see that there's an error.
You don't know how big the error is because you don't even know where you were in the first place. Yeah. But I mean, you could tell us about the streets. You could tell us about the streets if they end in a circle. I know, but you never knew where you were. All you know is you're on a manhole in a cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
Now what?
Here's the thing. If you do post-processing, right, corrections, and you do it with two different receivers at two different times in the same exact location, and you see that it told you it was the same exact location, you can then be confirmed that the post-processing is accurately working. Like it's not just telling you you're at some place and doesn't even know where you're at. Like you can verify that the post-processing GPS is actually, a valid way to measure your position.
And how do you tell? How do you know?
Measure the same location multiple times, multiple days, and see if it's telling you the same.
What are you measuring it with? What are you measuring it with? The thing that's not giving you accurate locations, or the part where they already make the corrections and then you have an accurate location?
No. Let's say you have 5 different receivers or 5 cell phones or whatever it is, and you collect on different days that position, and you post-process all of them. And each one of those days, those positions you collected with those different devices, after you post-processed it, they're going to tell you it's the same position, and they have no way to communicate that to each other using different phones or whatever. They're not going to be able to tell you, to lie to you about the same position. It's telling you the same position because you're measuring the same position.
I know, but I'm crazy.
And in relation to anywhere else, oh my bad. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I know, but I'm crazy. Like if I want to say a thing does a thing, I at least need to go do it myself.
And I wanted to say something real quick. Also, is Howard Left Lane posted a picture of the Pontchartrain Bridge and said Earth curve. It looks like it's curving quite a bit, and Kosho said that's a third of a degree. So my question to Left Lane would be that so when we like Mage footage and the Red Bull jump from 120,000 plus feet, that should be 7 to 7.5 degrees. How come we don't see any curve at all from 120 something thousand feet, which 7.5 degrees, but we can see that third of a degree so clear, crystal clear, right?
Are you sure that you said 7 degrees?
So 23 times more curvature, and can't even see it at all.
That Red Bull jump should be about 6 degrees, maybe. You said 7.
No, it's 7. It's a little over 7.
Yeah, that little tiny piece of land there curving the way it does, that couldn't be Earth curvature. You'd live on a very small ball.
I don't know. It doesn't really seem like that much curvature there.
Well, it's not about eyeballing it now. See, you already went down that route with me. We got to eyeball it now. Why can't we just know? Why can't we just have touched every single piece of the bridge?
If I told you that the ends of the bridge were a half a degree or a third of a degree angled away from each other, you would tell me that doesn't look. That looks like it's a very steep angle. It doesn't look like a steep angle at all.
Okay.
On Lake Pontchartrain Bridge picture, there is an angle at a couple parts of the bridge where it looks like it's about a 70-degree angle, maybe more.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are looking at. You don't see that?
Yeah, I was just saying it's mighty violent curvature, mighty violently local, small curvature.
No, it's like a pyramid. There's parts on it where it looks like a pyramid.
For sure.
You don't see that in Stanley's picture?
I wasn't looking for it, but now I am.
I thought that was
there's like 2 parts where boats go under. They made it higher so that
that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, look, it looks like you're driving up like a 70-degree ramp right there.
So funny.
You would be scared. You'd probably poop your pants if you were driving up that much of an angle.
Isn't that perspective compression?
You must be this high to ride.
Foreshortening.
Yeah, I don't care what you want to call it.
Foreshortening.
Clearly, that's not an accurate representation.
Nice try, Howard. Foreshortening happens in the distance, not the proximity. Those arches are closer to you than the distance. You're not going to have foreshortening that way.
Yeah, but I thought you get perspective compression by changing the angle of the thing you're viewing. Then I also heard that these were there was some other compression done. I forget exactly what.
So wait, you can make bridges do that, but waves can't do that. It's always earth curvature when it's water blocking. I get it.
No, anything that you view, like let's say there's a 10-degree angle in those humps. If you tilt the angle, if you tilt your view to it, the angle is going to get steeper and steeper.
So we'll finish this GPS thing up later.
Yeah, except he's looking down at it, isn't he? Isn't he or is he on the ground?
Yeah, Kosher says a third of a degree, but it's about 12, about 11 or 12 degrees. So
it's 11 or 12 degrees. Wait, what's 11 or 12 degrees?
If you hold a protractor to the straight line, it deviates like a little over 10 degrees. You know, maybe not exactly 11.
Yeah, but
degrees.
You can't measure an angle like that. You're measuring angle. You're measuring an angle by looking at it like with perspective compression. That you're not going to get anything closer to an accurate measurement of the actual angle.
You ever get embarrassed defending this horse shit?
I'm not defending anything. I'm trying to teach you how math works.
Right. I'm trying to teach you common sense that at 120,000 feet, we should see the ground dropping away 23 times more than that, and we don't see any at all.
Hold up.
You bring up two things at once.
Just interjected that you can't measure an angle due to perspective compression. Is that correct?
What I stated was, if you're trying to measure an angle of something by viewing it when it's you're looking straight down it or close to straight down it, when there's going to be perspective compression, which is going to visibly change the angle by a great deal, then you're doing it wrong, and you're not going to get anything close to an accurate measurement of the actual angle of it.
Can you explain to me perspective compression and when that is applicable and not applicable?
Sure. Like I have an art program. Let's just say I made a straight line with a hump in the middle that compared to both ends went up about 5 degrees. So there, a straight line with a hump in the middle that's about 5 degrees angled from either end. If I were to tilt the picture, twist it or rotate it going 90 degrees so that the z-axis is what's rotating. As I rotate it, that angle is going to change drastically to the point where it's no longer 5 degrees as it would be measured viewing it on the side. It would start measuring steeper and steeper to something incredible, maybe 50 degrees by the time it's rotated 80 degrees. And I can show this to you.
Thank you.
But I mean, we know that the stuff's not where it actually is, right? Because of refraction. Nothing in that picture is in its actual position, right, Coach O?
I agree with you, man.
What?
So with this perspective compression,
What'd you say?
Said he agrees with you.
Yeah. So how do we know its actual position?
I don't actually agree with
Go
you,
ahead.
dude.
Go ahead, Napalm. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say with perspective compression, would you say that like if you're viewing something directly above you, you could get an accurate angle to it, but as it starts to move away, it's going to deviate? Is that kind of what you're saying?
I mean, if you're viewing something, for instance, if you're trying to measure the angle of two ends of something, the best way to do it is where you're viewing it orthographically or orthogonally or whatever.
And we don't see Earth's curve orthogonally. We only see it in this perspective view where that exact thing you just stated is happening, the ground from one point to another point.
Perspective compression, and we also use that with celestial navigation. I'm going to start bringing this up with celestial navigation, right? Because we're viewing things with perspective compression, but we're not taking it into account. We're just assuming that is the curvature. We're assuming that the perspective compression, I'm going to use that now, is the Earth curvature because we're not taking it into account when we make our elevation angle measurements. Cool. Thanks, Kosho. Appreciate that.
Sure. Well, I don't know why you think that would be necessary in that example. Because when you're viewing a bridge, let's say side on, You are a point, and you can view the point underneath the bridge, and you can view the points at the end of the bridge, and so that angle is it's an accurate description of the angle of those 2 points in reference to the bottom of it. And if you move to some place that's closer to one end of it, you're no longer in that position where you can view that angle. But if you're talking about a star, you're the point, the fulcrum, and you're viewing a star in the sky. There's no perspective compression. The angle is always going to be where you are. So
can you show me a 1 degree star?
Hold on, Brian.
Go ahead.
Hold on 1 second. I mean, this is all fluff, right? Until we start talking about where the actual position is. Who cares? You're making angles to things that aren't even there. Who cares? We need to get some actual positions down. Right? I mean, we're just making angles to things that aren't even really there.
That's a good point.
What good does that do you? You can't make no geometric claim on that. Either way.
It's a good point.
It's a great point.
I mean, you guys could sit here and go ahead, Brian.
Now I was just following up on the guy before me. What was his name again?
Napalm.
Yeah, Napalm. Sorry about that. Fucking Napalm.
You want to see a star at 1 degree?
I was going to say, yeah, if you could paint just kind of put a bright little polka dot on that picture of a 1 degree star, and then show me a 1 1 degree star.
Would you settle for half a degree or a third of a degree?
Well, you said there's a third of a degree of curvature in that bridge, so I was just going to see if you do like a comparison with stars. Do a 1 degree star and then a 1 1/3 degree star, or close to it. Ain't going to be perfect.
Well, that's close to a third of a degree above the horizon.
Aren't they going to? I mean, but they'd be perspective. The stars would fall in that same perspective, wouldn't they?
Anything to contrast whether or not that star is on a parabola or a curve. It's just going to be in one location. It's just going to be a point. You have nothing to compare it to as if it's higher or lower.
So you need its actual position in multiple locations to see what it was doing? Is that what you're saying, Travis?
No, I'm saying that with the Pontchartrain Bridge, you have points all along the way that are closest to you till you get out to the alleged curvature. And you only have those points as a contrast to the position of the distant points. If you just had 1 point in the distance, you wouldn't see anything else to contrast it with to see that it's in a higher or lower angle.
An angle to what? An angle to the thing that's not even there?
Yeah, right. What's the viewer height in that picture?
That thing can't really be there, right, Travis? Like that bridge can't really be there because then that means it's getting lower. It's getting lower. The water would be getting lower from a horizontal.
Which it does.
Yeah, I know this is not for you, Chucky. I know what you think.
That's a good point.
If you did, you'd be doing fine.
How did you? Whatever. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead. I just want to make that clear. Like you're making angles to positions that aren't even. The things aren't even there.
They're almost there.
Well, that's what you claim. How did you verify that?
Reality? We live in reality?
Yeah, how do you verify that in reality? Yes, in reality. Definitely in reality.
Well, when I see a car coming towards me, I'm going to dodge out of the way. Not I'm going to dodge towards it, thinking it's not there.
That's obvious.
What's this got to do with? Yeah, what's this got to do with things miles in the distance appearing higher or lower than they actually are?
Surveyors have determined how much refraction affects their
Perfect. How? That's what I'm asking you. How?
I'm not a geodetic surveyor, are you?
But I know they didn't. I know there's no possible way they could have figured out which way the light was bending. You know why? Because I'm not dumb. I'm not gullible. I don't believe everything people tell me.
So you don't agree with Snell's law?
That's why we're here.
You know what's funny? Yeah, you know what's funny?
You don't agree with Snell's law.
If you go to the first interview I had with a land surveyor, when I asked him how he accounts for refraction, he said, "Yeah, we don't do that anymore."
Okay, are you using Snell's law? Hold on, are you using Snell's law to calculate refraction in the atmosphere, Chuck? Is that what you're doing? Please tell me that. Tell me that's what you're doing.
No,
I
that's
agree
not
with
what I'm
Snell's
doing.
law. I agree with Snell's law. Absolutely.
Okay, so
We're
you
talking about
don't
what's
know
going
where.
on in the atmosphere. We're talking about what's going on in the atmosphere. This is another red herring non sequitur thing that we're talking about now.
Take a breath, Jeremy. You're getting triggered.
I'm not triggered.
So
You keep obfuscating away from it.
you keep on rambling. So we know that the more dense air is towards the bottom almost all the time. So we know that typically light refracts down. On very rare occasions, there's an inversion. Very rare. So the light will
True.
bend down towards the denser atmosphere.
That's not true. Can you show me when and tell me when and where that rare occurrence will happen?
Would it not happen in the evening over, let's say, water, where the water is warmer and heating up the air closer to it, and then it cools off as it goes up?
I'm not asking you to. I'm not asking you to ask me a question. You said on rare occasions this will happen. So I'm asking
That's
you.
the rare occasion.
Okay, can I have a scientific paper for that, please, so that I can check your description? So I can just
no.
So I can just
But
dismiss the information. Thanks, appreciate that.
Again, we know that the denser air is towards the bottom because of atmospheric pressure, and this is
Who's
pressure
we?
gradient.
I didn't call that into question, Brad. I didn't call that into question. When you flipped the script and said, "Oh, there are rare occasions,"
Okay,
that's
I'll
what I
change it then.
called you out on.
I'll change it then. I don't have proof that there is ever an occasion where the denser air is above the less dense air. How about that?
Great. So why would you ever say anything like that?
So I will change it. You called me
Also,
out. Thank you. Light always bends down because the denser air is always below. Thank you.
So
well done.
So in a fish tank with sugar water, you'd say that the light's definitely bending down, right?
Is the denser water at the bottom?
Yeah, I mean that's y'all's prime example.
And yes.
Would you agree
let's
with
say
that?
yes.
Okay. All right. So I just posted a city skyline in LiveText 1 in sugar water with a line of sight, and what we see is opposite of what the effect you're saying. So we know for sure the light's bending down because the gradient is way denser at the bottom. The laser bends and everything, but what the effect is not what you're claiming. What we're seeing is the skyline lower at the top and the bottom's missing with direct line of sight. So even if it's doing what you say it's doing, the effect ain't what you say is the effect. You're stuck any way you go, bro. Do you ever get tired of defending this horse shit?
Not at all. Where did you post that?
And Livestream 1 text. It's yellow.
I see
Yeah.
it's got a little green dot. Okay, I'll check that
See,
out.
after he fills it up with water, it's lower.
But the whole image is in the fish tank? The image is in the fish tank?
One's with before he adds the sugar water,
That looks
and
like,
the other one is
that looks like Toronto.
Yeah. Ain't
Correct.
that something? Ain't that something? But with direct line of sight, the bottom of Toronto is missing and the top's lower. Ain't that some shit?
You got the CN Tower thingy going? What's it
Yeah.
called?
The CN Tower? Yeah.
That's Mick West.
Yo, Mick West
Georgia-
almost burned his house down once trying to show us how left to right refraction works. You never seen that demonstration Mick West did of refraction? He did the up and down, then he did the left right, and he had like a flame next to a stack of books. It was like, I'm like, yo, my man's gonna burn his house down.
And
Gonna
what
say,
did he
Howard?
show?
Well, he showed us what happens over a short distance, in the atmosphere. Yeah, he didn't show us what happens over long distance in the atmosphere, though.
Yes, I don't even argue with these guys no more. Travis was right the whole time, man. Even if light is refracting downward, that we don't get that
Sorry.
effect of
I
blooming.
broke up. I didn't hear what you just said, Brian. Can you say that again?
Travis was correct the whole damn time. When I claimed upward light refraction, just throwing it out there. He was like, no, he's like, we don't even need upward light refraction. He was right the whole time. Get that, Travis?
So we're definitely not going to be making angles with stuff that's not even there, right, guys? What good does that do?
Well, you know, geodetic surveyors usually use horizontal angles, right? Where the refraction is negligible. So
If you make a
why they don't account for it?
you're saying if
Horizontal
if you make a horizontal, are you saying if you make a horizontal angle, refraction is negligible?
Yes.
A horizontal line doesn't have any angle to it.
Right.
Thank you.
A horizontal angle.
You think a horizontal
angle,
horizontal line,
a horizontal
would that
angle.
if I was looking at a horizontal angle, would that look like a straight line on a piece of paper?
If you were looking at it, are you looking at it?
Yeah,
from
you
above?
draw a straight line. You draw a straight line on a piece of paper, and I'm looking at it. What am I looking at?
They're not drawing it; they're measuring it.
I know, but what would it look like if you were to draw it?
Which axis
it
is
would look
that
like
line
another
on?
angle.
What? What would it look like?
Look like another
Missed
angle.
it. Another what?
A 40-degree
Another
horizontal angle would look like every other 40-degree angle.
Where do you get this
Oh,
idea?
40-degree angle. I
Where
thought
do
you
you
said
get-
horizontal angle. Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm measuring a left to right angle, not an up to down angle.
A left to right angle, not a left.
Oh, an
Yes.
azimuth. You're doing an azimuth.
So I'm
All right,
looking.
use your big boy words.
I'm looking at
Use your
something.
big boy words.
To my left, I'm looking at that tower, and then I will start that at 0, and then I will measure to my right, and that angle will be the horizontal angle.
Okay, so what? Then what? Now what?
Well, there's not going to be refraction, and that is going to be negligible, isn't it?
What does that do for us? We did that. Now what?
Well, yeah, they did that for the entire United States, or the majority of the United States and Canada, in the early 1800s, as
And
well
you
as
got an
the
angle
UK and India. No, they do it. They do it hundreds of times.
Oh, they're good.
between 2 points they were looking at in the distance.
Yeah, and they put
What does that do for you?
they built all these towers, and they generated all those triangles, and when they put them all together, it basically made the patchwork of part of the globe.
Oh, you're talking about the spherical triangles?
Yeah.
Have you ever found one? Hold on, I'm right in the middle of this, Pete. Give me 2 minutes before you ruin the chat for us. Thanks. So we talked about these spherical triangles before. Remember, I told you couldn't get me a measurement of one. Have you found one yet? They did this all over, right? All over America.
I didn't, but somebody else did. I also haven't found anybody else's logbook online, so there's that.
See the spherical angle measurement. Let's go.
Go ask a geodetic surveyor for it.
So you don't have one because it doesn't exist.
They put it in their logbook, but they do have them for parts of the United States. I'm sure you could find it.
Sure they do. Let's see it.
The logbook you can't find?
I didn't find it. That's not to say I couldn't. I probably could find one. Are you going to believe it when
Let's
you see
go.
No, why?
At least it's something. I haven't seen anything yet, so at least you'd be the first one to come with something.
Right. Yeah, don't ask me what I'll do when you bring me something. Why don't you fucking bring it, and then we'll talk about it.
Ooh, salty Travis.
No, just do it. Just do it.
I started watching that video of yours that you posted with the pilot. It was pretty decent. So what did the engineer tell you, Travis? Travis, when you talked to the aviation engineer, what did they tell you about the wings?
The aviation engineer. I talked to a pilot.
Yeah, and then he told you to go talk to an aviation engineer. Did you do it? That was 4 years ago, plus.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, what did the engineer tell you?
Where do I find an aviation engineer?
Well, I know the University in Ottawa has avionics engineering or aviation engineering. You could try there. You could call Boeing. You could call Lockheed.
What was the question? I don't remember. What was the question that he said that answered?
Where they put the fuel and something about the structural integrity.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I just find
Jeremy,
it.
how do you
I
feel
just
about
find
being
it
ignored
interesting.
with all the great comments you made there by
A
Brad? How do you
friend of
feel?
mine is actually has a degree in aviation engineering, but he'd never practiced. He became a teacher.
Pete, no one cares how I feel. We're big boys.
I care, Jeremy.
People how they feel.
value your time. You asked some direct questions and you gave funny responses. Is this spherical triangulation?
I know everyone heard it,
Very
Pete.
good.
We all know what I do to these guys. We know. Everyone knows
Yeah,
what the
but
deal
why
is.
don't you hold him to the fire? Hold him to the fire and
Travis
say,
wants to get in. What do you want? Do you want me to dominate the chat? I don't dominate the chat like you do, Pete. I don't dominate the chat. I got to give other people time to talk. You know, this is a group thing we're doing here.
I'll tell you what, though, Brad.
Respected you specifically, bud. That's all my point was.
Sorry, we got to listen to Pete ramble, Travis.
Hang on, please.
Yeah, I can
One
hear
second,
over him.
Jeremy. Let me
Talk,
just say
Pete.
this.
All right.
He disrespected
Sorry, Travis.
you
Go ahead.
specifically
I'm not listening to Pete.
So okay, I'm talking to Jeremy and Travis. He disrespected both of you. Travis came in just asking Cliff or Brad to present something. Immediately, he just ignored what you said and pushed Travis on a different issue.
Travis, would you like me to stop my car and look for it now, or do you mind if I go home and make dinner for my family first?
Oh, take care of your family, Bradley.
See?
Stop the car. Stop the fucking car. I'll turn this car around right now.
Brad
Listen,
first.
Travis, you get pretty salty, but when you and I are talking about music, all is good. All is good.
Yeah, so just real quick, Brad. So, like, if someone were to ask me, hey, Mr. Truck Driver, where do you keep the fuel? I think I would have a pretty good idea. I wouldn't have to ask a Freightliner engineer, right? It was just interesting.
But you fuel your own truck, right?
Okay, yeah. My point is that it's just interesting that the pilot didn't have a clear answer. That's all.
Yeah, pilots don't fuel their own planes.
Doesn't mean that he doesn't have an engineering understanding. Like there's certain things like
Absolutely, it does. You actually said it yourself. You said, yeah, I get it. Unless you were just brushing him off. I drive a car, but I don't know how the alternator works. How does the alternator work in your truck?
You know how it works. So 16 tons on each wing, man. That's worth questioning to me. That's worth a double take.
I don't know. We have a forklift that lifts 22 tons. It's not very big.
Okay, Chuck. Let's say they did have this scam going with this fuel thing, right? Would it be possible for them to pull something like this off?
If they were scamming it, Jeremy, it would be run by the mob. So.
Did you say you got a 22-ton forklift?
Why would it have to be run by the mob? Dude, if there's some kind of scam going on with the jet fuel hoax thing, would it be possible for them to pull this off? Like they're using way less fuel, or they have some other. It would be possible. Yes. Okay.
If the people running it were all in on it, so the people who loaded the planes were in on it.
Well, hold on. The guy loads the planes. Doesn't he just do a connection and then sees the gauge for how much fuel goes in? I mean, does he even ever see the fuel?
Noises.
No, but he meant so then just all the engineers would have to be in on it, and all the
engineers load the thing that the guy. Hold on,
the people making the flow meters,
are the engineers. They're the ones that design the plane, right?
But
you
you'd
don't think
also
they
have
could just.
to.
You don't think they could just have it built?
Do you want to listen for a second?
Not really, Brad. Not really. You're boring as fuck.
I would, man. I would.
So
because
you're fine, Chuck. You're fine.
You're gonna have level sensors or in the wings, right? You're gonna have flow meters in the equipment that loads it. I don't think they just do it by time. I'm sure they're gonna have more precise than that.
Well, they fill up an
these
Olympic
sensors-
size. Oh shit! Sorry.
No, go ahead.
They fill up an Olympic sized swimming pool in like a day and a half with like fire hoses, and that's half the fuel that goes in one of them planes. Like I think it's like what 56,000 or 28,000 pounds. So you're talking times that times 8. You're talking about 200-something thousand gallons. About half. I think if I remember right, it's half of an Olympic pool. They show a fire hose just blasting out water. It takes them like a day and a half to fill it up. So
sorry, how much? First of all, I think it's a 4-inch hose, isn't it, that fills planes? I could be wrong, but fire hose is 2-inch, so 4-inch hose is 8 times larger.
Yeah, but shouldn't it take them like 18 hours or something by equivalence?
8 times larger. What? How much? How many tons of fuel is on the like a big plane?
I think it's 28,000 pounds. So 14 tons. That's
Okay.
you're talking about
14 tons.
200 gallons, right? 200
Dude,
gallons.
A
Wait, it's
cubic
more than
meter
that.
of water.
No, it's less than that.
A cubic meter of water is
Come
about
on,
a
Brian.
ton,
Brian.
right? A
You do this
cubic
all the
meter of
time,
water
bro.
is a ton.
Get your math straight, bro.
So
Well, I was
that's
judging
a
by
metric
water,
ton.
bro.
That's a metric ton. Gasoline is a little bit, or aviation fuel is a little bit lighter than that. So we'll say a cubic meter is roughly a short ton, an imperial
Wait.
ton.
Okay, if a gallon of water is 8 pounds, a gallon of fuel, I think they said is 5.5 pounds. So how many
Is
gallons?
that much different?
Yeah, I mean that's what one of the ballers said a couple days ago. So it would be more than 200,000 gallons. It'd be around 200, about 250,000 gallons or something. Just a rough
How much you
estimate.
think a gallon
Okay,
of this stuff weighs?
Let's call a cubic meter then
What's nonsense
0.7
about?
tons.
What's this nonsense
Okay,
about?
so now you need 20 cubic meters. That's not a lot.
Let me retract my math real quick. I did it backwards. It'd still be a shit ton, but I retract
So
that.
20 cubic meters is what we get in a truck. That's a truck of that's a half a truck of shotcrete.
Of what?
Okay, 20 cubic tons. So a concrete truck that you see on the road will
No,
carry about.
we ain't talking about concrete, bro. That's heavy as
No,
shit.
listen to me, Jeremy. Listen to me, Brian.
Chill, bro.
That
Chill,
truck
chill.
holds about 8 cubic meters. So you're only talking a couple of those trucks worth. Maybe 3.
Oh my God, I was bodying this guy, and now what are we doing, Brian?
That's
Well,
not a
somebody
lot.
brought up the
He's
fuel, man. I was
already
just
at
trying
it.
to.
Wherewithal, Jeremy. It's gone
I was just trying to. Somebody brought up fuel, and I was just trying to back them up and saying that's a lot of fucking fuel. You're talking 14 tons, bro, in the wings. That's a lot.
That is
That's all,
not a lot of fuel. We get 14,000 liters, which would be about 14 tons, delivered every couple days. And our mine is mostly electric. That's not a lot.
All right, I'll give you a point for that one, man. I'll give you a point. We're going to pass it back to Jeremy.
It's a 25,000 liter tank outside the warehouse. It's about 8 feet tall and maybe 20 feet long.
What is he talking
Not
about,
a lot of
Brian?
fuel,
Why
dude.
did you entertain him, Brian?
Wait, hold on. He
Yeah,
said it's so you got 10 cubic yards in a cement truck. About 10 cubic yards.
Cubic meters. Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Right,
8
did I ever
cubic
tell
meters.
you?
Go ahead.
Tell you were the reason Brandon left?
Who, me? Bro, I talked to Brandon still. He just messaged me a minute ago.
What's that
Hey,
about?
fucking with you. I was just fucking with you, Brian.
Why did Brandon leave? How did Brandon make it on Alex
He's back.
Jones? Is Brandon going to help Alex Jones out with his
Don't
1.5
start.
billion?
They're right in the middle of this.
debt?
Come on. We got to fix Brian's math here.
We got to get serious for the listener. We got to get serious for ourselves. Not entertain.
Yeah, I'm trying to go
Brad.
off memory, man. That's my mistake,
Brian,
man. I'm trying.
Hey, Brian, I was talking. You heard me talking, right? Not entertain the likes of Brad so
Was
much.
it
Jeremy. Give him a little
160 tons? 106?
It was 28,000 pounds, if I remember right. 20. So that's 14 tons per wing, I believe. That's going off memory.
Yeah, that's not a lot, dude.
I have to be muted.
No, my little. You think of my little Cessna that I fly is rated for like 3 tons, three positive G's. The plane weighs a couple of thousand pounds full. So that little Cessna is rated for 3 tons. So yeah, it wouldn't be surprising that it would lift that much.
Okay, well that's a lot. I was just sticking up for what you call it, man. Like I said, I'll give you a point on that one. It still seems like a lot as far as
So that'd be
good.
Just a large fuel truck would fill it all. That's not.
I think it would take they showed them like Garon trucks, the fuel delivery trucks. I think it's about 8 of them.
Brian,
on each
how many
wing or
gallons do they put in the... Brian, I'm sorry. How many gallons do they put in the fucking plane, bro?
You know what? Let me go find out. Let me quit guessing. I'll find out.
He said tons. They possibly do.
Why
Doo-doo?
Funny you mentioned doo-doo or dodo.
No.
Yes,
Hey,
it's prime time. Hang on,
sorry, left
American
lane.
guys. Hang on, American guys. It's prime time in
No
Europe
American
here.
guy here. Canadian guy.
Yeah, North
Left
American.
lane. Does your plane
Yeah.
measure
But hang on,
pounds
though. Hang
or
on.
liters?
Hang on, Jeremy. You should be a better moderator here because you understand that we're dealing with different time zones. So people are in different moods throughout the day. So there has to be a certain allowance as well. Okay.
Pete,
Well,
you
start there,
literally
fucker.
had
I'm
a whole
getting
entire
cranky.
hour to yourself.
Pete, you need your own
he in the other
channel.
room?
Myself, but hang on, for discussion, we are on 20. Hey, whoever said that, 24 hours 7 for Geo, 365 days, bud.
You need your own channel, dude.
I have my own channel, but what I'm saying to Jeremy here, Jeremy said some quite poignant and quite funny things as
I was
well.
bodying him,
But
I
Brad
know.
didn't answer. Brad didn't answer you, Jeremy, so you're happy being ignored.
Dude, these
What
guys
didn't
want
I
to get
answer?
in. Pete. I can't dominate the whole chat.
Yeah,
What
but
didn't I
Jeremy,
answer,
we have to
Jeremy?
get serious about our lives. There's war in the Ukraine. People are dropping dead from corona fucking vaccinations.
Are you going to say every fucking YouTube trigger word you can?
Okay, listen.
Maniac.
All I'm asking you is to take it seriously.
Jesus, no. Just stop. Just stop, Pete. Take 5 seconds. Relax. Gather your thoughts.
He still has the J word. He hasn't said the
That's
J
5
word. He said the
seconds,
C word and the
Let's,
B
well,
word.
let's not get him going, Brad.
How is it that you thought that was a good idea to say? What the fuck?
I thought it was a fantastic idea to say. That's why.
You want to get the
Of
server
course you
taken down.
would.
No, I don't. Pete does.
I don't. What are you talking about?
Whatever. Let's move on.
He doesn't even know what I'm talking about.
Anyway,
It's
that's
Jairus
good.
Tarkin.
Maybe the AI will forget. Jeremy, I was sticking up for you, bud. When you asked Brad a direct
Thank you,
question.
Pete. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Can you allow me to finish, please? I was
Go ahead.
I was sticking
I was saying
up for
thank
you.
you.
Yeah, okay, I know that. Okay. So I was simply just
No,
bringing it
seriously,
back on point.
he's thanking you.
Let him
Bring it back
finish,
on point.
please.
I was bringing it back on point, Brad. You are a serious man. You're a truther. The rest of us
Thank
claim
you.
to be truthers. At least I speak for myself. But you were asked for an example of what you were declaring to be so. Jeremy was counteracting you, but immediately you ignored what Jeremy said when Travis came in asking for the same thing. Can I finish? Asking for the same thing, and you picked up on a point that Travis was involved in a few years back, completely ignoring Jeremy's point.
Let me explain
And
something to you then,
justified it-
Pete.
Just to finish, you justified it by saying I can't look up things and post them now when I'm driving. Okay, I'm done.
Yes. I have what you call a job. I go to this job.
Why would we
I
listen
drive
to you?
to the job. I do the job, and then I drive home from the job. Takes about 48 minutes to drive home on a good day.
So you're just
Today the
killing
roads aren't
time.
great.
There you go, Jeremy.
So
He's killing
when I
my
get
fucking
home,
time.
it's going to be
Hold
about
on.
4:45 because it's in about 5 minutes, and I'm going to make supper for my family because my wife has a meeting tonight. After I'm
What's
done
more
that, I'm going
important?
to eat that food.
Brad,
Right,
what's
but
more
why
After I
important?
eat
killing
that
our
food,
time
I'm going
now?
to clean up or make one of the
Yes.
kids clean up.
Thank
Brad,
you.
what's more
Why are you
important,
killing
flat
our
Earth
time
or your
now, though?
family?
Why
Pete,
don't you
stop,
just
man. I
listen?
know you hear me. Am I
It's
lagging?
tight.
Do I have the delay? Hello.
No, you don't.
It's
you don't, Jeremy.
it's tight,
You're fine.
Jeremy. It's close. It
Jeremy,
goes
you're
like
on
my
par, bud.
family, flat Earth, and in the middle is if I have to take a shit.
Why do you take the piss out of Jeremy, though? I'm sticking up for
I
Jeremy.
don't.
Not for
Jeremy's
myself.
cool. Jeremy and I disagree, but he is a good mod typically.
You're
Why
taking the
can't you
piss.
answer Jeremy when he gives you a straight up question?
I know. I
while
said
you're
I was
driving
taking a shit.
along?
Yeah, but
But what are
then
you
Pete said
doing
you're
here
taking the
then?
piss.
Insulting and wasting my time.
Well, at the same time, you usually do both, don't you?
Well, something to
Pete,
think
you
about,
are
Brad.
huge
Something to think about
disruption
while
of the
you
whole
eat.
conversation.
It's 16 tankers. The tankers that they drive on the highway, like behind the rigs. It's 16 of them to fill up the Airbus. And I
So it's
posted the
like
video. There's a lot
an
more
A320.
information.
How many gallons,
What's the
bro?
weight of that?
We're dealing with liquid. We need a gallon number, Brian.
I'm still watching it. I'm still watching it. I wanted to catch him with
No,
something before he left.
You guys ready for this?
Kosho's probably already got it.
Y'all ready for this?
Just Google it, bro. You would have had it by now.
Can
Wait
I
for
just
this.
say
Don't give him the
something?
answer. We're making Brian look this one up.
Jeremy, can I say
Hours
something?
and hours of bad math we've had to put up with Brian. It is on him. Okay, you've driven me nuts.
Jeremy,
What are you talking about? Hours and hours.
Hours, bro. On Brandon's here. Jose's. Hours of your crazy math, bro.
Bro, I'm the only motherfucker to model a fucking square of the circle, though. Ain't I?
I'm the only one. I'm the first
At
one
least
to give
100
McToon his.
hours.
I'm the first one to give
Hang on,
McToon his
Jeremy.
fucking.
Hang on, Brian. Hang on, Brian. Can you please
100 hours
why
of
do
my
you mean,
life
hang on,
invested in your
Jeremy.
bad math.
Hang on, Jeremy. If he makes the claim that he's the only one of a flat earther to do something, I'm definitely interested because I am the only one of a flat earther.
No,
to
I
do
said I was the
something
first
himself.
one, bro, to give MC2 the coordinates that no fucking flat earther was willing to go in there and give them. Like we couldn't do it. I come up with a mathematical system to fucking do it on a flat earth, man. You can't just dog me out, Jeremy. I see how you feel about me, man. I'm sorry about that, man. I did brush
Brian,
up
I
on my
love you.
math and shit, bro.
I love you. I'm just fucking around, bro. I do have hundreds of hours in here. You remember all the nights on Brandon's, bro.
1 second, please. Let me respond directly to Brian here because Jeremy.
Hold on, Pete, man. Let me defend myself a little bit because, I do remember because it was hard for me to believe that. It really was hard for me to believe that 69 miles, there was only 10 foot of fucking difference between a flat earth and a globe earth. That was very hard. And then you got the circle square shit with Rumpus with the three. I'm judging by a 3
Don't go
foot
into that
circle.
detail yet, bud.
No, that was it. Yeah, so Jeremy technically is right. He is right, but since then, dude, I brushed up. I got pride, so I brushed up on my math, brushed up on my trig, and I fucking, I've used it for positive shit since then, man.
No, I've been on MC. Hang on, please, Jeremy. Bear with me for a second. The reason I was making this
30
distinction
seconds,
is,
Pete.
why is all of these restrictions in place, man? I've been on MC Tunes. I had a whole show with him. Did you, Jeremy?
Never been on McToon's. Nope.
Right, I have been. Right now,
Did you beat him? Did you beat him in a debate?
I beat him in everything.
Oh, post the
You've
link.
never
Let's
been
see
on
it.
Schrodinger's cat show, so I've never.
Go
talked
on,
to you for
hang
45
on,
minutes.
Jeremy. Go back. Hang on, please. Why must I talk like I'm talking on Gem Pandas?
I bet you didn't beat him in backgammon.
I know why. I know why. Because there's so many of Gem Panda's crew here. But anyway, Jeremy, you haven't been on MC Tunes. I've been on some MC. Go back in MC Tunes. Hang out.
Post
Just
the
scroll
link.
through quickly. Jeremy, stop interrupting me, man. Now,
Yo,
go
don't
back.
tell me to find your citations. Go find that and post it up.
I'm
Send
showing
it to
you.
me
I
in the
don't give a
DMs.
fuck about it. If you want to,
I
if
want
you
to
want
see
proof
it.
that
I
Brian,
genuinely want to see it.
You were on
PMAC
Brandon's.
has been-
Jeremy was very humble when he was on Brandon's. Brian, he was very, very humble.
I was a screaming lunatic on Brandon's.
Remember he was screaming at Bob Nodell and the guy
very
who fucking
humble.
shows data?
I did not scream at Bob, no doubt. Maybe a little bit, but not really. It wasn't really
You
that bad.
screamed at him,
One
dude. It
second.
was very offensive.
I'm trying to say to Brian Kosho, 1 second, please. I'm trying to be
I
reasonable.
told
here.
Bob how it
Jeremy,
is. That's all.
If you're interested, Jeremy, in how I appeared on MacTunes, I actually am probably unique in all of MacTunes guests because I set the fucking agenda.
Who
All you have to do
cares?
is scroll back, MacTune. Hey, Jeremy, I hadn't finished speaking, and I told
Hold
everyone.
on. Let him
I
finish.
can't
Please let him get
hear
this over
you.
with.
When you're speaking, I can't hear you. I can't hear what you're saying. So I
Pete, you
either have
got
to
30
stop.
seconds. Wrap it up, B.
Tell me
Go.
what to do, man.
Just go. Be concise, please.
Okay, my 30 seconds would involve then telling you to shut up and stay out of it. You've never been on MacTunes. Brian has.
Dude,
I have.
this
I'm most
sucks,
interested
Pete.
in Brian's clarification of how he has something no other flat earther has to offer in regards to MC Tunes' challenge, because I already told MC Tunes the problem with his challenge, and I'd love to hear Brian's response because I have my own thoughts on how I would formulate
Hold on, Pete.
an answer and win the prize. That's it.
That's after I'm going to describe for 30 seconds, which is actually going to be 2 minutes, about sex with my girlfriend last night and how good I was.
Kosho, what are you doing?
Everybody wants to hear about that, right?
No,
Who cares,
we don't
dude?
give a
Who cares
fuck.
about how his performance on
We don't give a fuck.
on
He
fucking
didn't give a fuck last night as
Dude,
well.
listen,
Well,
if you
A-
got some tips, I do care. Okay.
For A, we know that story was a lie because it's not your girlfriend. You're gay. So we already know you're lying right off the rip.
Unless he identifies as your
You
girlfriend.
can say that, but you
Yes,
can't
that
say
was-
Corona.
Him and his vagina.
Now we don't even know where we were. Thanks,
dude,
Pete.
dude, are you joking me?
Terrible for.
He was waiting for
the
a response on
conversation
Brian.
It's a
going.
brilliant
His
discussion between
performance
me
on
and
the
Brian,
show.
if you'll allow it, Jeremy and Kosho.
Kosho's dick looked like a handle grip.
Listen to me, Pete. I don't think you were ever on McTunes. Okay, if you don't show me the proof, I'm just not gonna believe you and think you're lying.
Okay, JJ, Chad in chat. Chad, will you do me the favor, please, bud? Just go into MacTunes.
Absolutely not. Chad's driving. He shouldn't even be typing. Are you typing right now?
Okay.
Yo, anybody
What am I gonna
driving
do
and
for you
typing,
for more of
I'm
your
timing you
fucking-
out. If anyone drives and types, I'm timing you out. Focus on the road, guys. Come
Can we
on.
bring it back to the anything, like the airplanes? or something. The
Don't you
airplanes
want to hear
I
Brian? Hey,
have
Kosho,
mass.
don't you want to hear Brian's offering now to win the prize? I'd love to hear it. Let's go.
No, what prize, dude? How many gallons are in the fucking plane, Brian?
I know, dude. That's
Yeah,
what
let's talk about. Yeah, let's refer to Kosho. Tell us how many gallons, man.
No, don't tell him, Kosho. Don't tell him.
I already
This
put.
is not
Hold
Brian's
on,
prize.
you're pinning it on me, bro, and I'm telling you, whoever brought it up would be the one you need to pin that on. I was just trying to back them up to say it sounds like a lot to me.
Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
So whoever brought it up, that's who you pin it on, not me.
Nobody. I don't care who brought it up. Nobody tell him.
Okay, well, it's in the chat. So that's too late for
Oh,
that.
you sons
Here for
of
6 minutes.
bitches.
I've already posted it too, man. For anybody who wants to see all the information, it's in the chat.
Why are you disrespecting the listener here? What are you doing here, all of you? What are you doing?
Pete, we're talking about
You're making
stuff.
fucking jokes about
Shut
nothing.
up! You're ruining it.
I'm not ruining anything. All the Americans take over.
What do you want to talk about, Pete? All right,
It's
Pete, what do you want
afternoon
to
in
talk about? Let's
America.
go.
You have a 24-hour.
You're on now. You're on.
Here. Some people are more serious than others, Jeremy.
Hey, we're about to get serious. You're on. Let's go. Say something smart.
Okay. I just told you already. Brian made a statement about he was on MC2. MC2 has a what do you call it? A bet out there. I already talked about MC. I'll post you the video, Jeremy, because you don't believe me. I already told about how under his conditions it's unachievable. But Brian makes the statement now that he can win. What was it, 10,000 euros or something?
I didn't say I won that. Nobody's gonna win that, Pete. I said I gave him his.
The videos.
I'd like to hear your best
Hold on, the
effort,
video-
Brian. I'd like to hear your best effort.
Videos
Well,
in the
you
chat. You're saying you
listen.
killed him, Pete. Hold on, guys. Pete, you're saying the videos in the chat and you killed McToon on some debate shit. Is that what you're saying?
Jeremy, I told you I was on with McToon on his channel, and I spoke for 2.5 to 3 hours, but I went on there on my own terms. I'm the only man who has ever talked to who made the terms of our conversation. But I did deal with the impossible guidelines he set down for his challenge. But
I don't see the link,
at
bro.
the same time,
I don't see the link.
I could provide a real model of reality. I could do that.
Yo, DM me the link for McToon's or it didn't happen.
Okay, and if
Annie
it did
fucked
happen,
you up.
then what will you do? Will you lick my balls?
I'm gonna watch it. If it happened, I'm gonna
balls.
watch it, and I'm gonna see if he. I'm gonna see if you did. You guys hear me? Do I have the delay thing going on?
Yeah.
Seriously, is the delay thing happening?
He just wants to talk about his balls, Jeremy.
No, you're fine. Pete's just kind of losing his shit a little bit.
You guys are losing it. Yeah, you're losing it. Relax, guys.
Fucking dickhead, though. Why do you? That's what I said. If I do show you the video, will you go, okay, Pete, you were right all along. Now I'm going to lick your balls.
It's a multiple claim thing. You said you did good. You said you did good, and you killed McToon. I'll be the judge of that. I'm the arbiter. I'll be the arbiter of that, and I'll watch the video and see how you did.
Yeah, but then you're going to have to watch the fucking video, and I'll already have surprised you by speaking truth that I was on with him for 2.5 hours.
You also said you did good against him. You killed him. You said.
Killed
So
him and everything. My
we're
brother
gonna see.
said he got the better of me.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
Did you
we gonna
play
see.
Tetris?
Okay, I'm trying to fucking find it. I'm going through the channel now. He's on fucking every hour of every day. Maybe I should.
Yeah, bro. If you can't find this video, it didn't happen.
Kosho just posted it.
Kosho posted.
Yeah, thank you. There you go. There you go. Thank you, Kosho. There's a picture of the dodo bird at the front of it. I should find it myself.
I want to see how you did, Pete. I hope you didn't let me down.
I let no one down.
I hope you didn't let the.
Destroyed him and everything, Jeremy. But more
I know. That's what Jin and Demok think.
More so, I destroyed him. More so, I destroyed him in the sense that, yeah. Well, I don't want to go into it. You haven't even fucking seen it yet. But
Listen to me, Pete.
His whole bet was null and void. There was no way to win it unless a flat earther. What he was ultimately asking for is a flat Earth model, and I told him already he will not accept the coordinate systems laid out by a flat earther, and there's no way of bridging it. That's why it's a safe bet.
I bridged it, Pete. I bridged it, and I gave him.
The thing is, go ahead. Right. No,
I knew I wasn't meeting all the rules. There's some very exact rules, and 3 of us have done it. I was the first, and Mitchell from Australia mirrored where I gave him the coordinates, and he's like, "That's exactly within the perimeters." It seemed And let me grab my pen, and I give him a formula on how it works with on a flat Earth, and that formula still holds for celestial navigation on for using. But he's going to make you use a flat Earth map. So I got him to admit that he won't even let us use. So he owes me 2 beers. He said he'd buy me a beer for that. I don't win the prize, but he's going to buy me a beer. Okay, then he owes me another beer. The last time I talked to him on Tartaria Discord the other day, he was say he won't let us use the AE map. So he's constantly dogging the AE map, but because I was trying to work it out on the AE map, but now we can't even use the AE map because it's a globe projection. So the third person was Weiskopf. The second person was Trulon, who did a AE model, but he modeled it in space. Basically, didn't even use the land. He just used the stars themselves, and did the reverse transformation, I guess, and made a refraction model on an AE map. But he's saying McToon wouldn't pay him because even though he didn't use a particular map, he's saying that Trulon's got to prove that light behaves that way. He's got to. So we already knew he wasn't going to pay, right? But he was dogging people out, and I'm just saying he was saying no flat earther can for like a month, dude. He's saying no flat earther can give me the position, and I did that, and then Flatzoid made a video. At least I got us some fucking justice a little bit, anyway. Fuck.
Right, Brian. But did they? When you said that they didn't justify how the light worked, did they happen to use a, some? They did some multiple. They multiplied the angle by some factor, and they claimed that factor was due to light. Correct? To some light refraction.
Yeah, refraction model.
Right. Yeah. So is it?
Yeah, it was in his rules.
Is it possible
rules.
Is it possible that they used a factor that was actually derived some other way?
Well, let me tell you what he did to me, because I could have based it on magnification. I could have based it on a few things. Mine's just a ratio. And but what he did to me is he said that I used the radius of Earth when I started off showing him a flat triangle and what flat triangulation gives you over 69 miles at 1 degree. It gives you a height of 3958.7, bro. So I showed him, and he said I used the globe radius. That's horseshit. I showed him the triangle, the flat triangle, but it's still, there were so many rules to get around. I knew he wasn't gonna pay, but I just wanted to try and hush him up. And
Brian, I know you got a bunch of stuff to
Spend
say,
more
but I'm
time with
asking
your life and your children, Brian. Don't be wasting your fucking time with these efforts for
It's
yourself.
so hard to get to a conversation with you guys because you guys got a lot to say, right? I got a specific question, just a very specific question about the factor that he multiplied it by. He derived that some other way, right? He didn't derive it from anything to do with refraction. So McToon's asking for some proof that it had anything to do with refraction makes sense, right? Because the derivation of that value comes from something different, and you know that.
Well, I'll give him this. It's in his rules about light refraction shit. He covered all his bases, bro. He covered all his bases, but he didn't cover saying that I was going to use the globe radius. But still, he would. I just justified why we get the distances we do from Google Earth using refraction and magnification. So in other words, I just mapped the light changing angles instead of the ground.
Hey, Brian.
I did have to brush up on my math, though, and I did make some mistakes earlier on. I will admit that. I'll concede to Jeremy on that.
Yeah, but come on, though, Brian.
Hey, Brian, just real quick, Brian. Look, man, you're a smart guy, okay? So the only thing I would say is the next time an opportunity comes by like that, whoever it is, get all the details beforehand. Like, what am I supposed, like, get it all lined out so that you can at least have your T's crossed and your I's dotted, because again, like you said, you didn't expect him to pay out, but he fucking should have paid you, man.
Yeah, well, he said he bought me a beer, man. And now he has Pete, let me respond, bro. You wanted to hear about this. This is the last thing I have to say. Is last time I just talked to him, is he dogs AE map constantly and says it doesn't work, this, that. But I asked him, because that's what we're working on right now, is celestial navigation on the AE map. But he won't let us use that because it's a globe projection. So he dogs the AE map all day long, but he won't let us use it. He's out of his mouth. He will not let me use an AE map, what he calls a flat Earth map, because it's a globe projection. So he's literally covering all the bases and even the ones we didn't think of, bro. It's fucking so, but it's cool. It is in his rules, so I'll give him that.
So basically, his challenge, you have to create a new world map. Like that's something that can
Exactly
easily be done.
Exactly.
What a horse!
That's exactly what I
What a
said.
horse
Hang on,
manure
please.
challenge!
That's exactly
Because
what I
there's a
said
bunch
to him,
of
and I
globe
appeared
rippers
with him
that
on your show. That's what
Go
I was
ahead.
trying to say. Yeah, okay. Okay. I appeared with him, and I told
Somebody
Yes.
got it quicker than me.
Yeah, dude. So yeah,
yeah.
basically he won't allow you to use any type of mapping that's already been laid out.
Yeah, no
so
map.
his challenge
Gotta
is
make a map.
basically like, hey, create a brand new world map and I'll give you 10 grand to do it, but it'll cost you about $75 million to be able to
It's
do
sloppy.
that.
You'll never know if you got it right. You'll never know if you got the damn thing right. Sloppy thing to do.
Right, but it took all that, you know. It took me showing them and making the formula and all that. It took me time to fucking do that, man. Nobody else has done it, but it took me time, you know, to expose the fact that his challenge is payout proof.
I'd let you use the AE map, but it doesn't work on an AE map, so I don't see.
That's what I told him. I said, wait, you said it won't work on an AE map. Everybody says it won't work, so how come I can't use that? That's what we're working on. And he said, no, you can't use the AE map. This was just a few days ago, bro.
Is adding extra rules, but yeah, I mean, I'd let you use the AE map. Just
Oh,
try
question.
to do it on AE map just to show them you can do it, because I don't think it can be done. And actually, I'm certain it can't be done.
So Kosho's laid down the gauntlet.
You'd be wrong.
He says that it can't be done on an AE map. Brian, you're claiming that you have the ability to do it on an AE map. Do you guys want to?
Yeah, man, we can do it on any fucking map, dude.
Do you guys want to set aside a time where you guys can have a debate on this one-on-one?
I'm just giving 3 angles right now. I'll give you 3 angles and 3 stars right now, and you just tell me where I am, Brian, using an AE map.
Yeah, I got to go away and do the math and all that, man. I'm not doing that right this minute, but if you want to post some numbers, I'll do it. But I'm still working on it. I'm still working on it, man.
You know what we fucking want, Kosho? Just a simple fucking prediction, man. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
What's wrong
I'll
with
tell you
you?
what, Kosho, you get McToon to stand behind you, because McToon also said it can't be done. Now put your money where your hold on, don't interrupt. Put your money where your mouth is and get MC2 to say that, okay, we can use an AE map, and then post your fucking numbers. How about that?
Yeah, I don't really have very much leeway with what he does with his wallet, so there's no point in me suggesting to him to let you do that.
Police your own.
It's his challenge.
Police your own, Kosho.
It's his challenge.
Yeah, make it worth 10% of his regular pot. But listen, Kosho, come on, man. Like, look, like, what have you been doing for the past month that you can't actually just try to make it? Just try. There's no money here, right? So just try to make a prediction. I want to see how close you can get. I still have the pictures from 3 weeks ago, right?
Just send it to me. I'm busy with other stuff, and I can't really justify or
the amount of time that you spend on this fucking channel is a waste of your life. Make a scientific
I'm actually
prediction.
working.
Don't get it twisted. He does get paid to be here.
I mean, I am working while I'm in here. I'm just not.
Stop wasting your life in here like the rest of us.
I mean, Jeremy's working while he's in here. Left Lane's working while he's in here.
I'm working.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but the point is, man, come on. Like, how long is it going to take you? Look, I'll pay you for your time, Kosho. I'll pay you to make the goddamn prediction you said you could do, like it was easy peasy lemon squeezy a month ago, man.
Okay.
How much do you want to make this prediction?
$40.
Okay,
Kosho.
so okay, hold on. So I'm going to make a time frame. Like, whatever the fuck. There's whatever.
You don't have to pay me $40. I'll what's today? Tuesday,
I just want you
Wednesday?
to do it, man.
I know. But I put a lot of things on the back burner already. So Yeah, so
You've all been putting this one on the back burner, bro.
I'll take some time to do it. It's just not the highest thing on my priorities, but
Y'all
Well,
both claim you can do it, but nobody will do it. And
I
Travis,
know.
Travis
Yeah.
even offered George. Yeah, I was sitting there and listening to him where he said he'd pay him for his time, and George said
You
he'd
guys
get
just
around
don't
to
do
it.
dick. Like, how can
Yeah,
we take you guys seriously if none of you will do this?
okay.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is, you
Here's
have to
what's gonna
see the
happen.
image
Hold on,
and then tell us the reflection, right?
Brian.
But here's the thing, bro. Let me spoil it for you. Spoiler alert.
Brian.
The Swiss ephemeris uses AE map, Coach Show. So all I would have had to do is go to the Swiss ephemeris and break it down. So that's why MC2 won't let us use a fucking AE map, because it's already been done, Coach Show. Just because you can't
Brian, I'm
do
gonna
it,
stay on the
already
last
been done.
conversation we were on real quick. Jump around so much, dude.
Swiss ephemeris, you hear me? AE map, Swiss ephemeris, already been done.
Go ahead, Coach.
I'm just saying that because you pretty you're expecting me to drop what I'm doing and take time to do it. And I don't mind. I know I said I'd do it a couple weeks ago. I just haven't had the time. But even though you're being harsh about it, I'll still take some time to do it, because I said I would. But I have a challenge for really anybody, because I'm gonna post something in a couple hours. It's just a simple, we'll call it a Coriolis challenge. That's it, and it'll make more sense when I post it. It's not gonna take more than a couple minutes, but I want to see if we're all on the same page with this Coriolis.
What is this thing that Travis is so upset with you about? What is that prediction? Is that a refraction thing?
Yes, it's he says that I haven't looked at the data yet, so it's dependent on the explicit details of the data. But he says if given the data of a certain environment, like the temperature and pressure and whatever atmospheric data is available for a certain environment, he wants a prediction to be made on an observation. So he'll provide an observation from some other time, and he wants to see how that observation, if a prediction can be made on how the observation is going to look on this given time when.
So three observations, right? 3 separate observations.
I don't know why you're saying 3, but I think it's just a prediction from a single event or single time.
Well, what are you going to predict? The exact refraction effects at that time?
No, I'll try to predict what the image will look like what part of the what the image will look like.
And you think you can do that based on what data? On just the temperature? Like, what's the data that you have?
I think temperature and altitudes of those temperatures. So if there's only one set of temperatures, like one temperature for the whole thing, then that's going to be a really crude prediction, and I don't know why anyone would expect a good prediction to be made from that. But if there was more explicit details of the atmospheric data for both the for the entire range of the location, then more detailed and accurate prediction can be made.
So you admit that you look at the image and then you tell us the refraction that's happening. Can you at least admit that?
No, I do not. When did I say that?
Not just you. I mean, and I ain't trying to be abrasive, man. I was just defending myself a little bit, but I thought it was a fun conversation, bro. But no, y'all look at the image and then you tell us the refraction that's happening. What Travis wants is a prediction.
I didn't say that or imply it. So the answer to that is no. No one said that. The prediction is made before the image is seen. He'll show me the image maybe from a different day, more standard conditions or something like that.
Shouldn't this be standard if you're claiming that this is the effect of why the Earth, like in terms of the whole curvature situation and the refraction effects? Like, shouldn't this already be, if you guys are claiming that that's why the Earth appears the way that it does, despite you guys saying it's a globe, wouldn't you already have this worked out?
Well, I mean, it varies on any given day depending on the conditions. I mean, I don't say this is like that was a general statement. I would say for any given image, the horizon is gonna be in a different range, like the range to which you can see of the surface over the water, for example, is going to be different depending on the conditions that day. So, so that's not necessarily standard. Standard refraction really can only be expected, after you get some altitude and you're not really over the water.
Well, I guess I'm just saying, if you guys are claiming that there's this refraction effect that has these incredible magical qualities to make the globe look flat, basically, at the end of the day, I'm just saying, if you guys are making that claim, wouldn't you already have that worked out to the point to where this would already be science, quote unquote? It would already be solved.
Sure. I mean, I don't make that claim though. Because like I said, that's like a general sort of statement, and I don't think I've ever even thought that refraction makes the Earth look flat. It's true that refraction allows like I said, the horizon to change its range. So you may see further than the globe of our size would suggest, but I wouldn't even say it's far enough for it to be flat. That's just farther than a geometric horizon should be.
But that's showing planar geometry, though. So I'm saying, if there's a refraction effect that's showing planar geometry, but you're saying it's on a globe, for anyone to make that claim, wouldn't you have to have those refractive effects like nailed down, like to the point to where you could do a prediction like that?
Sure, but then again, like I said, what do you mean by giving you planar, like the effects giving you like planar geometric? I don't understand that.
Yeah, no curve, no curvature, no hidden values in certain observations. The hidden value is not there for what it should be if it was a globe.
Well, I mean, you say it's not there for what it should be, but it's usually still there. Like, if there's something far away enough and big enough that you can see it, and it should be hidden by the horizon, and it's just not in that case. You know what I mean? It's not. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's making it planar. That's just making you be able to see further. I guess what I was saying is, like, that's just me personally. Maybe somebody else might say that, but for me, I would expect, if I were going to call it planar, then I would probably just say, like, you can see everything if it's big enough. Like, if I was saying that the refraction made it so that the entire Earth was planar, I would expect that the only reason that things would be smaller and then disappear would be because of angular size.
Well, it's like it's planar as far as you can see, as far as you're able to see, and the lack of curvature. Planar doesn't mean you'd see forever.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is, so if it's like a mountain and refraction is allowing me to see more of the mountain than if there was no refraction, still the size of the mountain is still smaller than it should be at that distance because there's more hidden. So that's what I'm saying is, like, if it were to if refraction were to bring back the entirety of the mountain or the entire building or all this other type of stuff, then maybe I would say that, but I think I'm just splitting hairs. I've heard people say, I've heard Globers say that rarely, that it makes the Earth seem flat, but I never really understood that.
I think, though, that your description of what it should be is just simply conceptual. You know what I mean? It's like, in your mind, that's not what it should look like, but that doesn't mean that that's what reality is.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, if someone were saying, like, the Earth is a globe, but refraction makes it seem like it's flat, or refraction makes the Earth present itself as flat. For me, that seems like a super or hyperbolic statement, because even though refraction does change the range of stuff you can see, I wouldn't say that it makes it appear flat because, for the reasons I said.
Well, it's making it appear not a globe.
Right, or not a globe, not a globe the size we think it is. All this.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree with that.
Right. So just if you want to just go off that, not even calling it flat, but just we want to just go off of some refractive effect is causing the Earth to not observe as the globe that we're told it is. So if there's a refractive effect causing that, if someone wants to claim that that's the case, wouldn't you have that worked out to the point to where you could predict it, which is Travis's original query?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, but based on the all the data for that day and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you don't have that, then basically it's just a theory, and it's really not solid. It's not. You don't actually have anything. It's just an idea. Like, oh well, I think this refractive effect is happening, and that's what's making the Earth not appear to be a globe.
But that's what I'm claiming that can be done though. That was my claim, is that given that those conditions, or given the conditions for that day, that prediction can be made.
All right, has anyone done it in the history of the world?
Well, I heard an argument from Jeremy one time. Sorry, Jim Panda. And he said, just because we have satellites, does that mean that that's the only way that we take pictures? Is it possible that we still have satellites? So, when you look at the other side of your argument about refraction, it's like, yeah, just because it can be done, that doesn't mean that it's the only way that it's done.
I'm not sure what you're getting at there, but when you guys were saying that nobody's ever done that, I don't know if anyone's ever done that. I know that Walter Bislin has made that simulation where you can put in observations that we're already aware of, and so yeah, I mean, whether someone's used that to make predictions at some point, I wouldn't know, but I'm going to try to use that to make predictions. So that's the whole challenge that Travis had brought up, is to see if predictions can be made before the picture is seen, and that would be interesting to see if that simulation is accurate, if you give it enough accurate information.
Well, I'm posting this right here, which is I'm not trying to bring it up for the actual numbers and everything, but that type of effect is what you think is happening, right? That the Chicago skyline is actually around the curve of a globe, and it's being essentially brought up visually through light bending, as you're claiming, right? So that it looks like it's on a plane. It's planar in terms of it. You looking out straight, you see it. So that kind of shows like the Chicago skyline has to be brought up all that distance, 2,166 foot, to be visible as a horizontal planar observation. So that's what I'm saying. If you're claiming there's a refraction effect causing that, sorry, my voice is a little hoarse. I caught a cold. So I'm just saying, like, if you're claiming that it's lifting it that far, then without the actual proof of that and the ability to predict it, then all you have is just a theory, really more or less baseless.
Sure, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's what Travis is challenging. That's why I'm claiming it can be done given the conditions and a simulator sort of thing like the Walter Bislin has.
So no one in the history of the world has done this, even though you guys have been claiming that this is what's making the flat Earth look like a globe. Or sorry, the globe looks like a flat Earth.
I'm interested to know about that 2,000 foot number, if that comes from the 8 inches per mile squared value, or if it actually comes off the curvature formula, the hidden value.
You're asking if that's like the hidden?
Yeah, because a lot of times I'll see people use that 8 inches per mile squared, which is actually from your feet at the level of the water, and projected out from your feet, rather than using the curvature, which is significantly different. The hidden values are a lot less than the 8 inches per mile square values.
Yeah, after 7 years, bro, we figured that out.
And it's not a conversation stopper. I just wonder.
Well, no, I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at the calculator. Yeah, so the calculator, if you use Metabunk's Earth Curve calculator from the 6 foot high observer, which I gotta tell you, that's not going to be 6 feet, but we can just say it is for the sake of it. But yeah, if you use Metabunk's curve calculator, then the geometric horizon, or the geometric hidden amount is 2166.
That's it then.
But I think it must be at least 10 feet, if not 15 feet, because it's not they're not on the water. That's like on the pier or something.
You're saying you don't think it's 6 foot?
No, but I mean, like that's at the end of the day, it's not that different if it were 6 feet or 15 feet. So I think the difference is, let me see. Wait, why is there more now? Hold on. Oh, I know there's not more. So yeah, at 15 feet, it's like 2,000 feet. So either way, it's about 2,000 feet either way.
Yeah, a couple of thousand feet.
But that's framing it that way is interesting, but it's just not very. It doesn't give you a good intuition to what's actually happening. Because what's actually happening is the light is curving towards you because it's changing its angle, and the angle of that building in that picture is pretty extreme when it's going to be less than a degree. So the angle that the light is traveling to you is less than a degree, basically over 60 miles to cause that. So that's not. It seems extreme, but it's not. It's not really extreme.
So you could see what is the angular size of 2,000 feet at 50 miles or whatever it is.
Oh yeah, let me see.
It is extreme, though. I mean, to take thousands of feet that an entire skyline has to be lifted to make the Earth look like an extended plane. I mean, what we're seeing is planar geometry. What you're claiming is not the case. You're claiming it's not planar geometry, but that it's actually a globe. So that's a huge claim on your side to claim that that's the case when what we observe is an extended plane. And then the fact that you don't even have like a prediction, an ability to even verify or prove that type of refraction is happening, that's a huge problem.
Yeah, no, but I'm actually claiming that ability does exist. If you have the conditions of the atmosphere, those predictions can be made, or should be. They're basically as accurate as the accuracy will go up as the data of the environment goes up. So,
What you're actually claiming is that it has to be happening because the Earth is a globe.
Are these Nowiki's photos we're talking about?
Right.
So what did you say, Odysee?
Are these Joshua Nowiki's time lapse of Chicago from the dunes that we're talking about? I just got here.
Yeah, the Geo posted. This is from a conversation I had with Travis, from which he was saying he has images that he takes from Chesapeake Bay, and I suggested that given enough conditions of the atmosphere of the target and your location, especially the explicit data with different altitudes, then you'll be able to make a prediction on what image, what his image will look like for that given time. And I base it on Walter Bison's simulation, where you just put in those conditions and you get the image.
Joshua.
Go ahead.
Oh, Joshua Nowicki claimed to have went to the top of the dunes for a lot of these photos, and the dunes are like a couple hundred feet above the lake.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's right. But
Not a couple hundred feet. Not a couple hundred feet. I think at most it might be 60 feet.
No, I think it was 200 feet. I think he's right about that. But still, the math works out to where we shouldn't be able to see any of the buildings, but yet there they are. And people have taken, photography on the actual beach. So the 200 feet on the beach doesn't matter. We shouldn't be able to see it.
So I just posted a picture that is screenshots from 2 of his videos where he claims to have been on the same dunes but on different days. One of them shows the top of a few buildings sticking up, which is actually what you would see on a globe according to the Earth curve calculator, and him being on top of the highest dune. Where else would a photographer go? And then the other one shows it visible down to the ground line, the ground level. So whether the Earth is flat or a ball, something can simulate the other condition. So something can change the obstruction amount by an amount that is enough to allow
That's
us
right.
to see. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So what we're saying is something is happening to where some days you can't see it, but on the days that you can, you shouldn't be able to see it at all. It should be behind your curvature line.
Why do you say that?
Well, because we've done the math, right? And we know how to calculate curve, and we shouldn't be able to see it. It should be on the side of the hump.
But
Except for refraction.
But how do you look at the one that
That's a cool
shows?
story, but we can see further than we're supposed to be able to.
But
and
Larry,
you're claiming, you're asserting that this is happening, but how do we verify what you're saying is true?
So we're asking how you're accounting for it. If that changes from one day to the next day, we know that refraction is affecting what we see. And if you're not accounting for it, just claiming that you're seeing further than you should, just based on the math that doesn't account for refraction, then that argument simply won't work, right?
Well, there's two factors. One of them is seeing over a curve of a globe, which is obviously what you guys are claiming is happening. The other one is over a planar surface, the objects being cut off differently on different days. That one is very understandable in my understanding of it, is the fact that, to try to explain it as briefly and quickly as I can, the meeting place of the ground and the sky will change in its distance depending on the atmospheric conditions. So if the meeting place of the ground and the sky, the horizon, is further, you'll be able to see further. Just like in the thing that people call the black swan, that observation where you'll be able to see further. In another day, the place at which the ground meets the sky will be closer due to the atmospheric conditions, due to the optics. And since you have the ground layer and the building, the layer of whatever's on top of the water, those are going to meet at the center. I've often thought about it like it's like Pac-Man, like kind of eating away. So it's like, imagine Pac-Man is right there at the horizon. So it's like it's visually kind of eating up whatever is on the top of the water versus at the water layer. So that makes, sorry, my voice is kind of hoarse here. So that makes sense to me as to why you can see further, or the horizon is further on some days and closer on others, which is why you're going to have things that look visually obscured when it's closer, and then you're going to see further on the other times. But what's needed on a globe is something that's happening that's allowing you to see around an entire curve, which is a whole different thing.
It's refraction.
Well, if I understood correctly, you're saying that it's not the positions of the buildings that are being affected by the weather conditions, just where the horizon is. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, say that again. I mean, I think there's multiple factors, but the distance of the horizon is one of them that causes obscuration differences. Yeah.
Well,
right, but the positions of the buildings are also being affected, right?
It's not really the positions of them; it's the point at which the horizon line is obscuring them.
Well, how about this? How about this? Hold on. Are the buildings lowering, or is the horizon rising? Like, which one is doing what? Because I feel like that's kind of important to kind of,
Well put.
Yes.
You have to take each image on its own in terms of how you're going to answer that question, because the entire field of view shifts, which is an interesting aspect that I don't think this discussion takes too much into account. So I've posted my images so many times here, you guys should be familiar enough, right? But the image, at least, that I'm talking to Kosho about is the red roof house. And so its position, along with the tree line behind it, which would be the highest point of the horizon, because that's where the sky meets the land, that is going to be displaced in every single image I show you, as well as the position of the house, as well as the position of the water.
All right. What's
That's
the
our
point.
all of that's being affected by the weather conditions,
Yeah,
aka refraction.
right. The point is make a prediction as to what the house is going to appear to look like due to refraction. Is it going to be looming? Is it going to be sinking? Is it going to be towering? Is it going to be stooping? Is it going to be an inferior mirage? Is it going to be a fata morgana? What? Make a prediction. You guys should be able to do this.
I'm trying to answer Jews because if
Megan told the truth. You just told the truth, Megan. You don't realize it. All these things are based on weather conditions, not curvature. That's why I post this meme.
okay, but what Jew is saying is that it's easier for flat Earth to account for the observations in which the bottom of the buildings are missing than for a globe to account for when they're not hidden. And I didn't understand what was the justification for that. All I understood was the claim that the only what's actually happening is that the horizon is the thing that is changing.
No, I didn't say. No,
not you. I said I was answering to what Gio said.
Okay.
Well, you could, Travis, if you want to respond, go ahead. I was going to pull up an image. I mean, like this one.
If you want,
I'll just respond.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Real quick. No, I mean, like this one right here. Like, you know, we've all seen this one, the oil rigs, you know, on 2 different days. So the horizon is different on those 2 images. You know, one of them, it looks like it's, you know, visually obscuring the bottom of the oil rig. The other one, the horizon is way beyond it. So the way I'm describing that is the position that the horizon is constellating on those different days is different. The planar geometry is still there. That's the foundation, because when you can see further, the planar geometry extends out and it's apparent. Whereas on a day where the horizon is closer, then it's going to be visually obscuring the bottom of the oil rig. So it's just a difference in the optics and the position of the horizon on those different days.
That's just because that GIF is aligned the oil rigs. You don't know what's the elevation of the oil rigs in the 2 pictures separately. If you align the oil rigs, of course, the thing that's going to change is going to be the horizon. But you can't just say that that's what's going on based on that GIF, because obviously that GIF is simply aligning the oil rigs.
Yeah, and if you were to line the horizon, it would be the oil rig that's moving. So I guess
exactly.
Yeah, we would have to kind of figure out like what's actually moving then.
Right. But guys, listen, I've done this on my channel, right? I've done this with the Red Roof House. I've done this with the Anacapa Island as well. If you choose any point of reference in that field of view to compare with another image, everything else is going to be off. Everything. It doesn't matter what the fuck you line up.
That's our point. That's my point, at least. That everything is being affected. The horizon being affected. The thing you're looking at is being affected. So you can't just claim that, well, it's the horizon that sometimes looks closer.
Well, no one's making. No one's. Yeah, but see, who are you quoting right now to combat?
That's what I understood from Gio.
Okay, well, I was away from the phone when Gio might have said something, but look, even if you look at the image that Gio posted, the floor looks completely different. The ocean in the clearer image, and by clearer I mean that it looks blue. The water looks blue because the one is taken in the morning. Okay, and so the image that's in the morning, or that's blue with the blue sky, the water or the floor over which you are looking is completely different visually. The one that okay, so that one looks like the observer is closer to it and lower down.
I mean,
the one. Hold on. The one that is alternatively showing looks like the observer is higher up and farther away. So you even have a disparity between the amount of the distance that's covered over that floor. So I would say that in the one image with the bendy crane, that you have more distance in the floor visible than you do with even the other one. So it's all about refraction, boys. The only thing that's changing is it's not curvature, it's always refraction, and refraction is affecting everything, what's in front of the horizon and what's behind the horizon.
How does it?
Yeah, but the fact that
Go ahead, Bacon.
go ahead.
Well, no, you
for-
go. I want you to wrap it. You can finish up. You go.
Okay, well, I was just gonna say that the fact that refraction is affecting everything about the observation does not rule out curvature.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Because
Why?
you're
Hold on, no, it doesn't. I mean, it just. I mean, you
Hold
could
on,
say
Arma. I was going to explain why.
If you're adding noise to an observation, how are you eliminating anything else?
Okay, so let me ask you the question. In the image that is blinking blue ocean, blue sky without a bendy crane, okay, the limit to the water, what is that?
Probably.
What do you mean?
Curvature, maybe. It could be a combination.
Maybe curvature.
Well, it could
or
be a
is it
combination. Well, it could. Here's the thing. I don't know the exact conditions of that day, so it could be a combination, like just like a tiny bit of refraction.
combination. Oh, that's interesting. A combination. So you
Yes,
see how
this
many?
is what happens if you have refraction on curvature. The refraction doesn't go away just because you have curvature.
I didn't say that. Okay,
Right,
but you
so
have
you can't rule out that.
you have special pleading now
How's that special pleading?
because now you're begging both. He said it could be both.
Well,
It's
he
both.
said that. I didn't say.
Yeah, to be fair, I did say that, but
there's
not,
no.
not Bacon,
Yeah,
so.
I get that, boys. But listen, you don't have any fucking science to rule out Arma's suggestion. Like he could be right, and then Bacon could suggest something, and more. That sounds good. That could be right. Fuck.
Yes,
Listen,
if we don't know how to account for refraction, then
No,
anything
your-
can be right until
your
we
whole
can
s-
account for it.
your whole science doesn't have any accounting for this. Like you can't go somewhere and say, okay, I really like someone in the audience is going, I'm listening to this conversation. It's really interesting. I want to go out and find out when to look at this stuff. The science can't tell them when to go out and find this observation and show you how to make a distinction between one or the other, or if it's both, or if it's
that
not one.
That makes 0%. That's 0% relevant to what I said. All I asked it was how can you rule out curvature, and all you're saying is that I can't make those predictions or I can't demonstrate that the curvature is there. Sure, I can give you all that. I never claimed we know curvature based on those kind of observations. I'll never make that claim. But you're making that claim that you can rule out curvature just because there's refraction, and you're not making that case. You're not defending that.
Okay, yeah, that's partly I can defend it in simple in simple conceptual terms. The real proof of the pudding is going to be, in fact, getting field experience out here with a team of people who can put all their heads together and think through this stuff and go about making these observations with a responsible approach. But let me say this at least that. More often than not, and I'll say more often, the contrast where you have the oil platform that's cut off, no one has up to this point with Arma, no one has ever suggested it was both. It's always been only curvature.
I always heard that it's both.
Okay, well, okay. Anyway, I've never heard anyone say both besides Arma right now. But
well, can I explain why I said both? So the reason why I said both is because I don't know the exact conditions on that day. So it's possible that there's like a little bit, a tiny bit of refraction going on in that image. You know what I'm saying? Because a refraction is a gradient. It's not just like on and off. You can have like a little bit. You can have a whole lot, like in the Black Swan. So personally, I don't know if there's like maybe a hint of it in the the image where
there's always some of it. There should be always some of it, because if you get the barometer of a phone and you raise it by a meter, you already get a difference in pressure. And that should already be causing some refraction. So I'm not saying that I know that to be true, but according to that fact that the pressure is always different from the bottom to a meter higher than that position, the density, the pressure of the air is already different. So in all observations, there's probably refraction.
Really, guys? You still entertaining this guy?
Here's the deal. You guys say that we can't take images from like a foot off the water because that's where shit gets weird, right? But that's the best available position for us to take it to get closer to, like Left Lane said earlier, feet on the ground, right? But when the guy from the Black Swan video, he went, to the top of the stairs, and what did he get? The exact same thing, right? Except for the beach and everything, he zoomed past. But you get what I'm saying. He took a picture up high, took a picture down low, and you guys are like, nope, this is all just looming. When we've actually seen images of looming, and we know what it looks like the what do you guys? You always claim refraction, but whenever I show you the Skunk Bay time lapse GIF, you guys are like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't get it. So we know what looming looks like, and when there's looming, and sometimes there's stooping, right? But there's no curvature. It's all based on these atmospheric
What's our
conditions,
claim?
and when
You haven't supported that claim with the things you said
that's
previously.
your claim, guys. Your claim is that it's always stooping and looming. You
I
guys are
didn't claim
never
that.
actually.
Didn't even know that word.
It's like we're just trying to help
I'm
you
talking about
understand
different.
Bacon,
I'm
buddy.
talking
We're just
about.
trying to
Hold
help
on,
you.
he doesn't know what I'm talking about, and I'll give him that. Maybe it's his first language, but this is different types of refraction, right? That's all I'm talking about. When I say stooping and looming, I'm talking about refraction causing things to go up or down. I don't know. Did you know that they go both up and down when there's refraction?
There's different phenomena caused by refraction. I wouldn't say those
Right,
were different types of
stooping and
refraction.
looming. Okay, so
Yeah, I don't know
is
what stooping
I
is.
wouldn't say, he says.
so is looming refraction? Because that's what you guys are claiming is happening. That the city of Chicago is looming up because of refraction. That's your claim, bro.
I didn't claim that.
Okay, so why can we see Chicago from Michigan?
I don't know.
Because the Earth is flat. That's why.
That doesn't make any sense,
your
though.
claim.
There's still consistencies with, it's flat, because if you actually look at some of these images, they're still cut off. So it can't just be it's flat. There still has to be some kind of bending. You know what I'm saying? That's just faulty.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's stooping. If things can be hidden by refraction. That's called stooping.
What about looming? If I'm correct, isn't that when
That's where you guys are claiming the Earth is really a ball, but there's a shit ton of looming happening.
It's
Yeah,
so
so we
We don't need a
ambiguous.
shit ton of looming.
It's ambiguous at best. You guys are like, well, it's Earth curvature because it's so fucked up looking over there. It's got to be Earth curvature. Give me
No
a
one's
break.
making that claim. I mean, literally, no one here is making that claim that those
guys
observations are
don't claim
demonstrated. I was
refraction.
in the middle of my sentence.
To be clear,
no one's-
sorry, bro. You guys aren't claiming refraction.
No, we're not. I mean, we know refraction exists. We are claiming that you can't make conclusions from those observations until you account for it. You can't just say, well, there's a lot of refraction here, there's a lot of refraction there,
You just
therefore
muddy
no
the
curvature.
waters.
That
Listen,
would be a
make a claim. Don't muddy the waters. Make a claim with that.
Yeah,
Oh,
quit cutting him
I
off,
was
man.
responding to you guys making the claim. I never argued that the Earth is a sphere because of those kind of observations, because I don't know how to account for refraction.
Can
But
we
if you
talk
guys
about
also don't know how to account for refraction, I would expect you guys to do the same and not try to argue that the Earth is flat based on those observations.
You're just going to keep
Don't be
telling us that we're
dishonest.
not doing it right. You're not going to accept anything.
What?
He believes on the globe without the curvature.
I didn't
How
say
do you have a
that.
globe without the curvature?
I didn't say that.
You can't have a globe without the curvature. It's not seen anywhere,
George,
not measurable, not
part of this.
repeatable.
That's not part of this conversation, George.
Yeah, I didn't say there is
It
no
is
curvature.
part
I'm
of
not
this
saying those
conversation
are.
because the black swan image, the argument is distance to the horizon. Proving that the horizon is not physical, as we already admitted here, it moves with the weather. So
It's
it's
by
definitely
definition
not
not physical.
obstructing those platforms where it should be obstructing. Yeah, it's not obstructing. So it's not the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, but when
Over.
you say should, you're not accounting for refraction in your should. So you have no argument there.
Yes, I do have argument. The picture brought there, you have two pictures, one with obstructed platforms and the other one is not obstructed. So the distance to the horizon has changed. Unless the sphere has changed its geometry, which debunks as well itself, it's impossible. We
Wouldn't
don't
the
live on
flat
a
Earth,
sphere. It's been debunked.
according to
it
your
didn't matter.
reasoning, wouldn't a flat Earth also have to change its geometry so the horizon appears in
Nope.
different distances?
Nope. Nope. Nope.
No, why?
No, it's not it's not a geometrical claim. It's flat.
Yeah, the fact that you asked that question shows that you don't belong in this conversation.
So you're not going to
Absolutely
answer
not.
it. You're just going to say I don't belong in the conversation. That makes
No, no, no.
complete
I
sense.
said no. I answered.
You probably
I
have a lot of things
answered
to back
you.
up your claims to say that.
I answered you. You asked, wouldn't the flat Earth have to change its geometry? And I said no.
Yeah, and you didn't want to elaborate. You just want to say I
You
don't belong
didn't
to this
ask me.
conversation.
You did not ask me to elaborate.
Sure, because you said I don't belong to the conversation before you finished
Yeah, blame it on
saying
me.
whatever you're
Whatever.
saying.
Yeah, whatever. Blame it on me. Do you want me to elaborate?
Go ahead.
Okay. What's our claim?
George's claim was that the fact that the distance to the horizon is changing says that, I mean, I can't quote his exact words, but he was saying that he was saying that
the horizon on the black swan
he was saying
image is 10 times greater than the limitation for a sphere with a radius of 39.
That wasn't what you said before. What you said before was that unless the Earth's size is changing, then the Earth isn't a globe. So the geometry would have to be changing. I would say that's a complete bullshit argument. Even if that was argued for against the flat Earth, it would also be a bullshit argument because it's completely ignoring the effects of the atmosphere.
Atmosphere is begging the question. You still haven't proved the sphere.
So look, Bacon. Again, we haven't gotten to a claim that justifies your question. Wouldn't flat Earth have to change the geometry of the horizon? Because
of course
what? Of course what?
Of course it's justified because George said that must be the case for a globe. So for the distance to the horizon to change on a globe, the globe would have to be bigger or smaller. That assumes no refraction. That claim only makes sense if there is no refraction. So if he's ignoring refraction to make the claim that the horizon is changing distances, then without refraction, then he wouldn't be able to change distances on a flat Earth too.
You don't have the measurement to compare these refraction effects to.
Yes. Okay,
but I'm not making that claim. You are.
No.
There is no geometry, man.
Hold
it's not
on.
observable. You cannot have
Hold
a
on.
globe without curvature.
Hold on. Yeah. The issue is, Bacon, is that when ships or lighthouses or oil platforms are obstructed, it's always stated that's Earth curve. In order to justify that, you guys actually have to have a measurement to that horizon, because only then will you know the geometric distance from you to that horizon to then check your math. But you guys don't do that. You guys don't check your math. You just crunch your numbers, look at the picture, and put an equal sign between the two. That's not good enough.
I'm not doing that. That's not a response that responds to anything that I'm saying. You can start your argument by saying, well, when they blame... one second. You can start your argument by saying that they blame that on curvature and then keep responding to me as if I had made that claim, which I didn't.
You don't make the claim that when you have obstruction with the horizon, that's Earth curve? You don't believe that?
I don't make that claim because I don't know how to account for refraction.
That seems like you're kind of like just hedging
Welcome
your
to
bet.
flat
Like
Earth,
you're,
man.
like you're being...
It's a good concession, man.
You're being a bit pussyfooted on that one, in my opinion. But
no, being honest. It's called being honest.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's being honest.
Yeah, he's saying that he can't see any geometry, so he's agreeing.
So the thing about trying to go back and answer your question for us, we're not making a claim that obstruction is dependent upon a geometric position. We're simply saying every single time that the position and distance to the horizon is always refraction, no matter what position or what apparent distance it is from the observer. Now, if I take a picture and I show you that picture and you say, okay, Travis, how far away is that horizon? Do you know what I would say to you? I have no idea. I didn't measure it. I'm not making a prediction about the distance to the horizon. You understand? That's why it doesn't matter.